Today, I'm continuing working on my game. My name is Lees. I come here every Wednesday and Thursday, and I work 8 to 10 hours in public as I'm still learning the Godot game engine, trying to figure out how to make a medium-sized game that you could call overscoped, but I don't think so. I think it's, well, I do and I don't. Sometimes, some days I'm like, you know, I could have made this game a lot more complicated. And then other days I'm like, I could have made it a little less complicated too, but that's all right. I'm having fun. I really enjoy coming here and learning along with you all. And yeah, so this right now, you can see there's like this circle around the player. That is an interact zone. I was gonna work on it yesterday, but I did other things because there's so much to do. This game is about being an alien who indeed has an interact zone, and it determines what you can, well, interact with and what you can't interact with. I really need to get working on this today. So how does it work? Why does it work? What's the deal? So you can see there's a person standing out here. I'm clicking my little heart out, but it don't mean nothing. It don't mean a thing. If I click on this one, it picks it up because it's within that area. So that's kind of the idea of the interact zone. And then part of this game is about avoiding obstacles and protecting your limbs. You're a very delicate little creature. And so, you know, if I smash off my arms, in theory, that zone needs to get smaller. Now, I do have some debug tools that let me shrink that as it should, but I haven't got it baked into the gameplay. In addition, I need to figure out what's gonna go on with lopsidery. That is to say, if you have one full arm and one broken arm, so we can actually get our arms to be a little bigger. Let's eat another person. Let's just snack up. Something else that I want to do is obviously this level isn't like, it's kind of giving debug vibes with the people just standing there. So I do want to make that look a little nicer too. But let's focus on the mechanics right now. So here you can see we have one tiny arm or one zero arm and then one full arm. And ideally that would create like a lopsided area. If you have both of your big arms, it would be this big, but then I somehow need to, I don't know. So that's gonna be interesting. I really want to work on that. There's a lot of things I want to work on. The game seems pretty good. Yesterday I had a bunch of tasks that I had set out for myself. We checked most of them off. These are the ones I didn't get to. I set up a pause menu yesterday, thanks to the help of chat and my own determination. So yeah, we got a pause menu. It works, it's nice. We can even restart. I can even go to the main menu. This is something that hasn't worked in a long time, but now I can actually restart the game from the beginning, which is super, super awesome. And you know, we added some like damage numbers that pop up, but that was pretty much pause menu. Oh, there's also a game over menu. So when you die, the menu looks a little different. You know, I might work on, there's some things there I might work on, we'll see. But I really, really want to get this interact zone. There's also helicopters can miss, so there are some helicopters that I can spawn in, and their bullets are very accurate. Well, they don't like home in on you or anything, but if you aren't moving, they're gonna hit you every single time with their bullets. And I would like that to not be the case. Yeah, I think it would be good if they sometimes missed you. So that's what that means. And then there are probably some other little settings in the helicopters I'd like to adjust as well. And then just like I said, there's sort of just these like people standing around here. I'd like to give them, you know, put them in some better places and set things up differently. So we'll see if I get to that or not, and whatever else I come up with today. See, it's gonna kill me right away. But now we got a game over screen. There's not as much on the game over screen as I would like, right? I want more stuff on here. I do not need a loading on there. I kind of would like to get rid of that loading. Why does it loading? I don't. Oh, I know why. Oh, that's why. Well, that makes a lot of sense. I bet if I just delete these nodes right here, loading will be gone. Wow, I don't know why I didn't think of that, but here we are. Oh, the loading is still there. Okay, these, if I delete these are the ones I gotta delete, right? Surely that'll be enough, and there will be no more loading. No more loading! Look at us, we're already fixing things. So yeah, so I'm gonna hunker down for the next 8 to 10 hours. If you're watching it after the live stream, feel free to skip around if you want. But I'm gonna be here engaged, and I hope you'll engage back with me if you can, whether you're watching it, like I said, now or after the live stream. And if you aren't subscribed yet, hit that subscribe button. Like I said, I stream a lot. I'm actually not streaming next week on Wednesday and Thursday. I take every 4th week off, but most Wednesdays and Thursdays, I'm here working on this publicly. And then we do a game jam on Friday, which is also cool. So yeah, I'm ready to go. I got my tea, I got my black tea, I got some water, I got some snacks, I got the Hyper Game Dev community, I got my ADHD. So you know I'm ready to go. Who's here with us? I see we got Frank in the house. Coda, welcome Coda. Oh, we got members. So y'all may not notice, y'all may not be aware, but when there's members in the house, that means I gotta sing a song. Yeah, on these devlog streams, when members come through, I sing a song. There's a join button down below, actually, and you can become a member. You'll get access to a whole nother 8 to 10 hour live stream I do every Monday. I'll sing songs to you in the chat. You're a very delicate little creature. Yes, us and the aliens, or you and the aliens, have a lot in common. I modeled them after you. I didn't. What's up, Dungeon? Another member in the house. I got songs to sing, baby. Welcome, Dungeon. Welcome. And Edward is here too. Good to see you guys. Thanks for stopping in. All right, let's do it. Let's do the member songs. Let's get them out of the way. So let's see. Do I have a song queued up that I think I can? Now, I don't sing good, all right? I just do my best to express my appreciation. Oh, this is kind of weird. It's kind of like out there. Edward's in class. Study. Do your homework. Don't fail. I don't know. I'm just kidding. I'm just pretending. All right, here we go. Coda. All right. So let me like feel the vibe. Oh. Coda is delicate like a frail old Yoda. Better be careful, Yoda is really delicate, but he's strong in his own way. Don't mess with the Yoda. Coda is delicate like an old frail Yoda. Coda is delicate like an old frail Yoda. If you read the TXT that comes with Coda, he is nice and frail like a little delicate old Yoda. Oh, Coda, I appreciate you, don't you know da? Gotta talk about the Dungeon Martian. The Dungeon Martian is coming for you cause you tried to take its gold. It just wanted to chill from Mars but on Earth. And you went and got the gold that it be protected that got from Mars because Mars has gold on it. Mars has gold on it. And the dungeon that you just plundered has the Dungeon Martian inside. It's a really strong Martian. Don't fight it. It's gonna win. It's gonna throw gold pieces at your face. Dungeon Martian. It's the Dungeon Martian. The Dungeon Martian. Why'd you plunder its cave? I mean, come on. It's trying to protect its gold, man. That's messed up. All right, there you go. There's your member songs. Really sorry. I'm very sorry about that. But also, you're like welcome. You're welcome in your own special ways. All right, game dev is same as school in terms of fun. They both give you stress, both give you learning experience, and you work on it for like 8 hours a day. Does game dev get people stress? I mean, look, if I do work on it 8 hours a day, that's true. That's true, and I do learn a lot. I don't know that I feel a lot of stress. Like sometimes, once in a while, school was like a constant explosion of stress. I am not a school person, not a big fan of the old school, but that's just me. But I see the connections. I can see how there's connections. They both make you incredibly happy when you succeed. Yeah, when I succeed in school. That's a good one. That's a really good one. You modeled the alien after me before you even knew I existed? I know. It's kind of wild. Modeling skills are something that I've only recently been like picking up, and tutorials have helped a lot with that. I want to help you if you are trying to learn Blender, and I want to help myself and the channel too. There are some really great humble bundles right now, like genuinely very good ones. I feel fairly obligated to tell you about them. If you follow the stars in the description box, you will find all of these things that I'm about to show you right now. So help support this channel and get goodies for yourself. So there is a Blender game, learn to create a game art in Blender bundle right now. So you're gonna get all of these gamedev.tv tutorials, and these courses are nice. These are good courses, and they will get you started in making the kind of things you wanna make for games in Blender, which is really, there's a big difference between just making stuff in Blender and making game art in Blender. That is to say, something that can go into game engines, and these courses definitely have your back in that regard. It comes with some other stuff like some material packs. You can get all of that stuff for $25, and then literally these are courses that cost a lot more than that, and then you can even just pay $1 and get a little bit of stuff. You want to learn some texture painting? That's stressful, but this will help you lower that stress. So yeah, some really good Humble Bundles right now. One way you can support the channel, besides using the links in the description to do your bundle shopping, is by coming down to Adjust Donation right under checkout, and then if you hit Custom Amount, you can give so much love to Hyper Game Dev. Look at that! Okay, that says 70 cents, but that's 70 cents of a dollar. Right? So if you get the $25 package, that's gonna give $17.50 to the channel, and you still get stuff. Now, if you aren't necessarily interested in Blender with regards to game engines, or that is to say you want to learn some more like rendering kind of stuff, wow, there's a very nice bundle for that. And this is game engine stuff too, like Retopo Flow, really helpful for exporting to game engines. But there's also a lot of fancy stuff in here that maybe will go into a game engine, but is also more for like gorgeous rendering and art. Look at this amazing water you can create in Blender using this add-on. So these are a bunch of add-ons that you're gonna get. Really useful ones too. There's this that has like cables that you can generate and create and modify really easily and add to things. So it's kind of like splines, but way more user-friendly. And then, what else? We have a human generator. You need some humans? You can generate them. Oh, you know what was really cool? There's this, like, layers one, blend shop. Was this the one? This one looks super awesome. So you can, like, set a bunch of layers ahead of time. That will sort of like, these layers will stack on each other. Sorry if the stream skipped a little. It looks like we're okay. It's big about these deals. They want to stop me from telling you about, I'm just kidding. But like, for real, literally, this is a really cool one. These are great add-ons. And if you get these add-ons, you're going to have them. And there's something that otherwise costs a lot. Like, what? You're gonna spend all that? Or you could spend $30 and get a bunch of cool stuff. Again, remember to adjust that donation and support this channel. There's more stuff too. You want to learn Godot? There's Godot learning. So check all these out. There's a bunch of stuff. There's audio stuff with sound effects. And this actually has a Godot plugin if you're doing Godot. So that's kind of nice. It really helps you set up the sound effects and the music in the background as you go along. And then I know, the stream is glitching. A little. Stay with me. And yeah, so there's software stuff. Over here. The stream is dying. Oh no. It's because of the ads. It can't handle the Humble Bundle. What a way to promote the Humble Bundles with a bunch of stuff. Look, you don't need to listen to me talk about it. You really don't. The links are in the description box. There's games that you can get. There are books that you can get, including stuff for learning game engines. It says Unreal, but there's Unity and Godot stuff in there too. Raspberry Pi, retro gaming. I'm just saying, guys, I know I'm going on and you can barely see because the stream is glitching. But I really want you guys to check out what is going on the Humble Bundles right now, because there's some cool stuff. So check it out if you can. Thank you guys. It supports the channel and yourself. Let's get back to game dev, assuming the stream wants us to have a stream. Cool. Wow. Thanks, internet gods. Really good timing. I really appreciate it. Same thing with you, Zine. What am I going? Is it Zine? Maybe it's Zine. That kind of makes more sense. There is some things I can try, but it also just might be a waiting game. We might just have to wait. It will probably get better soon. It'll probably get better soon, right? Who else we got in the house? We got Abo here. Welcome, Abo. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. Thanks for coming through. And of course, Zine is here. Pokemon Unite. Let's go. Abo says, I know I'm not a mod in the channel, but I want to hear a song from you because I'm sad because the school is going to start next Tuesday. Songs are not for mods, they're for members. They're for members. Mods do not, we have mods here who are not members and they don't get songs. So I can't, because think about it. What are people being members for if I give songs to anybody? Dude, I love the internet just balanced back out. Like literally the internet was like, you will not promote Humble Bundles. I was like, okay, I'm sorry. I won't ever do Humble Bundles again. But it seems like maybe the internet is a little better. So that's supposed to be at 9,000 kilobits per second. And sometimes it drops, you know, plus or minus like 1,000. But no, that's going. No, okay, it still needs some love. That's all right. We're gonna muscle through it. It'll happen, but we'll be all right. Okay, so I want to work on the interact zone today. That's ad explode. I know. Geez, I'm just trying to like support myself and help you guys get cool deals. Like, come on. Like, why is that so bad? If I may ask, what are your favorite game genres and what are you working on currently? My favorite game genres, I really like, oh man, I know it's gonna get gray sometimes, guys. My favorite game genres are, I really like RPGs, like I like Bethesda RPGs. I'm gonna keep it real. I like Fallout, I like Skyrim, like I like these kinds of games. I also really like roguelikes, and you know, other games. I like kind of retro games sometimes too. So yeah, I think those are some of the kind of games that I like. And then the game that I'm working on currently is a game that is sort of a blend of a roguelike, endless runner, shoot 'em up, kind of my own concept in that sense, just like blending a bunch of things together. And it's about an alien who is invading Earth, and that alien is tasked with abducting humans, and then in order to be its best alien self, it will grow the limbs of humans after devouring them, and then it can do more damage and harm. So you can see we have some limbs there. Today I want to work on the interact zone. There I just used a little cheat code to make that zone get bigger, but I want to actually today get that to expand on its own, and then you can eat more humans and get a little bigger, and then this zone would also expand, and that means you can attack more things and grab more things and stuff like that. You also have to avoid obstacles, and your limbs will break off if you do not avoid them correctly. And there's going to be enemies. This looks interesting. Thank you. There's going to be enemies too, so I'm just going to spawn a helicopter here. I haven't set up a lot of like how they organically come in, but I'm just sort of trying to get all the mechanics together and be able to like have them all happen at once. Let's eat the humans. That's what it's all about. Oh, I just got hit in the face. And then, yeah, I'm just gonna let it kill me, because now I actually have something happen when I die, which is that there's a game over screen. It doesn't do, why does it still say loading? I thought we deleted the loading. That's actually shocking that the loading is still there. Oh, maybe because I need to restart it. That's probably why. So yeah, we got a lot of good things going here. And yeah, so today, I think I want to do the interact zone first and foremost. Now, I've got my internet kilobits up there, so hopefully that balances out sooner than later. I'm going to type in interact zone as my current task. That's what I would like to focus on right now. We'll see how far I get. I think we can do pretty good. It's going to take a little time, but we'll get there. You know, a lot of people say that it looks like a mobile game. This is completely unoptimized for a mobile game. It would definitely take some work to port it to be mobile friendly, unfortunately, mostly because of the volumetric fog that I use around. So that, and there's a lot of transparency stuff. So like really it wouldn't work on mobile, but the game idea, the like concept itself, could totally be adapted into like a simple mobile game. I think that that's possible. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Edward wants to make a multiplayer game. Wow. I mean, it's understandable. A multiplayer game would be cool. It takes some extra learnings, but you know, there's ways to do it. You want to make a single player game? You know, single player games deserve love too. They really do. Coda's piplup counter is at 2600. Daily piplup update. Piplup update. Yeah, I know you're trying to get that shiny, Coda. You will. You will. At least 3700. You need at least 3700. Then you'll get there. All right. So interact zone. How does the interact zone work, and how am I gonna make it work better? Right now, you use Scratch. You're gonna have to use something other than Scratch. I don't know about that, man. I mean, like, I literally don't know. I literally don't know. It can. It can. Never leave Scratch. Stay in Scratch forever. Who cares? Oh man. All right. So right now, let me close some of these. I have a bunch of tabs open at the top, and I don't like it. It's annoying. Let me move this out of the way so you can see all my tabs. We're just tabbed up. Sometimes I forget to close all of these, but today we close them. Okay, cleaning up my space. I also feel like Godot runs a little more slowly sometimes. Maybe I'm imagining it when a bunch of these are open. Local multiplayer. Okay. Well, that's a different kind of multiplayer. Scratch can run 3D and multiplayer, and don't underestimate Scratch. I will. I will underestimate Scratch every time. I mean, look, it's cool. No, you can do awesome stuff with Scratch, but like, I don't know. It depends. No, Scratch is cool. People should learn it. You should use it. You should stick with it if you like using it. It just depends what your goals are. Like, do you just like making games for fun? Then freaking use Scratch, you know? Like, come on. But, you know, obviously if you have ambitions for a professional type of thing, maybe not Scratch. That's it. That's all. That's all. That's the only, I underestimate Scratch in a professional sense, but for fun, which is also awesome. I love making games for fun. Yeah, Scratch is great. All right. And for learning. Okay. So, the interact zone currently is set up with these buttons. So these buttons, why do they say 22? Why does that say 11? Why does that say 00? Why does the internet not balance out to 9000? I feel like I should reset my modem. That would probably help a little bit. But that, you know, obviously would mean an interruption in the stream service. So here's what I'm going to do. Before I dive in, I'm going to set a little timer. I'm going to set a little timer. We're going to say if in 5 minutes the internet hasn't balanced out and hanging out at 9000 as it should, then I will take a little risk and we'll do a modem restart. All right, look, it's already looking better. So the interact zone, you can see there's like this black ground in here, and that's just so I can test out the interact zone and see what it looks like. It doesn't look great in here. It actually looks completely different than it should. Let's see if I can find where that lives. UI interaction. Okay, there's that. So we don't actually see it in here like at all, which is interesting. I guess I can't. I used to be able to see it, but it's not there. I think this is the mesh for it. I guess the shader by default is invisible. Let's see. Someone made Geometry Dash in Scratch. That's neat. That is neat. That is neat. No, Scratch is cool. Scratch is cool. Was it called Scratch because we scratch our heads for ideas? Probably, yeah. That's pretty funny. Actually, maybe. I'm not entirely sure. Okay, where is the shader? This is the interact shader. So we have a shader that we got from Godot Shaders. Oh, it's a next pass from GodotShaders.com. There it is. There we go. Okay. So it looks like oblong in here, but because of the camera position and some of the settings on the camera, it looks circular otherwise. But that's what it looks like, and then we change different values on that. Specifically, So right now I'm just kind of familiarizing myself with the interact zone because I haven't worked on it since last week. So I just wanna dig in and get myself more familiar with how this is all set up, so that way I can do my best in working with it. Oh, it just is going to close it every time. All right. So we can adjust the size. We can adjust the width of the actual border there. We can change the inner color and the outer color. Okay, gotcha. Understood. Is the Just Donation to Hyper Game Dev only available on some bundles? No, it's available on every single one. So you have to make sure that at the top of the browser, there is this. Question mark partner equals hyper game dev. So use the links in the description box, right? And for going to the software tab, for going to the games tab, for going to the books tab, and every single one, yeah, you have to use the links in the description box. Otherwise, hyper game dev isn't going to show up there. And then as long as you start from, here's the books page, here's the software page, here's the games page, and then you click on one of these games or these game bundles, so these rhythm games, if you click on that, any one of them are now going to have the custom amount. Thank you for looking into it and for asking for that clarification. I really appreciate it. I think it's because it's made from scratch. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a whole heck of a lot of sense. Gotcha. All right, so that's how the interact zone exists, but how do we control it? So there is a script on here, which is important and worth keeping in mind. The script has a reference to the character, a reference to the mesh itself that we were just playing around with, to the collision that it has, that is to say, that which detects are things within that zone. Oh, so that's another important thing about this. So there is, it's kind of hard, let's see here, where is it? It's kind of hard to see. Oh, wow. So interesting, it's way over there. And the thing is we're actually setting its position when the game starts, if I remember correctly. So even though it's floating way out there, its position should be adjusting once the game begins. All right, then we have the area, which is what the collision applies to. I guess it'd make more sense if I ordered it that way. And then there's the animation, which is going to have it appear and disappear. It's not what makes it grow and shrink, but it's what makes it like fade in or fade out. Okay, and then we're also setting up the left arm and the right arm information, so that way we can tell, I still got to figure that out, what the lopsidery will be like. Now, this also is where those numbers come from, where I have 22 and 11 and 00 on there. So the 22 is left arm 2 health, right arm 2 health, because okay, 5 minutes, it's still being goofy. All right, give me just a minute to finish this thought, and then I'm gonna do a modem reset. It'll be quickish. Yeah, it's arm stuff. So the arms have 2 hit points. 2 hit points full, meaning that it's healthy. 1 hit point left, meaning that it's damaged, and 0 hit points, meaning that it's dead. And so if it has 2 of the same values, then it's going to be an even circle. So I've been setting it up first with the even circles, so that way it'll just be a little, easier than figuring out the lopsidery. But I do need to figure out the lopsidery. That is very much important. So we also are setting up the resize factor, or like the scaler, basically, for when we adjust it depending on the different sizes. And then you can see I'm going to scroll down a little bit. There's a match statement here, and we're pumping in the debug numbers. So normally I'd put the health, the actual hit point numbers in here. So that way it is actually tracking what the left arm's hit points are, what the right arm hit points are. But just so I can set it up, I set it to take it from the debug values, just so it's a little simpler. But what I would change it to instead would be like arm left current health, right? And then we do arm right current health. And the only ones that are actually set up here are the 00, right? So if both limbs are dead, it's set up, you see we're just passing on these other ones. If both limbs have 1 HP, these are the settings. So the interact collision resizes from what it is by a factor of 2.5. The height of the collision changes by a factor of 2.5. The collision moves forward by a factor of 3.8. blah, blah, blah. The mesh size changes by that factor, and the interact mesh position itself changes by a factor of 6.6. And then we also are updating the material's width as well. So that way that sort of circle around the edge changes as well. 2.2, that is to say both limbs are perfectly healthy. You can see the factors are a little bigger, and actually we make the width a little smaller because it kind of stretches it out a lot. So that's why I have that way. And then down here, we're actually applying the new we're applying the scalar, the resize values, to the actual mesh size, to the actual collision shape size, the position, and stuff. So yeah, so that's kind of like how that works, and I want to implement it more dynamically. Now, the reason why I'm not going to have it be dynamically implemented right now is just because it's kind of annoying to like go and try to take damage. And I could set up a system that damages the limbs with a button press, but that's a lot of work actually. So I think it's just easier if I just set up buttons that literally set it to these specific values. And then we got to figure out how to basically get the lopsidery. So I'm going to update my task to interact zone lopsidery. That's what I'm saying. All right. Zine says, I am new to coding, and I gotta say that it's a bit overwhelming. My passion for game dev is what helps me continue learning. How long have you been coding? How do you get good at it? Yeah, so yeah, that's awesome. I love that. Yeah, I mean, game dev requires a lot of different skills, right? It requires art. It requires game design or planning. It requires coding, of course. It requires music, sound. There's so many different things. Yes. Dungeon's got some responses for you. There's so many different things. And coding is, its own challenge for sure. But it's important, in my opinion, to pick a language, pick an engine, commit to it, and start simple. Make a simple game. All right, we got glitches galore. Let me get back to that, and then yes, Dungeon, yes. All right, chat amongst yourselves. I'm gonna do a quick thing. All right, we're gonna reset the modem. It won't take long. But, the stream will get weird. Things are gonna get a little weird for a second. But don't you worry. We're gonna sort it out. It happens. It's live streaming stuff, and it's gonna be okay. All right, so here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna switch my internets to a different internet while I reset the modem. The other internet is not that good either, but it'll be what we chill with while I get this one reset. All right, so what's gonna happen is the stream is gonna freeze, but I will come back in like a minute or something, all right? So just hang loose. Now you might have to, I'll let you know in the chat when that has occurred, and you might have to refresh it if I haven't come back, but the chat says I have, all right? And if you're watching it after the live stream, just skip ahead or chill, it'll be fine. You won't even notice much. All right, here we go. I am switching the internet, and I will be right back. All right, we back. The stream isn't back for you. Just hit refresh. All right, so see, that wasn't so bad. Now I gotta restart my other modem. Okay, we should be reconnected. Stream is back again for now. I realized I put them in, I hooked them up wrong. So we're good, we're here. We got stream, folks, we got stream. Worry ye not. I actually was plugging up the wrong one. I hooked up the stream to the one that was resetting. So like, that doesn't make sense, right? All right, so this one actually looks pretty solid right now, which is good. Maybe in the meantime, I'll play a game. Yeah, might as well be a gamer. Thank you for sticking with me through it, guys. I know it's not that fun or interesting, but Sometimes it be like that. I don't worry. This is why we have two internets. Because these problems do be coming up. Let me play a little game. This is a game that I like. This game was shown to me by someone in this community, actually. Their name is Dungeon Martian. Thank you, Dungeon Martian, for telling me about this game. It is called Nuclear Throne, and it is a roguelike indeed. Very much a roguelike. And I'm not great at it, if truth be told. But I do enjoy it a lot, and I've been taking a lot of inspiration from it. It doesn't have an interact zone, but you know what it does have? It does have a cursor that I'm really interested in. So if I move the cursor, it actually snaps slowly back to a central position. Because I can only push it out so far. And then if I let go, it drifts back to not quite the center, but it's almost like you're changing where it circles around the character. And then so there's two elements to it. There's circling around, and then there's stretching out. And the stretching out will shrink back in at a certain speed, and you can actually adjust that speed, I believe, using the auto aimer knot, right? It seems to me like it goes a little faster. Maybe it's a little less sticky, something like that. But it's just got a nice cursor system that I kind of am envying a little bit, if I'm being honest. All right, let's do some game playing. All right, I think the modem is reset, so we'll do one more swap in just a second here. But before that, I'm gonna do my best to not lose, to not be deaded. I prefer that myself. I like this character. This character has a nice little ability where it can shoot a snare. Something that this game does that I really like is it lets you know that you're in peril. So if your ammo is low, or if your health is low, it'll give you a nice warning about that. Oh, all right. I like the power-ups too. I'm gonna steal some power-ups from this game, 100%. No damage from explosions and fire under 4 HP. Energy weapons deal more damage. Some kills regenerate ammo. Slower enemy bullets. I love the idea of slower enemy bullets. Okay. And sometimes when I think of power-ups, I'm like, well, they have to make sense, right? Oh, see how it says low HP? It stopped because it only does it for a little bit. But it's okay, if I'm getting the power-up, why would that result in enemies having something change about them? But I think the name of the power-up is scary face or something. So it's it's because your face is so scary, the bullets go slower. All right, so there we died. All right. Now, I'm gonna switch the internets back once again. Stick with me, y'all. We're gonna get through it. The other modem has been restarted. Hopefully, it will be okay when I swap them once again. Again, you might need to restart the stream if you're watching it after. Just skip ahead. We'll be through it soon enough. All right, here we go. I'm swapping them. Be ready. The stream will freeze, but it'll come back. Now, what I'm less sure of is if it will be behaving better. Stream is back. Refresh it if you can't see it. All right, y'all. I think we have sorted it the frick out. Thank you for your patience. It means a lot to me. I'm gonna go back to working on this game. We're gonna pull this message down. I'm gonna keep an eye on that to make sure that's around 9,000 plus or minus 1,000. And by the way, Frank makes a good point with the alien with the thumbs up. Honestly, if you want to help the internet be a little better, maybe a thumbs up. Maybe a thumbs up. We'll just hit that like button if you haven't yet. It's like, you know, maybe the stream, YouTube's gonna nerf it a little because of some weird connection issues. So hit that thumbs up button. Make sure that we keep the stream going. So thanks if you're willing to do that. I appreciate it. All right, let's try to get back into it. My chat, you know, if you guys are chatting, it's possible that I'm not seeing any of those chats for no good reason, just like reality's sake. I feel like the chat is not working, which is just a wonderful thing. Thanks, YouTube. No, you're doing your best. We're all doing our best here. Oh yeah, you guys have been chatting. Wow. There we go. We made it back. I literally haven't seen any of your messages since I reset the internet. But now I see them. So hello, everybody. Thanks for sticking through it with me. I appreciate it. Hit that thumbs up button. Hit that thumbs up button. All right, so Ocean gifting a sub! Well, looks like we're coming back from the internet problems to a song. Let's go! What? Thank you, Ocean! What in the world? What in the freaking world? Alright. Let's do a song. Let's celebrate with the song. What music do I have around? Is this something I can sing to? Let me see. It may not be. Let me turn up the volume so I can actually hear it. Yeah, I could sing to this. Alright, here we go. This is for you, Ocean. Oh, yeah. I appreciate the motion of your ocean. You got the notion to support this channel. Oh, Ocean. Thank you for that motion and the notion to support Hyper Game Dev. Oh, Ocean. Ocean gets some good notions, make some games and stuff. Don't you know it's alright to be just like Ocean and have a nice motion? Ocean has some good notions, probably make some good games. I'm not sure, well I am, cause I've played them and they're great. Oh, Ocean. Oh wow, really sorry about that song. But there you go. Thank you for the gift membership, Ocean. Thank you. And Stoner Jesus, congratulations. You've got it. It's not the size of the waves, but the motion of the Ocean. I agree. Alright. This is your jam. Perfect. Yeah, this is a good jam, for real. Earlier, before the internet decided to have a meltdown, Zane was talking about being new to coding and being overwhelmed. Yeah, just start with small projects, you know, start with things you're motivated to work on, but like, you know, whatever your dream game is, like, don't do that. Like, just don't do your dream game is pretty much the advice that I would give you. Plan to do it later, you know, but at least get some familiarity with coding, making small games and little projects and stuff like that. That's just what I would do. So, oh yeah, and you asked when I started coding. So I started coding. It's actually, there is a video of a live stream from this channel where I coded for the first time. I mean, look, I've been doing visual scripting for a while, but I was too afraid to do text coding until, like, I don't know, a year ago. And it was GDScript. It was Godot. That was the first place that I did that stuff. And I really love it. I've just been practicing. Like, that's how I got good at it, was practicing. And I've been doing it in public, which means I've had quick access to a community of people who have given me tips and advice, and that has helped a lot. So to me, learning, it's important to find a community, whether it's the Hyper Game Dev Discord, link in the description box, or the Godot Discords, forums, Reddit, you know, some place where you can tap into a community is going to help a lot, because, you know, searching up is good and super important, but it's nice when you can have some help that directly tailors to the problem that you have. And that's been really great. But yeah, just devoting myself to many hours a week. And so another simple tip I would give you is carve out specific time, whether it's every week, every day, every couple days, every Wednesday, I don't know, you know? Just say there is an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever you can to devote to only working on a particular game or a particular project, or just learning code and stuff in general. But just devote yourself to, this is this special time that I only do this. I don't watch something, I don't, you know, multitask. I am just working on this one thing during this time, and repeat that over and over, and gradually you'll get better and more familiar. And there'll always be challenges. It's never gonna be like, wow, I'm a master at this, I'm great. Like, you're always gonna be learning. So you kind of have to learn to love learning and learn to love problem solving and running into issues. So anyway, that's just my little spiel, but I won't belabor it any longer. Let's see. Dungeon has worked on small teams, just me and a couple friends. I found that I personally work best when I do all the coding and I have others handle art and vice versa. Yeah, and that's kind of like a solo dev thing, right? Is solo dev doesn't have to mean you do everything by yourself. It can mean that you do most things by yourself, but you get help where you have weaknesses. So maybe coding is a weakness, so it might be good to collaborate with someone who can put code together, or find code online. I mean, you should do that anyway, and piece it together, you know? Do you consider making a small game dev team? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, and so it's very different, right? Being a solo dev and having people, like, working with you is one way. You could also, like do a more collaborative approach where everybody has their own voice. I think that can be difficult to manage. I feel like it's better to do solo dev and have people help you, or if you're starting out. Or be a part of an existing team, because you just have to be a good leader, right? You have to be able to lead otherwise, and make sure everybody's voice is heard, and like balancing everyone's ideas, and still making sure that people aren't, you know, breaking other, you know, aspects of the game. It can be messy. I think that's a little bit of a harder skill, is to lead a team of, you know, really devoted people. But if you are a solo dev and you have collaborators, I think that is super a good thing to do. Yeah. After you make 5 to 6 small games, you'll have made your dream game. My advice for now is decide what your dream game is and take it apart. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm doing. Figure out the main components and make games that use those systems as our main systems. Yeah. I mean, that's literally what I'm doing. So my dream game is a survival game. I was in like this survival situation like 11, 12 years ago, something like that. And it sucked, and I'm fine and stuff like that. But it really made an impact on me, and I wanted to make this hyper-realistic survival game based on, not just based on that experience, but inspired by that experience. And it was draining me. It was killing me to try to make that game. It was way too hard. It was beyond any skill that I could possibly say that I have. And so this game was a break-off of that, because part of how I ended up in my survival situation was I had a terrible, devastating injury on my arm, which is fine now. It's a lot, well, it has some problems, but it's much better now. This game explores limb damage. I wanted there to be realistic limb damage in the survival game, like to the point where if you fall, you know, like literally you can stand on a cliff, but if you like trip or something, then there will be specific injuries to specific limbs, and that will cause your other gameplay, moving around, crafting, will all be worse. And so this game was born out of simply just limb damage. Like, what would be a game that limb damage is important? And so here, you know, you gain limbs, and then you have to avoid obstacles, and literally what I'm working on today, this interact zone lopsidery, is part of the manifestation of that. So how do I make this interact zone, you know, the impact of taking damage on a limb, how do I change that based on it? And yeah, exactly, I think that's great advice, because that dungeon is giving, because it's it can be really hard to come up with a bunch of complicated things all together, but if you break them off, you can really focus in on them. And there's problems that I'm going to solve here that I'll take with me. So speaking of that, let me just keep on keeping on and start trying to solve some of those problems. Let's do it. Let's get it done. Oh, my chat doesn't want to come through? Okay, we'll just keep using this. I might just have to refresh a couple things. I like my nice chat, though. Zine can make their dream game right now. That's for the best. Honestly, good. Like, literally, if you If you have some reason to not make your dream game, that is a blessing. Because, you know, it can become like a terrible drain, you know? Like if your dream game is just taking so long and you're working on it, it can be incredibly demotivating, you know? And that's not fair. You don't deserve that. You really don't. All right, let me see. I don't know if I'm gonna get my nice chat to work. Sometimes when there's internet problems, it leads to other problems, but that's okay. So I'm gonna work on this interact zone. Let's get this lopsidery actually happening here. That would be nice. I can't make my dream game right now. I'm not knowledgeable about so many game dev things for me to make it, nor do I have the time for it. So no multiplayer ARPG. No, don't do multiplayer right now. You're not ready for it. It's not worth it. Yeah, good. Zine, I think you have the right attitude, you know, because you know, make something simple. Make an asteroids game. Make a breakout game, you know, like a game with a ball that bounces and breaks things. You know, simple games. Look at old retro games. So here's another thing I like to tell folks about. What's it called? The 25 game challenge, I believe, is what it's called. 25 game challenge, right? Isn't that what they call it? No, 20 game challenge. What is it? What's it called? Let's see, maybe it's 20. I don't know why I thought it was 25. All right, so here it is. I'm gonna post this link here, and this is really awesome. Actually, there's even a better link in here that I'll also post. This curated list of games right here. So what the idea of this is that you try to make these simple games. All right, so game number 1, Pong, Flappy Bird, right? And it's got some like advice and some ideas about how you can make those games, which is nice. Let me get this. Dark Reader is making it ugly. Okay, Breakout, yeah, right, Breakout. Breakout is such a great example. I think this is a really good first game to start with. So maybe you're familiar with it. Breakout game. It's like you're a paddle at the bottom and there's like blocks at the top and you bounce a ball, right? Start with these simple things. Yeah. Yes. It's really a useful list. And I plan, something that I want to do is I want to make tutorials. Like I'm going to sit down and I'm going to do it myself. I'm going to make these games in its entirety in Godot, and then I'm gonna post that as a video. That's something that I want to do because I feel like it's probably the best way to learn, right? I mean, we'll see. I'll let you know with the video someday how that ends up going. But yeah, check it out. I hope it's helpful. You thinking about doing the 20 games thing too? Yeah, I mean, you know, and you can follow the way that this person prescribes it, or you can pick and choose. Either works. You can make an arena fighter with cool combat. Yeah, you can make it right. And you should be motivated too, right? Some people will be like, oh, I don't want to make Breakout. I don't want to make Pong. Like, okay, like, all right, you know, definitely find a way to be motivated still. You know, if you're not gonna be motivated to make Pong, make something a little more fun. Maybe like Dungeon is talking about, an arena fighter or something. Zine is making smaller scale games. You've been following the indie game scene, especially on YouTube, for about 5 years now, and I learned a lot of stuff, especially what not to do as a newbie. Nice, yeah, that's good advice. All that is probably really good advice. Sometimes it's tough, because a lot of the stuff on YouTube sometimes is like aiming towards like professionals, whereas maybe you're more of a hobbyist, or maybe you're somewhere in between, right? And so it can be hard to know like what advice to take, I find, and what advice to like set aside. But it sounds like you're parsing it out really well. You got the Godot Humble Bundle? Thank you, Coda! Let's go! Yay! Oh, that supports this channel so much! Oh, it supports the channel so much, and it gets you stuff. Thank you, Coda. Thank you. Dungeon says you could probably make a cool game that explores crafting and exploration. Yeah. Right, just like one little thing, yeah. Ocean has a dream. Ocean doesn't have a dream game, so everything you start working on becomes your current dream game until it's finished. I like that. I like that a lot. Let's go. thinking about doing the 20 games thing. It's a great idea. Just don't want it to take away time from any project. Yeah, that's a tough thing to balance. I mean, you know, if it's a really small thing, like maybe you could slip it in there. Yeah. Crafting and arena games are way out. Yeah, it does sound kind of hard. But I mean, I think Dungeon Martian is talking about like focusing in on like a very simple version of that, like not getting overly complicated. But that can be hard for a beginner. That's what makes using the list, the 20 games challenge list, so valuable. Is you don't have to come up with any of the ideas. You don't have to try to figure out, you know, well, what is a simple game, right? You don't have to, you know, accidentally overscope. The scope is right there. It's so clear. It's literally right there. So that's the other thing. If you don't want to worry about all of that, all of those particulars, basically. $20 whole not in my pocket. It's sitting there building up so I can start a business and do this channel proper. That's what that money goes to, is to the channel. But yeah, thank you. You're trying to make a turn-based dungeon crawler. Nice. Yeah. Like a rogue, like a original roguelike. That's really cool. I love that. Hey, what's up, DJ? Actually, Pokemon username profile pic is inspired by Pokemon Mystery Dungeon 2. Yeah, we family here. All right, we got DJ in the house. That means one more song. All right, what do we got? Yeah, I can sing to this. Oh, it's almost over. Oh, I can't. I don't know if I can sing to this, actually. Let me pick a different song. This is probably gonna be a very different vibe. Whoa, this is scary. I don't like that. Can we get something more delightful? All right, yeah. Well, we're going with the reggae vibes today. Oh, DJ Alexander is the greatest. Oh, DJ Alexander is the greatest. I appreciate you so much. Oh, DJ picking songs somewhere, probably 'cause they're a DJ. And they're the greatest. Alexander the greatest is who is DJ, making music for us 'cause they're a DJ. That's what DJs do in a way. Oh, DJ Alexander the greatest, I appreciate you, I really do. Thank you for DJing the chat, DJ Alexander the Great. Oh yeah, it's pretty good, no one is better, you're top rate. Here we go, DJ Alexander. All right, there you go, DJ, there's your song. Sorry about that, but also you're welcome, and thank you for supporting the channel. Sounds more island than reggae. Yeah, I mean, those can be very similar. All right. So. Let me see if I can do some work on the game, all right? I'll check up on chat. I'm gonna check up on chat in a little bit. Let me put a 10-minute timer up here. And let me just immerse myself in this interact zone lopsidery. So if you're just recently joining us, basically what I'm trying to do is if you have certain limbs damaged but not others, I want this shape to be in a different way. But I'm also trying to kind of remind myself how a lot of this works. So I don't really know how I want to do this. Let me try putting the timeout corner just a little bit, in a good way. Let me move this up a little bit. All right, and the internet looks good at this point. I'm gonna pull the internet down. Sometimes you just need a little old modem restart, and that's it, or a router restart. So, if I want, let me actually go back the music a little bit, because I skipped a bunch of songs because I couldn't sing to them. That's no fun. Those songs deserve some love. I don't know, I can't sing to the Indian scales. I just don't know them. But I love listening to them. So 0-1, let's start simple. Let's do this one. So, I mean, I'll just copy this. That way it kind of works. And I'll put all these values here, and we'll get into more what these values mean, because I'm going to have to modify them a lot. A lot. And then could probably keep it simple. Let's just work on this one. So how am I gonna do this? Because, all right, here's what I'm gonna do. Oh, you know what? I did set up, didn't I set up a debug key? I forgot. I set up a debug key that applies, so I can make a change basically and press a key, and it will apply whatever changes I make in the code. What did I set that key up to be? So I'm gonna open up my debug script. Which one is it? That emits the drone. Starts the arm health update. 9. Okay, so it's the 9 key. Got it, got it, got it. Didn't I thought I had like a message for chat, by the way. When I'm like taking a chat break. Oh no, it's chat time. That's the opposite of where I put that. It's so hard to keep track of everything. Yeah, I don't know where I put that little message. That's okay. It's like to keep people posted if they come through and they're like, what's going on? What's the timer for? Oh, there it is. I found it. I found it. Let me move over here. And move the timer over there. Chat checkup. Yeah. Let's go. All right. So I'm gonna make sure this is the one that we have, and I actually need buttons, more buttons, because I want to test this particular one with the different configuration. So I'm gonna actually make a new HBox. I'm gonna duplicate it, and I'm gonna call this button 2.1, or I wanted to test 0.1, so yeah, let's do 2.1. I don't know. I don't even know how to like bundle these really. I just wanted to test 0.1. I guess I could do 0. We could do a bunch of 0 stuff. 0.2. That makes sense to do those together. I don't really have a third one to add in there. So maybe I just won't add a third one. Yeah, just don't add a third one. Who needs it? Okay, this one is 0.2. This one is 0.1. Again, this is for the left arm and the right arm. Left arm is 0, right arm is 1, left arm is 0, right arm is 1. And then I just gotta program this to function as I desire. So we're gonna go back to the debug menu script, or we haven't been there yet, but we're here now. Let me get the game out of the way. And then I have to set up these buttons. We said one is 0.1 and one is 0.2. Name these correctly in the signal connections. Make sure the function that they're calling does exist. So I'm gonna duplicate a couple of these functions, no problem. This one is interact 0.1 and this one is interact 0.2. And then we obviously have to set the values to be that way. There's other ways I could do this, but I'm just doing it this way. So this starts as 0 and it goes to 1. This one starts at 0 and it goes to 2. All right. So hopefully we should see that update in here. Let's open up the debug menu. There we kind of go. Oh, I might have to restart it. Sometimes some things don't come through unless I restart it. Especially when you add new nodes and stuff, that doesn't tend to restart very well, or update at runtime very well. Uh-oh, what did I do wrong? Just tell me. Oh, I didn't make them accessible as unique names, which is what that % means right there. So if I select them in the node tree, right click and access them as unique names, I say access them as unique names, then we'll be golden. Good, good, good. I'm gonna, in the meantime, head back to the interact script. And there we have the 0, 1, which I'm gonna modify. Let's pull this up. Stop the movement. Now, if I switch to any of these, right, you'll see that it changes size. Now, right now, 01 is supposed to be the same size as 00. You can see it is not actually doing anything. So what's up with that? What's going on there? I have set up the 01, so this match statement is looking for 2 values in an array. From debug left and debug right. Oh, I flipped them around. We have left here and right there. Well, that's very confusing. Well, then let's just switch. So I was saying swap and switch, and it came out swatch. Let's swap these. All right, there it goes. So this is the same as 0, 0 right now when I click on that. Now, if I want to make a slight change here, we've got 1.0, 1.0, 1.0. So ideally, I just multiply it by a certain factor, and then it gets bigger or smaller. Let me, just for, I really wish I had an arm here, so just kind of imagine there's a right arm on there, okay? There isn't, but let's just imagine there is a right arm on there. A small right arm. So I want it to be longer on the right side and shorter on the left side. But I don't, well, let me rephrase that. I actually want it to be, I guess I would rather copy this one, actually. 1, 1, right? Because I want it to be the same length out here. Okay, let me try this. Right, oh, this is kind of interesting. So maybe I kind of want 2 layered on top of each other. How am I gonna do that? How am I gonna do that? That would be so helpful, is if I could see 2 simultaneously and adjust it to fit on both points. Do you know what I'm saying? Because like the right arm should extend to here if it's healthy. The hurt arm should extend on the left, should extend to here. So if I have both of them visually on there, I guess I could get less complicated and a little goofier with it. Maybe I'll just get goofy. I think I'm feeling goofy. So I think I'm going to, this is not going to go great. Actually, it might. Okay, here's my idea. I'm gonna screenshot the game right here. Can we move the cursor out of the way, please? Always get goofy. Always get goofy. All right, let me just finish this thought, and then we'll do chat checkup. We'll see what you guys are up to. All right, grab this. All right, just finishing this thought. And then I'm gonna add a new image in here. I know, this is super goof. It's Goof Troop. I know that. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually put it on the screen. Because I think it's gonna be a lot easier than programming this just for the sake of putting this together. All right? So I wanna make sure, only Dungeon Martian can post links. Dungeon Martian is special. Dungeon Martian is a mod. I want this to be a little semi-transparent to make it a bit easier. To see that it's in the right spot. So we'll just kind of line it up right about there. And I'm gonna put this in a group. Mom said I'm special too. And then what I'll be adding in here, let's do text. I think that'll be easiest. And I'll just put like a bar or something, right? That's the left side. So we want to reach it out to there. And then if I add another one of these, make this be the larger size. Let's try to get it on the same level. Pull this out here. There. So I need it to be kind of this shape. Actually, now that we can see them both, that's actually great. Look at that. We can even see them both on here. Yeah, this is how I'll try to do this. It's gonna be tough. All right, let's see what we got going on with chat. What's going on with chat? What you guys talking about here? Dun 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 dun. Don't I have like a scroll for this? It's kind of ridiculous. The scrolls are fun, so yes, please. Yeah, you are making a game based on Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. If you fail these test projects, you won't be as disheartened as if you jumped into your dream game and fell flat. Yeah, very true. Very true. Oh yeah, Mrs. Izzy. Yeah, I've seen them. Extra Credits has a good video on what games are easier to make. Oh, I'd be interested in that video if I haven't already seen it. I feel like so imbued in game dev YouTube sometimes. Like, that's like my feed is just game dev YouTube and like science for dummies. The Godot bundle unlocks a ton of Zenva courses. Yeah, it's all Zenva courses, this current one. Yeah, I hope it goes well. You're a little hesitant when it comes to online course websites. Oh, I can understand that. Yeah, that is what they all are. They're all Zenva courses. But, you know, I mean, it seems like it's good learning. It's like, you know, imagine like a YouTube tutorial that's out there to get views and trying to just teach you stuff so you get views. Except these aren't there to bait you and, you know, they're giving you the information and they're trying to be structured in a way to help you learn the best you can. It often depends on who authors them. Sometimes different groups like Zenva or Game Dev TV or Pact, they'll have different authors who, you know, write the tutorials and perform the tutorials. And some of them do better than others. But, oh, yeah. It's not like that. It's not like YouTubers offering courses. Yeah, that is, dude, those scams are real. I mean, and they're not like scams. They're more like they are, because it's really, it is a scam because they overpromise. They're like, you can make $250,000 just like I did. You know, like, no, we can't. Right? Or yes, no, you're totally right. This is not that. This is absolutely not that. This is much more dry and boring and regular than that. These are not content creators who are out to make content and they're just trying to like make extra money on the side. It's like their thing is making learning material. Do you know what I mean? But I totally get, I know exactly, I'm not gonna name names, although I have the names in my head. I'm not gonna name names of the game dev YouTubers who do exactly what you're talking about. We all know who they are. But yeah, that stuff, it's really frustrating, and it's super manipulative. That's not what this is. Dun 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 dun. But yeah, mods can post links. Well, I need to set up all the mods to post links. That's something that I need to do. But at least some of the mods can post links. That is a thing we do now. Thai Indian music sounds so ethereal. Yeah. As someone self-learned in math almost exclusively by Khan Academy, there's definitely good ones. Yeah. Yeah, right. So there's ones that are about education, and there are ones that are trying to capitalize on their YouTube audience. That's the difference. Very weak for fake online certificates I can earn. You're weak for them? Like, you love to do it? That's funny. Why must academia be so structured and tempting? Extra Credit makes games in Godot, has 2 decently successful titles on Steam. Button naming system gonna have me on the ground. Oh, yeah, it is. I do my best. I do my best. Sometimes, especially for the debug tools, I put like the least amount of thought into those. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon seems cool. I played it for like 10 seconds. I only played it for a little bit because I think I had it on like one of the Nintendo Switch like online services that you can get, where you can get like Super Nintendo games and Game Boy games, you know, in like a streaming service kind of way. And I've only ever signed up for those for like a trial period, and then I don't bother, you know, keeping up with it. And so I got to play Pokemon Mystery Dungeon for like, you know, a very short time. I liked what I liked. I liked what I got to play. Pokemon Coliseum made a game for Switch. Whoa. Someone around here was trying to remake Pokemon Coliseum. Game dev journey is influenced by the games you play in your childhood. Yeah, it's hard not to. It's hard not to, right? Dungeon is excited to see Godot taking off as an engine. Yeah, it is taking off as an engine. The next 2 to 3 years, it'll be the next Flash, especially after next Flash, next Game Maker. You know, so many great games made in Game Maker, and so many of them like were concentrated in like, you know, the 2010s. And I feel like we're gonna start seeing that happen with Godot. And I think the success will be even better considering Godot is open source and it just has so much growth potential. And there's no proprietary aspect. So I think a lot of like indie studios who are on the professional side are gonna start choosing Godot. Yeah, Slay the Spire 2. The devs who do Marvel Snap are using Godot now. So, you know, it's like, it's gonna start taking an industry foothold, and why not? Like, if you're a professional indie studio and you're losing money because you gotta pay royalties to Game Maker, or you have to buy the Game Maker subscription, whatever it is that they do, Unity, Unreal Engine, you gotta pay up at some point, ever. Godot, you literally never have to pay anything. Like it's such a financially wise decision, you know? So I think it's gonna be massive what's gonna happen with Godot. There's a Sonic game made in Godot. There is technically, the Sonic game wasn't made in Godot. It was ported using Godot. But yeah, exactly. I mean, that Godot exists made that a viable option for that team to use. Just super, super, super cool. I've been wanting to go down a more low-res style, but emphasis is something I gotta work on, like making pixels move in ways that make sense. Yeah, it takes time to develop art styles, right? I just got a video on the Unity guys pleading people to return. Yeah, because they had the 1-year anniversary of the runtime fee, and then they decided they were not gonna do it anymore. After a year, it's like, it's a little too late. But you know what's gonna help? I mean, I don't know that they're gonna get people to come back, but they certainly will prevent if there's people who are like a big Unity project right now, and they're worried about the runtime fee situation, but now the runtime fee is gone, they may be more likely to stay with Unity, once they're done with their big project, as opposed to the people who've already fled. I think once they've seen the greener pastures, why would they come back? I mean, some people maybe, if you're familiar with Unity, there's probably going to be some people, right, who just started learning Godot and they're a little overwhelmed and they're like, oh, Unity, I can go back, all right? So that might happen. But I think for a lot of folks who have discovered what is great about Godot, or maybe they love Unreal Engine now, yeah, I don't know. I think it's a tough sell, because why wouldn't Unity pull some bullcrap later on down the line? The trust is broken. Dungeon has been sending people Ocean's Frightening Night game as my example of, guys, Godot is the new Flash. This would have killed on addicting games. Oh yeah, so this was from one of our 1-hour game jams. This was actually last week's game jam. Wow, that's just YouTube. Why did you do that? What? Oh, I said back to YouTube. That blue button drew me in, man. Which one was Ocean's? Oh yeah! Oh, this one's awesome. Yeah, this game is so good. Man, this one's great. So there's like these light orbs that you have to adjust to ward off ghosts that are approaching you, and you have to keep them from getting in the center. It's a super good little game. And Ocean made this in 1 friggin' hour. Yeah, this was such a good one. It really is a very strong game. No doubt about that. Yeah. And it's hard. Eventually. DJ says, I was so special. When I got better, they had me TA for a special ed class. I'm pretty sure they thought they were pulling a fast one. There's still some responsibility in that, though. Old PS2 game called Golden Compass. That sounds familiar. Adaptation of movies and books instead of having normal in-game combos. That's cool. Play a series of mini games to win the mental battle. I like that. See, maybe there's something there you could emulate, you know? Maybe there's some inspiration to find there. I'm used to YouTubers offering courses. Yeah. It's a thing, for sure. They're not scams. They do what they offer, but it's not good. Yeah, it's not worth it. Yeah. Think you should make videos for the 20 game challenge. Simple and effective will help. Yeah, it's I mean, I don't know. I haven't decided if I want to like be like, this is for the 20 game challenge, but I'm definitely going to pull games from that list. It is certain that that's going to be YouTube videos that I make. Is literally, I'm going to sit down and I'm going to make the game from 0 to complete, and the entire video is going to be that. So it's good. It's gonna take me some time to put that together, but I will. Thank you for encouraging me to do that. I really appreciate it. It's helpful. Because, you know, hopefully the idea is, like, if you want to learn how to make that game, you could watch the video and make it alongside of me. And then we both have the game at the end of it. Let's go. I kind of like putting myself in a situation that's similar to school because that's what used to keep me productive. And that's fair. Like, I have ADHD very much, and structure can be really helpful. That's what live streams are for me. They're the structure that I need to work on stuff, to concentrate is live streaming. And school, work, jobs, all of that can provide a structure to help us do more. And it makes sense that school can do that for you. It doesn't for me. For me, I'm just like, I rebel and I resist and I feel like I'm being controlled in a way that I don't like. And I just don't like it, and it doesn't work well for me. But for some people, like you, it's the right thing. So yeah, identifying where structure works for us is definitely another helpful way to get into making games, particularly if you are ADHD in some way. Yeah, the debug tool. Yeah, I don't worry about too much with the naming on debug tools. I kind of keep them as dry as they need to be. All right. Let's get back into it. So, what do I want? What do I want to get working here? Well, I'm gonna put, let's do a 20-minute thing. I know it's a long one. I know that's a long one, but I'm gonna do a 20-minute one. I know. Sometimes I'll be like, well, I should be doing this school thing, but I want to procrastinate, so I procrastinate by actually working on something that interests me. Yeah, nice! Wow. See, knowing thyself. Knowing thyself is part of that working. You know? Never drawn more in mid-class in high school when you're supposed to be doing other stuff? Nice. Whatever works. All right, so I put some things on the screen that are hopefully gonna help me figure out where to put these circles. I need the circle to be lopsided. That is to say, if you have 0 hit points on one arm, on the left arm, and 1 hit point on the right arm, I want the right side to be where this white line is here on the right, and I want the left side of the circle to be where that white bar on the left is. And I'm gonna attempt to adjust it all until that is true. We'll see how that goes. Just so I'm not confused, I'm gonna do that. Okay. So back in the code here, I've got the spot for 0, 1. Now I have only position Y, but I think we're gonna need to do position X if I'm gonna want this to be, you know, like shifted over a bit. That's just one idea I have for doing this. There might be other or better ways, but that's what I'm thinking for now. We'll see how that goes. So let me set that up. The way we did this, we have forward, let's say, let's make these, I know I named these really weird, re-forward, that's like Wacky Town. I know that that's just simple, pure Wacky Town, absolute Wacky Town. I admit it. Interact collision, horizontal. Let's say resides, because it kind of sounds like resize. Interact collision sides. And this is going to be for the X values. The forward is for the Y values. So we're going to say mesh position X. Really, I just want to do it by 1 to start with. And actually, that's what I'm going to want on the ones that are even, is for it to definitely be at 1. And again, this is all just governing the position of that circle. Position Z, position Y. We're calling this interact collision sides. And again, what this all is like a scaling factor. So that way I can adjust it. And this should be X. But we don't want to just move the collision. We also want to move the mesh. Right. Okay. Well, I'm going to have to do that too. Actually. It's a lot. It's not the most fun thing, but it's real and it must be done. Interact mesh. We're doing it resides. Okay. And then for the default, I gotta figure out what that is, of course. This is... I gotta kind of remind myself how this works. Interact collision, re-forward. So on 0, 0, it multiplies by 1. Or it equals 1. We set it, the collision re-forward, to 1. By default, the forward, the constant, where it always comes back to the starting point is 1.75. And then we multiply that by 1, and that's no big deal. Then we multiply it by more, so it moves it forward. Then after it does all that, I want to update the interact mesh size to the interact mesh size times the resize. So that's the scale factor, and it updates it as such. So similarly, I would want to update, I guess, just mesh, I don't think we need to say mesh. I think we can just say position X, right? And we want that to be mesh sides times resides. Now that's a vector 2, and we don't want it to become a float. Right, so we don't need any of that mess. This would also be a float. But I need to figure out what that float is supposed to be. That would be nice. So I'm going to come back over here. And we need to do this for both the collision and the mesh. So the collision X position is at 2.16. Okay. The mesh X position is at... Oh, wait, that was the wrong one. I was looking at the wrong thing. I was looking at Z. Whoops. 0. Oh, thank God. Okay, it's 0. That's good. Okay, good. They're both at 0. The collision shape is position 0, and the mesh is at position 0. Perfect. Beautiful. Whew. Are we moving the area, or are we moving... Just out of curiosity, what is it that we actually apply that to? When we do the collision stuff. No, we're doing the collision. Oh, right, because we do need the collision. Okay, we're doing the collision shape. Okay, that's fine. That works fine. Okay. This is still doing vector 2. Mesh sides, mesh resides. Oh, oops. Wow, I did the wrong one. This one needs to be by a factor of 1. So this is our float that equals 1. So there, it's actually 0 by default. So we want to say this is 0. And we want to do the same thing here. 0 by default. And then again, this re-ones, the resides are the factor that we're multiplying that by. So actually multiplication won't do us a lot of good. 0 is always going to be 0. So we need to be adding that on. For these. All right, not bad, not bad. No more errors, yeah, maybe, please. Is it still in vector 2? Oh, maybe I need to... I see. I think that's because I have the game running. I should stop running the game for a second. Okay. Good, good, good. I'll hide this for now since we're not using it. Now, I can play with it, and we can make adjustments and see what happens. But I do have to make sure it's actually represented, actually. So no, we're not ready to do that yet. There's interact mesh, position X, and then there's going to be the collision as well. Interact mesh position X gets set to the sides and the yes, we do have them. So I need to set up the interact collision position X, not just the interact mesh position X. So I mean, if you're setting that to 1, I think you want to set those to 0. No, because you're wait. Oh, my bad. We're supposed to be setting the factor. Why is this position Y being set here if we're updating it here with the re-forward? I don't understand that. I guess that's... Oh, I see. That's separate. Because you can see we're not actually updating the interact mesh Y. That's a whole separate thing. Got it. Whoopsie. We don't want any of this here at all. That doesn't make sense. Do not put these here. We want to update the resides values. So I want to say interact, collision, resides, and this is adding on top. So for 0, I mean, that's going to be 0. We don't actually need that to be anything at all. For this one, I am going to have to adjust it, but for now, we'll just keep it as 0. This will be 0. This one will also be 0. I don't believe we want to set that collision position. That would be what this is doing. Okay. And then for the mesh, we want to do interact mesh resides. Same thing. And then same thing in this case, that's going to be 0 most of the time. Paste that in. Well, on this one, we are going to update that since I'm trying to get it to be lopsided after all. All right. Now I can make adjustments and update it and see what they look like. And I'm going to have to adjust all of the values probably to some extent. It's going to be weird. I don't know if this is going to work the way I'm hoping. We're going to find out. All right, I'm going to pause it. Let's move it down to my little reference here. Good enough. And then we'll go to 0, 1. And now let's make some changes and see if hopefully it actually works. So if I just arbitrarily put this at 5, I'm gonna save it and then update it in here. Okay, so I went way over there, a bit far. I expected that, but I just wanted to see it do something. All right, so that's actually not even far enough, but if I keep increasing the size, you know, that's gonna make a big difference. So, and that's not even the collision shape, right? I still have to adjust the collision shape. Let's just start with the visible circle. Let's do that first. And then I also want to make sure it doesn't get any longer than that left bar. Now, the other thing that I'm not considering here, oops, I forgot. Hold on, let me come to this again. I forgot, I need one more thing, at least. You know what I forgot? I know what I forgot. I need one that represents the diagonal, right? Because I don't want this to get higher than that. It should be, the circle should almost be kind of like this. Should be the circle, basically. Wow. It's gonna be interesting. Good luck to me. Good luck to me. I wish me great luck. Alright, it doesn't have to be perfect. Okay. So. Wow. I mean, we're really gonna have to shift. I'm concerned. I feel like I need to adjust it to be squished more, which is gonna be weird. We'll see. So the interact mesh resize is gonna scale it proportionally. I kinda need to scale it unproportionally. I mean, I can tell you right now, I'm gonna need to do that. Which would mean... adjusting it like this, which is gonna be tricky. So I have to change this Y value on the vector 2 of the mesh instance. So right now, with the mesh resize, we're just multiplying a vector 2 by a flat value. Instead, I kind of need to multiply it by another vector 2. That would make the most sense. Do it. Do it now. All right, vector 2, and we're gonna say 1.0, 1.0 as the default. I think that's gonna make the most sense there. Now that's gonna be a problem because I have to adjust all of these to match. Which is a tiny bit annoying. No constructor, vector 2 matches the signature vector 2 float int int. Oh, I always do that. I put a comma instead of a period. Okay. Paste that in there. I mean, well, first of all, keep in mind the factor. Don't overwrite the factor. Okay, that was still 1. Got it. This is still 1. You're fine. Here, it needs to be 2.5. 2.5. And then I need to do this so I can get an oblong shape. Here we want 4 and 4. Okay, cool. Ideally, you know, I would have like a formula that could do this, but I have no idea how to construct a formula like that. So I just gotta plug it in one by one. Maybe a formula becomes obvious after that. All right, and then I have to make sure, I think everything's fine. No, I think you're good. It should multiply it. The size, totally fine. All right, great. Let me just make sure that looks okay when I adjust these, save it. I can't imagine that not working, but I can, so let me adjust it. Actually, I can't imagine not working. Okay. Oh, it's paused. I was like, it's not working. Okay. You know what? Let's just restart the game simulation over. Give it the old restart. It's not a simulation, it's a runtime. Whatever. Oh, the voice in my head was fed up. Okay. Okay, all looks fine. Good, good, good. All right. So, for the resize, I mean, if I'm moving it over, let me get this in the same spot. Line those hearts up. For the resize, that's 2, 2. I'm going to be on 0, 1. Let's try just making the X a little bigger. Save it and apply it. Whoop. Whoa, that was significant. That was a bit more than I wanted. I feel like I want to like bring this down or something. I don't know. Just guessing. No. Nope. Don't think so. Let's try making it bigger. See what that's like. Terrible. But getting there. Alright, just try that. Alright, alright. We're not getting there. Obviously, we have some problems in the back. I'd kind of want to make one for the back as well, if I'm being honest. I mean, you kind of want that to be another diagonal one, right? And it'd be like the opposite. Sort of something like this. It's a lot to think about. So the squish, let's squish it a little more. Will that make it squishier? What's gonna make it squishier? Okay, chat checkup time. Let me just apply this. Oh yeah, that's squishier. Yeah, we can do this. We can do this. This is so doable. Just gotta nudge it here and there. All right, what you guys on about? What I miss? Did I tell you about today's Pipl update? You told me that you've done like 2,700 or something? Something like that? And still no Pipl? Zine says, to know if I'm ahead or not, but your game sparked an idea in my brain. Love it, love it. First off, I had a thought if your game had a good aspect ratio to be made for tablets. Yeah, it should be fine on tablets. Yeah, it definitely adjusts itself. And that's something I'm gonna test more and more as I get a little further. And I still have a lot of UI decisions to make, like what is stuck around the windows. So I don't want to obsess over it too much until I have those elements in place. But it should be able to adapt nicely. Yeah. Dungeon says, I just played my game for more than an hour straight on one run. It's getting real good. Yes! 5-head, very smart Twitch lingo. Oh, it is? What does 5-head mean? I stopped streaming on Twitch about 2 years ago, so I'm woefully out of the loop. And I don't watch much on Twitch. I pretty much stick to YouTube for my watching needs. I'll go to Twitch for a couple people, but only them. That's awesome, Dungeon. Let's go. Yeah, Dungeon's making a game. Interstellar Extraction. Started out in a 1-hour game jam, and they've been expanding on it. It's super awesome. It's hard. I don't really do well at the game. But I don't think I'm the target audience. And if you love playing your game, that's a great sign. An hour straight. That's amazing. Zine says, then my brain imagined a tablet and subconsciously thought about a kid holding one, and then I got a weird idea. What if the next big thing in games is to make ones for kids the same way? It's made with YouTube content destined for kids. Do I understand what you're saying? I don't think I understand what you're saying. I think your imagination is very interesting and exciting, but I can't say I know what you're talking about. Games being made for kids, simultaneously YouTube and a game at the same time? Made with YouTube content destined for kids. I don't know, I don't get it. But I like your inspiration. Albeska, welcome. Things are going good. Things are going really well. I'm working on my game. That always makes me happy. I'm busy. It's that Wednesday, Thursday, Friday run where I'm doing 3 streams each day. But you know, I'm happy. I got snacks. I got company. I can't complain. We got Great Levine hanging out. Welcome. Albeska is a member. Albeska is one of the most, if not the most original member on this channel. So we definitely got to get Albeska a song. Can I sing to this one? I do give songs to members. There's a join button under the video and on the channel page if you want to become a member. Or give the gift of membership to somebody else. That's also an option. Members get these songs during the devlogs. a whole live stream, emotes, stuff like that. All right. Let me vibe with it for a second. Albeska is the best, yeah. Albeska is the best, yeah. I'll betcha Albeska is the best, oh yeah. Albeska right here, I appreciate you. Albeska is the best, oh yeah. I will betcha that Albeska is the best, oh yeah. I appreciate you. Albeska, who's the best, oh yeah. I will bet you $1 million that Albeska is the best. Come on and holler for Albeska, who's the best. Oh yeah. For Albeska, who's the best. Oh yeah. I betcha Albeska is the best. Albeska is the best. Oh yeah. There you go, Albeska. There's your member song. Thank you so much for your continued support of this channel. It means the world. I hope you're doing well. Hope things are going well with you. You're getting lots of good painting done if that's what you've been inspired to do, or whatever else. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So yeah, so I'm working on an interact zone right now. Zine is making food. And it is needing to be lopsided a bit more than it currently is. And the interact zone is basically determining what the player can and can't, well, interact with. So I have some different sizes. I got a bunch of nonsense on screen too. It's not really nonsense, but it is if you don't know what I'm doing. Let me just fix this stuff right up. Fix this stuff right up. I don't know where that chat thing is. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Wow, that's in a weird spot right there. Can I make that jump out at myself a little better? Okay, now I can see this label much more easily. Alright, so, in this game, you've got this circle around you. It actually would normally be about this big. I haven't implemented it in dynamically yet. I'm just sort of debugging it to design it. And so when you don't have any arms, the zone is very small. So you can see these folks right here are outside of that zone. So if I try to click, ain't nothing gonna happen because I can't grab them. But for these folks that are inside of the circle, they are most grabbable and eatable. And now that I have grown larger, that circle would grow larger because I'm debugging it. I have to actually do it manually. So let's do that. So that's how big it would be once you grow some bigger arms. And I still, well, actually I can grab that one because the collision shape is a little bit bigger than the circle is. I might fine tune that later. But let's put them out of the area. So now if I try to click it, I can't do it, no clicking, but this one I can, stuff like that. Obviously, if we get bigger, I would want that zone to get bigger indeed. So that's how big it would get in that case. And I probably will be able to grab this one because again, this basically it's currently a cube. So, you know, that means that the points of the cube reach outside of the circle. I might make it a lot smaller. So we'll see. That's gonna take some work to get right. But it's more of a general. Maybe I'll even make it a square instead of a circle. We'll see. But that's a general idea. And then when the arms are broken, so if we get, let's actually set up what I'm working on. We want the right arm to be a little bit healthy and the left arm to be broken. So this is what I'm currently working on here. Hey, what's up, Wee New World? Welcome, welcome. We're gonna set it up like that. And now if I put this back on here, although I guess I need to break the legs off. This is why I'm using the debug, because it's gonna be too much work to like actually, you know, try to break the limbs every time. Okay, good, perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Now I'm gonna bring up my little image here. Bring this down. And all right, so now when one arm is healthy and the other arm is broken or a little, it's got 1 damage on it, then I want to make that circle be a little bit more like here, basically. And these white bars on screen are just my way of marking how I want the shape to generally be. So I want the circle to be somewhat like this. Let me actually bring this down a bit. So I think that's on 2. We want it like 1. So it's kind of a combo between this small circle and then the big one over here. So more like this is kind of the shape I want to go for. Something like this. I guess I should adjust this other diagonal one down here a little bit. Maybe like that or something. So then it's like this. And so I'm just kind of adjusting some values until I get a lopsided one. This is where I was at, and I'm gonna keep adjusting it until it fits in there nicely. Now I could come up with a formula, right? But I don't know how to do that, so I'm not gonna. I'm just literally setting each stage manually because it's the best I can do. Maybe a formula will emerge, but for now, this is how it's gonna be. You know, I almost want like rotation in there. You know, like I think we need to be rotating it. I think we need another value. That's what I think. So let's get another value in there. Screw it, let's do it. So currently by default, the rotation of the mesh on the ground is sitting at 0 across the board. I believe that is not where I'd want to rotate it. Neither is that. Z-axis is where we'd want to rotate. Wow, it changes so much when I rotate it. Holy crap. Okay, cool. So it's at 0, so let's create that and a scale factor for it so we can do it the same way we do it all. Alright, so we're gonna add a interact mesh rotation. Let's just say rotate. We want that to be on the z-axis, so we'll do a float 1.0. This is the scale factor. So I guess this is re-rotate. And then here we want rotate. We want it to be 0. Yeah, we want it to be 0 by default. That would be ideal. And then I just want to set that up in the code so it exists. Easy, just do -b plus or minus the square root of b squared minus 4ac divided by 2a and a backflip. Welcome, Rolrick. Dude, I'm like, guys, I don't know math like that. I can't. This is what I would have to come up with, would be something like that. Exactly. Thank you for understanding. So like 1 by 1 is gonna be the way. You know, I might send this to my beyond math. I might send this to my like math friends, you know, and just be like, hey, do you see a pattern here that equals what math is? And then we'll see. But at the end of the day, if this works, it works, you know? Beyond math, beyond the mind. Alright, so I'm gonna add a new one in here, and we wanna say interact mesh. We wanna actually be adjusting the rotation on the z-axis, and we want that to be equivalent to the interact mesh rotate times the interact mesh rotate, or re-rotate, excuse me. All right, Then I just have to implement the re-rotate into each of these. It won't need to be rotated on any of these. So that will be multiplied by 0, so it stays 0. Right? Oh, we want it to be by 1, so that well, you need to add it. Wait. The setup? Thanks. I could have, like, programmed it in here to do that. I don't know which setup you mean. I assume you mean this, but I realized it was going to be a lot less effort if I just stick it on the screen. Wait, let me make sure I'm doing this right. So, if the sides, that is to say left or right, that's what this means. It's confusing, but that's what that means. I need to write it better, but that's okay. We are multiplying it by 1, or by a factor. So you need to be adding it, right? So we are adding it. Yeah, so this needs to be added. Got it. And that's what we do for the sides ones, is we add them. And we have to do the same thing here for this because they're starting at 0. We have to do addition. Okay, got it. All right, and then I'll need to, I don't know if I'll need to do the same thing. I probably will for the collision. Ugh, such effort. Let me add that to the collision rotation. Okay, copy this, collision, we want rotation on the Z. I think that'll be the Z. It might be different. Let me check. There's the collision, right here. Yeah, same thing, Z. Okay, Z, interact, collision, rotate. I really need to refactor this. And then this is interact, collision, re-rotate. Then I just gotta create that up here. Re-rotate. Whoa, re-rotate. And then rotate, same stuff. And then just gotta come down into these. Where's the rotate? We haven't added them into here yet? There's one. There's mesh re-rotate. We want collision re-rotate. And so the multiplication factor isn't 0. The multiplication, is it? Yeah, the multiplication factor is 1. You don't want these to be 0s. We want these to be 1. And it's not multiplication, it's addition. Right, so you don't actually want to add anything onto there. Oh, my bad. So I guess by default, we actually want these all to be 0. Whoopsie. This one isn't adding. This one, it's really confusing. This one is, I kind of want to like, I want to say adds scalar adds in this case the scalar multiplies. Basically, if it starts with 0, it adds. Scalar multiplies. Just try to remember it. It's kind of obvious, but not obvious enough. Multiplies. Scalar multiplies. Scalar adds. That's what I actually refactor them to, is being scalars. So we would want to add 0 on top of 0 and then we would only adjust it should it need to be adjusted. Okay. Whew. Confusing. And then we make sure I actually made these the rotate adds, the rotate adds. Okay, good, good, good. Down here, I've got the re-rotate for the mesh. And then I need one for the collision as well. Those are all zeros. Collision re-rotate 0. Mesh re-rotate 0. Mesh re-rotate 0. We want the resides to be 0 as well. And then for the collision, we want that to re-rotate by 0. 0. Add in the mesh to re-rotate. And then... oh, dang. StewLab. What in the world? StewLab! Let's go! Dang! StewLab gifted 5 friggin' memberships. Welcome, StewLab. Who got memberships? What in the world? How are you so generous? Wow. Alright. Holy moly. Look at that. Who got them? Chaos the Goose, Psychedelic Kitten, Bree, Gary Big Toes, and Joe Schmo. Let's go! YouTube picks the most engaged people on this channel. The people who lurk, watch, chat, thumb up, all that makes you more likely to get them. So you guys earned it in your own way. Thank you, StewLab, for the gifts. I gotta sing a song. I know that. I don't even have a problem with that. That's exactly what I feel like doing. This song is a little short. I might want a little more time. It's a banger. It's an absolute banger, but like, you know, I need some time here. Here we go. Oh! Let me reset my mic. StewLab is so fab, don't you know? Oh, StewLab, you fab. You gifted memberships. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Let's go, StewLab. StewLab is fab, cooking away in the laboratory and making everybody have lots of glory. StewLab, you're so fab. I gotta give you glory for cooking in your laboratory and giving lots of gift memberships. Oh, StewLab, you are fab. Give you glory for cooking up in your laboratory. Some gift memberships for everybody. That's so nice, and it makes for a nice story. StewLab in the laboratory, you fab. I appreciate you, StewLab. Thank you so much, and I hope your day is alright today. Yeah, it'd be weird to say that it shouldn't be. Look at all the gifts. Look at all the joy that you're giving to the people. That's so nice. StewLab, StewLab, StewLab. Oh yeah. This part ain't music, but it will be soon. StewLab, you fab. I appreciate the glory that you bring into these people. StewLab in the laboratory, bringing lots of glory, makes a nice story. StewLab, you fab, working in your laboratory, it's a nice story. The glory that you bring, StewLab, you fab. Oh yeah. All right, there you go. That's the best I can do. I'm sorry, but you're also welcome. Thank you for supporting this channel. You're just helping this channel grow, helping me build a business out of this. So thank you, thank you. It's like, man, your guys' support is the way that this channel keeps happening. So keep it coming. That feels weird. Keep it coming. I'm just kidding. Thank you, StewLab, and enjoy the emotes, everybody. The membership stream, which happens every Monday. It's an 8 to 10 hour stream, just like this one. It's got some differences, but we're nice. It's talkative, much more chatting and stuff. So come through if you guys want, now that you can, and I hope I see you there. Plus, I'll sing you songs. And I'm not saying that, like, you're gonna like the song, but you're gonna get it. All right, thank you, Stu. Thank you so much. Member stream's gonna be crowded. Yeah, they are. I know. And the last one was like 90% people who weren't gifted memberships, and it was so crowded, right? So like the channel be growing, and folks like Stu just help it grow even bigger. So yeah, thanks for being such a great supporter, Stu. Means a lot. Let's friggin' go. What was I even doing? Interact zone? Oh yeah, that's something. Is this still lined up? It is. Rotation. Oh yeah, rotation. Okay, let's just stick with the mesh first on 0, 1. Is that gonna work though? Because I might need to convert it to like radians or something. I don't know. Let's just put it to 1 and see if that change passes. Whoa. That was weird. Okay, all right. I'm not sure I understand what's happening here. Yeah, I called it re-rotate. It's basically a scalar. So it's like there's the rotation that it already has, and then this is the scalar rotation. But I've named it silly, unfortunately. So yeah, that's what that is. And I want to rotate that circle around a bit. Oh, first of all, that was just the collision that I changed. And secondly, I think we obliterated moving it over, and that's why I see. So we actually do want this at something like 1, so that way it scooches a bit. And then for the re-rotate, now let's put it to 1 and see how that changes it. Whoa, no. What if we do -1? That's obviously gonna be a little much, but it should be the other direction. So let's do -0.5, see if that makes it fit. And what I'm trying to do is get it to fit within these bars. So I want the furthest on the left to be like right here, the furthest on the right to be right there, the furthest out in front to be around here at this angle, and then the furthest in the back similar like that. We actually have the back pretty perfect, but the left isn't good, the top isn't good. So I'm just kind of poking around with values until it kind of looks good enough. And this rotate was very necessary. Oh yeah. Wow. I mean, it kind of does a lot of the work, actually, interestingly enough. Now I don't have a mesh. Oh, we have mesh position Y. It's interesting that I'm not doing a scalar for that. I'm not sure why I'm not doing a scalar for that, but I'm not. Or just kind of nudging it one way or the other. I think we should push it forward a bit. What if I make this 2? Will that go the direction I'm thinking? Yeah, well, nice. It's actually pretty darn close right now. Maybe we could make it a little. And you know, this makes me think we could even like obliterate the resize vector, make it normal again. It's obviously gonna change it, but the rotation introduces. Oh yeah, that's bad. Put it back, please, God, put it back. That's way too small. All right, never mind. I mean, I might be able to make them even, I think is what I mean. So just make them the same. That's why I split that up into a vector 2 so I could adjust them separately, but I don't know that I need to adjust them separately now that we have the rotation. Let's push this forward a bit. That might be too much. So we're just nudging the values here and there until it kind of works. This isn't bad. It's not perfect, but it isn't bad. We're getting there. We're getting there. Okay. Nice. Wow. That's not bad. Let's get that resize a little bigger. See where that gets us. Wow. Oh, this is almost perfect. All right, push it forward. Give me just a solid 3. Let me see where that. Oh, wouldn't that be great? Because it would just be a nice, like, even number. We got, like, a negative 0.3 here. I'm trying to, like, imagine if I could convert this into a formula of some such. You know, what would that look like? I think we can even push it forward a little bit more. I don't know that we need to do much else. I think this is pretty decent. This looks good. Wow. I mean, I kind of like to leave it here just because I like the harmony here. 1, 1, 1, 0, 0, 1.5. That's half of 3. I say we go with this. I'm just gonna say this is good enough right there. So there you go. There's our 1. So if we switch. You know, I mean, there's some visual oddities. You can kind of see it like reaches a little further back. Like that I don't like, because the idea is supposed to be, you know, here's what the position would be if both of the arms are broken off. This is what the circle would look like. And then if the right arm has 1 hit point, which it does, it would be like this. So you can see between the two, we kind of reach out. We get a little more here, but it's like at the end of the day, it doesn't have to be perfect. You should be able to times -1 the values for the opposite side. True. Let's do that. Ooh, you know, you just saying something like that is not something that like I'm sorry. I really want to apologize from the bottom of my heart that like I'm not math clever enough to even like, I mean, it's not even like a big math thing, but literally I wouldn't even have considered that. But maybe I would, but it would have been like, how do I do that? All right, so I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how helpful that ends up being. But you just like putting that in my brain, I gotta give you a credit for this. These credits, by the way, entitle you to no compensation, but they do entitle you to a credit in the game and my undying appreciation for you just being here and hanging out and being supportive. Your arm can reach a little back the other way a bit. Yeah, it just can. And then, you know, like visually, I might want to make the orb like thinner or the circle like thinner or something. I don't know. I don't think I really care. Like, it's, at some point, it's just kind of semantic-y. Like, I could take the width of it and reduce this down so it's like a thinner circle. I'll show you. Right? It's not bad, actually. So normally that was at 0.1. Let's put that up to like 0.75. Yeah, oh, Gary's here. That means you get your membership song. Let's go. I'm claiming 55% since I have 55 credits now. I have majority share. Yeah, you're claiming 55% of the credits. Not compensation, no compensation. But certainly, yeah. I'm still figuring out. I'm gonna do that on stream, setting up the whole credits. But, you know, because different people will have more points in different places, right? So, like, some folks might be more, you know, like, you've got Godot Consultant, right? So you'll definitely get top billing with Godot Consultant. But I don't know, there's going to be, like, an overall category, per se. Debug, looks like you've got a lot of debug points. It's kind of hard to tell. Some of them don't appear. You and Thought T both have 7 debug points. I don't know why they don't appear. It's just... I don't know. Freaking something somewhere between, you know, making it dark mode and there. I mean, I could set all of these. It's a little tough because I have to like exclude. It like won't let me exclude everything. I don't really understand it. Probably if I want, you know what? This changes today. It's not gonna be perfect, but I could come down here and set all of these to black. That way, we can actually see all these numbers! Yay! So I'm not sure, but yeah, you can have 55% of something. Anyway, all right, Gary Big Toes, let's get you a song. Let's get you a song. I don't know if I'm gonna sing to this. I think this is not. You know what? Let's do it. Let's sing to it. With a name as strange as yours, I think we can pull it off. Oh, Gary. Oh, Gary, Gary. Gary and the big toes, they're coming for you, better watch out. Oh, noes, Gary and the big toes, they're scary and coming for you. Gary's big toes are what you gotta run from. Gary and the scary big toes, they're gonna get you. Gary's scary big toes. Gary's scary big toes. Oh no, watch out for Gary's scary big toes. What are they doing over there, Gary? What you doing with your big toes? Please leave me alone. Don't you know I'm not interested in the big toes? Ah, Gary's scary big toes. They're coming at me. They're creeping forward. I'm not that interested, Gary. Please, Gary's big toes. Oh noes, they're coming for me today. Gary's big toes. They're scary and coming for me. Please, Gary, spare me. Please, Gary, spare me from your big toes. Oh, Gary, please spare me. Oh, Gary, please spare me from your scary big toes. There you go. Sorry. I'm sorry for just talking about how scary you are, but the music just led me down that path. There's your member song. It's your first member song. Oh my goodness. Yeah, what is that? What is your username about? After all that, we've added so much lore that may not even be consistent with the intention. Yeah, that was quite a song choice. You're welcome. Kai Guy is here. We got another song to sing. Best song about scary big toes ever. I know, that worked out well. It was like a good. What was great about that song is it had like a dramatic aspect to it, and so I was just able to like play with that. It was as much the song as whatever I came up with. All right. Can I sing to this? I think I can. Kai is coming through to say hi. Kai is coming through to say hi. Oh, Kai Guy, what a great guy who comes through and they say hi. I'm always glad that you do, Kai Guy. Kai Guy coming through to say hi. Kai Guy coming through to say hi. What a great guy for doing that. Everybody say hi to Kai Guy. Say hi to Kai Guy. Kai Guy is here and is a great guy. I appreciate Kai Guy for coming on through and saying a hi to us. Oh, Kai Guy, hope you're doing alright tonight. Kai Guy, I say hi to Kai Guy. Kai Guy is high in the sky. What other things rhyme with that? I don't know. I, pie, lie, die, sigh. Why? I don't know. It's Kai Guy. Yeah! Alright, there we go. There's your member song, Kai Guy. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Always appreciate it. And I'm so glad that you stop in when you can. Say hello. It means a lot. It means a lot. As far as the lore for Gary, Gary has 2 big toes. Okay, that's probably true. I mean, you know, that makes sense. All right. What more do you need to know? There it is. Gary has 2 big toes. Well, like... Now I want to make a comedy horror game about big toes, and that's the intro theme song. I mean, there's something very whimsical about somebody having big toes in their name. Or rhymes with boomerang. Oh yeah, you do be throwing boomerangs. Boomerang, drinking tang, talking a language. No, yeah, that's a tough one. Not undoable, but tough. Alright. I'm working on an interact zone. Specifically, I'm trying to make the interact zone that tells the player what they can interact with. I'm trying to make it a size that is nice, depending on whether you have hurt limbs or not. So if, like, both of your limbs are healthy all the way, the interact zone is like a big, even circle. If both of your limbs are a little damaged, it's this even circle that's a little smaller. And if you have no limbs on your arms, or let me rephrase that, you have no arms, then this will be the circle size. Now, I'm setting up the ones that are less even. So, for example, if one arm on the left is completely gone. It has 0 HP. And the other arm on the right is a little healthy. It's got 1 HP. Then I need it to be a little lopsided. So I'm trying to set up these lopsided ones to make sense. And yeah, it's not perfect, but I think it's potentially good enough. So we're gonna stick with it. Oh, orangutan, boomerang, orangutan. Oh, that's a good one. That is a good one. I like that. Cool. Great. I'm just gonna kind of say this is it. I don't feel like I need to do much. Okay, now Dungeon Martian was suggesting for the other side, back to work. Thanks for stopping in while you're at work, guy. It means a lot that this is like where you choose to check in the middle of your work breaks. Thank you. And yeah, as always, I hope work is not as bad as it probably could be. So if I want to copy all of this over to the opposite side per dungeon suggestion, I would want to look at 1, 0, which is right there. I need to set up a debug button for it, which I didn't, but now I see that makes a ton of sense to do that. So I'm gonna do that. I'm going to duplicate a button here, and we're gonna rename it to be button 1, 0. You'll let me back to work. You're not working. Oh, okay. I see. Usually you're at work. I see. Well, I still appreciate that you come through while you're at work. I'm glad you're chilling. Yeah, you know, I got a little timer. If chat's popping off, I'll put up this little like label down in the bottom left there, and I'll pop up a timer. And then we can just like check in with chat later. Something like that, you know? So it ain't no thing. I'll put a lid on it if we have to. There's cap here. Sometimes you need a little cap. That was the best one you've heard so far, the big toes one? Yeah, that one kind of worked out. That one worked out way better than I thought it ever could have. It was the song. The song was everything. And I think Gary's name lends itself to something silly too. All right, setting up this other button. I'm gonna call this 1, 0. You can see it has appeared down here. Now that I've made it. And then copy this. Big thanks to StuLab for making that song possible. StuLab like commissioned that song essentially. I do want to ask what the new cheat tools mean. Yeah. So I'm setting it up right now. So what it means is, it's not really cheat tools. I guess it kind of is. You do it. Gary Big Toes is a song about them. You're welcome. You're welcome. Have you always wanted a song about you? Come to a random game dev streamer's live stream and give them money and they will make you a song. It makes sense. Yeah, so basically the left number corresponds to the left arm hit points. The right number corresponds to the right arm hit points. So if I put it on 2, 2, that means imagine the left arm has 2 hit points and the right arm has 2 hit points. 1, 1, meaning the left arm has 1 hit point, the right arm has 1 hit point. 0, 0, meaning the left arm has 0 hit points and the right arm has 0 hit points. And then I'm working on the lopsided ones where the left arm here has 0 hit points, but the right arm has 1 hit point, and so on and so forth. And then now I'm doing the other side. 1, 0 here. Probably have to restart it for it to take effect, unfortunately. And then we're gonna see if I can flip it. So, oh, I see why. Well, I also have to update the numbers. So right arm is, unfortunately, I have actually flip them around, which is very upsetting. Can you fix that? Dear God. I hate that. Why would you do this? Please make these make sense. Please. Okay, so this is the left side. Oopsie. And this is the right side. And then I gotta flip it in the code. It'll be easy. Okay, just so it visually makes a little more sense. And then back on the interact script, I just have to swap this. Left on the left, right on the right. All right. Now, is it just me, or is like something off a little bit? I feel like the sides, oh, it's a 0. And 0, 0 is on 0 on the sides. Yeah, it's on 0. All right, this is fine. Looks like you've made good progress. Thanks, Gary. I've been trying to make easily reusable assets in Godot, but copy-pasting in Godot messes up node references and stuff. Still learning the basics, I guess. Yeah, copy and paste can be fraught in Godot for sure. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean when you say messes up. But I'm definitely afraid. When I think about copying and pasting, I'm like, okay, let me make sure I'm doing this just right, because anything could go wrong. But yeah, reusable assets, I mean, a big thing, you know, is just saving them and then loading them in. Saving, like, resources and stuff, and then loading them in. And then if you copy and paste them, they're going to be linked, potentially, if not always. And then you have to make them unique if you don't want them to be linked. And then depending on if you want that to be saved, you have to like save that separately. So it's, you know, yeah, it's a confusing system for sure, I would say. Yeah, some slouchy hair. All right. Yeah, it's limbs. It's limb numbers. You know, limb numbers. Okay. So, back on... Oh, we're in the right place. Good. Excellent. Let's run the game. See what we got. See where we're at. So we're going to try to invert them now. So I can have it on the other side. Which I'm a little afraid of, in a good way. Maybe it'll be fine. Because, I mean, I don't want the resize to be negative. I don't want the height to be negative. I don't want the forward to be negative. We only want the side movement, which is not changed. Well, I actually need to update this. I might need to change it at some point. Really just the position Y. And the side. So I guess these I would make the other way around. And that's for this one. Okay, let me pull this up. So there's that. And these are exactly the same when I click these two. But if I make this negative and that negative and this positive, what's gonna happen? What's that gonna be like? Nothing. What? Huh? I've set it up wrong. There's no way. There's no way it's exactly the same. Huh? The linking and unique thing was throwing me off. Yeah, I know I'm messing me in at least one of the jams so far. I didn't realize there's the issue till today. Yeah, the unique thing is rough. It's rough. I really wish that Godot would default to duplicating something rather than linking them, personally. Because it leads to that very confusion. I just have to get in the habit of making it unique, making it unique, making it unique. But that's not an easy habit. Especially when sometimes the like linking is helpful. It's tough. Okay, let me just try something. What if I set it to like something ridiculous? Okay. Just show me that you're listening. It's not. Okay. Why? What's going on? Something, maybe I typed it in wrong somewhere else. Give us keybinds. Yeah, right. Make it easy to switch between them. Exactly. Something like that. For crying out loud. I must have set this button up wrong. Let me see. Print M button. Yeah, that is printing diddly squiddly. Whereas if I do this one, print M also button. That we know does work. That one is printing it. So I've just hooked up the button incorrectly. Wait, this one says also. What? Huh? You what? I wonder if it's the unique name. Hold on. Revoke unique name. Then let's give it unique name. Did I not change it up here? Oh. No, oh. You see what I've done. I forgot to name this. Oopsie. Whoops. All right, we're good. We're good. Or setting a change in editor settings. Yeah, something like that. That I would prefer that the most. Like just let me set it to be what I want. No, you can look it up, but you won't find it. You'll just find people recommending exactly what we're saying. And then people being like, it's in Godot default for a reason. And it's like, yeah, well, it's a stupid reason. Not stupid, it's thoughtful to make sure everything is a certain way, I guess. Let me make sure this works. Okay, it has not learned it. I think, well, you have to restart it because it sets those up in the ready function. So I have to actually restart the runtime in order for that to be connected correctly. We'll get there. And hopefully it's just gonna be flipped the opposite way. All right, back to the interact script. Yes. Yes. That looks good. We flipped all those values. What if it's just perfect? I mean, why wouldn't it be? I don't know. The 100+ errors don't drive me crazy because I know what 89% of them are, and I don't feel like dealing with them. I don't know. It doesn't really bother me. It doesn't bother me at all. And you know, the thing is I remember that it's around 96, 97 at the start, and then if I see that there's a little more than usual, I'm like, that's strange. When I look into it. I don't know how it does bother you. I mean, it's the same thing like for me on Discord. Like if you see my like Discord thing. It's ADHD. It's for me, it's the way my ADHD manifests. Like look at my Discord, right? It's saying up there, I've got 2,000 alerts. The same thing on my email. I've got thousands of unread emails. You know, it's just like my ADD brain just tunes it out. You know, it does not. Alerts don't bother me. They're just suggestions. I had 8 conversion float to integer messages, and I had to solve them because I couldn't deal with the notifications. Yeah, I just don't care. It's just not important to me. You know, and the vast majority of them are this, because there is a change between 4.1 and 4.2 of Godot that made a warning by default come up if a signal is declared but not used within the script that you declare it in. But I have an entire script that its sole purpose is to hold signals that get referenced by other scripts. So that means all of those signals are just now errors, or warnings at least. And it's like, all right, I'll go back and I'll deal with that somehow at some point, not right now. And then other things are similar to that, like whatever, a delta I didn't use, right? or there being like a variable that's shadowing. It's like warnings, you know. And then the ones that are like errors, it's like little things that like, all right, I'll go clean that up at some point. It's not gonna break my game right now, so I don't really care. And then for the other stuff, you know, these are kind of similar, and they're like more serious or whatever, but they're kind of similar where it's like it works the way I have it set up, and I just probably need to make like a slight change and it'll go away. This one makes sense because I just commented out some of this code, and it's kind of like a feature that I've deprecated that I might go back to and work with, but for now I just kind of want to turn it off, and so it's there. So I know it's like everything here is like nothing serious. It's stuff that like, yeah, I can clean up if I spend time doing it, but you know, and I'll usually, if there's something going wrong or I'm noticing there's more messages than usual, I'll dig into it. But you know, for the most part, it's just I know it's not that important, and to me, my goals aren't to obsess over all of this. My goals are to get the game functioning to a point where I can have fun playing it. But I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. Some people need to deal with that kind of stuff. I don't. The unused signal warning seems a bit unnecessary. I have unused signals all the time. Yeah, it is. It does seem a bit unnecessary, doesn't it? I know. And you know, you can go and just turn the signals off, you know, or the warnings off. Or I can write an exception for each signal and say, ignore this signal and warnings, ignore this signal and warnings, ignore this signal and warnings. I don't know which I'm gonna do. So I don't feel like dealing with it. But yeah, that's a really new warning. Alright, let's see if we get the lopside swapping. So there's that. No. Alright. No, kind of. A little bit. Sorta. Very sorta. Let's not flip the Y position. There we go. We only need to flip the horizontal position and the rotation. And now, bam. Perfect. I mean, with that in mind, the only other one I need to do is 0-2, and then they'll all be filled out, and we'll be done with this, and I can move on to, like, other aspects. Well, there's the collision shape that I need to deal with. That's going to be its own little thing. All right. So I would think I could just take the same stuff here, and then I just need to adjust them a little bit so it's like longer for the longer arms. Well, we're not done. You still gotta do 1-2 and 2-1. So we still got a little bit. You still got a little bit of work here. All right, so let's do 0-2 next. That means I need to create buttons for it. So let's do that. I'm gonna end this, and I'm gonna pop open. I could just make all the debug. I guess I'll just make all the debug buttons at this point. I didn't the other day because I knew I wouldn't have time to do them all anyway, but here we are. This is my primary task today, so let's get into it. Let's make it all happen. All right, 2-2, 1-1, 0-0. I'm gonna move some of these around a little bit. Let's add another H box. Let's delete all of these. I'm gonna move this one into there. The 1 Hour Jam has inspired your latest game idea. Yeah? Inspired by the Enlightened game you made. Nice. I'll try to catch one of your Patreon streams and show the work in progress. Let's go! Yeah. Yeah, they're member streams. I used to do it on Patreon alongside the YouTube membership, but it ended up being a ton of work. So it's just YouTube member now, but I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Look at that. I love that. I love how ubiquitous Patreon has become. But yeah, come show me. You can show me there, or you can show me in the streams. that happens after the game jams. Either one works. I can't wait. I can't wait to check it out. That's awesome. Yes. Yes, I love when 1 hour game jam can produce stuff that gets built on later. I love that. Because, you know, sometimes people are just like, you can't make anything in 1 hour. And it's like, dude, but you can. And then you can build on that, you know? Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I love to hear it. Alright, I'm going to duplicate this. And this one's going to be 2, 0. To make it say as much. I might as well just do the rest. I guess there's just 2, 1, and 1, 2. Oh, so what if I add that on here? That's a little weird. Wait, it's only 2, 1, and 1, 2. So no, just make a new one. Make a new one. You could put it here. Maybe I'll do that. I know it's a little wacky. What if it's not wacky? Wait, what if it makes more sense? This isn't that important, but what if we put all the 2s in a certain column? This is confusing me. Move this here. Move that. Not there. But like here. There. Nice. And then I'll make another column. And then this one can be 2, 1. This is very strange what you're doing here. How's that gonna work? But that's gonna be 1, 2. I don't understand, please. What? Oh, maybe do the ones that start with it. Oh, okay. I don't know. It doesn't have to be like a certain way, but now I'm just doing it for some reason. So what if I put this in the other side? So 0, 2, what, like here? And then I could put 0, 1. This is wild. Zero, 1 right there. Wait, but then you want 1, 2. I know, this is so weird. It'll be fine. There we go. Now we got 2, 0. So it's like this is the starts with 2 column. This starts with 1 column. This starts with 0 column. Easy. Easy. And then we would want the 1, 0. We want the 2, 1 in there. That's what we'd want right here. 2, 1, 1, 0, 0, 1. Nice. Nice. That's all of them. 0, 1, 2, 1, 0, 2. It's a little weird. I guess it'd make more sense if I put like, make it make more sense. Whatever works. It's my own debug tool. I'm gonna get rid of it soon. ADHD takes over, you know? Put this here. Move that there. And then swap this with that. Now you got 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1, 0, 0, 0. Cool. Neat. Now I gotta hook them all up. Make sure they all have unique names. So right click them, hit access as unique name, just make sure they all have a % sign next to them. Looks good. Now I need to add the ones that don't exist as buttons, which is gonna be fun. 2211000110 02. It sounds like I'm talking in messed up binary with 2s in it somehow. So we need 20. Update that to 20. And then we need 12. Make that 12. And we need 21. And I think that's all of them, right? 3, 6, 9, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Whoa. No, there's 9. That's correct. Okay, got it. Beautiful. All right, so I gotta make these 3. 20, 12, and 21. Paste that. It's all just for debug. It's still easier to do this than to be hurting the arms every time to make sure they equal out to what I need to test. Like, it's so utterly worth it. And then 21. Oh. All right. Done. Good, good, good. Now I can come back to my interact script. Start playing with these values. So we want to do 02 next. So 02, it's going to be similar to 01, except I actually need the healthiest arm, the arm with the most health, to be way extended. So I'm going to bring up my little weird guide setup here. And I'll need to adjust like this one and certainly this one. Okay. So if we look at it when it's full size, let's bring this down so they're overlapping here. Close enough. The left side is good. The right one, I need to scooch to about something like that. This top diagonal, need to make a lot of adjustments. Let's make it larger. Oops. Just till it kind of makes some sense with what that circle might look like. It could look more or less like this, we'll see. That's good enough. Good enough for a guide. It's tough because, you know, it's like, well, couldn't this arm reach over there as well? You know? So I kind of feel like it makes sense to even give it a little more. I think I should have done that. I might need to make an adjustment on the other side too. Because there should be some overlap. You know? This arm can reach over there. Unless it can't. I don't have a lot of granularity to work with. Maybe like that, something. All right, other than that, that other bar looks good. So this is kind of the shape I'm going for, is a circle kind of like this. All right, let's switch to 02. Obviously, we need to make some changes. Let's make it a lot bigger. I'm gonna change it. I'm gonna double the size of it. Seems like I might not need that vector 2. apparently. It's a bit too large, if I'm being honest. Then we need to move it forward. Let's do that up to 5 instead. All right, can work with that for now. I don't know, it's gonna be tough. All right, we need to rotate it a lot more. Negative 0.3, what's gonna make it? I don't even know. Let's just put it to 0.5. Yeah, I mean, that's something. What happens if I make it 0? What does that look like? Right. What if I do -1? What does that look like? All right, let's try -0.4 for now. And we need to move it over, so we're gonna adjust the side position. Let's try 2.0. Nice. Obviously, I still gotta get it up here, so we need to do some serious rotation. Let's try 0.6. That didn't look that different at all. 0.8. I think you're going the wrong way. Oops. What if you do it by a factor of 1? That's gonna go the opposite, so don't do that. -0.1? What does that look like? This is hard. A little tricky. Because it doesn't like feel like it's rotating. You know, I think that angle is gonna be tough to get. Well, you might just have to resize it. Like, let's say we do something wild. -3. What's that like? Oh. I really wish I could drag this. I mean, I kind of can. It's just not going to update in real time. Okay, what if I take this? Is it rotating on an unintended axis as well? Feels off somehow. Yeah, well, it's the camera makes it look weird. So, let me adjust it. Let me do the slider. It's gonna be strange, but... Alright, so here's me rotating it. I should really have started this way. It's because the camera, so if we look at it in here, you can see it's oblong, but it looks circular because of the way the camera is. So it's kind of distorting it, and that's why we get this kind of strange effect. Look at how neatly it's rotating in the editor. Yeah. I actually thank you for asking that, because this is a much more helpful way to visualize it. So I kind of want the angle. Wow, it doesn't even look correct. That's at negative, let's just say -20. It's basically at -20. Which seems excessive. But whatever. So if I set that to -20 and we update it, it doesn't look the same. Well, that's because we're adding -20 onto 0. Well, shouldn't that be the same thing? Is that like a radians problem? Do I need to convert it to radians? However you do that. Definitely done it before. Oh, rad to degrees. Or is it degrees to rad? I don't remember. I guess we want rad to degrees. Or degrees to... I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea. Can it print interact mesh? I think I want rad to degrees as well. I don't know what it's supposed to be. Interact mesh rotation Z. Can you just print it for me? Tell me what that's supposed to be. -20. I mean, if I'm just passing that in there, I would think I don't need to do anything. Right? That's what it is right now, is -20. It's confusing, right? Interact mesh, re-rotate. That's gonna print it a little too early. I would need this to print down here after it applies it. That's also -20. So, I mean, it should be the same. It should be the same. But it do look a lot different. I wonder, I mean, it's basing on the constant, oops, which should be 0. I don't think it's building on what this is already, is it? Unless it is. Yeah, I'm a little confused. So I guess if I were going to do rad to degrees, I'd want to wrap this in that. Rad to degrees. And that here. Oh! I just flipped it around. I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing. Oh, degrees to rad, apparently. I don't know. Frick if I know. Now the problem is, now that's different on here, on the one we set up earlier, which wasn't doing that conversion, which means I have to like redo that one, which kind of sucks. It sucks a little bit. Oops. Whatever. Dang it. No. I mean, the only benefit of that is that, you know, it allows me to like play around with it in here. Yeah, I mean, I guess it makes sense since I set up, I mean, I could have one be degrees to rad and the other one not be, but that feels messy, right? That's too messy. All right, work cut out for me. Sometimes I wish you just could do the math, you know. All right, -20. So that's we're just gonna do this, and we're gonna have to come back and do 0, 1, and 1, 0 again. I've resized this, unfortunately, which means it's not gonna quite fit perfectly on the old one. That's okay. Yeah, it'd be clunky to do it different for each one. All right, so 0, 2. I want it to be a little wider. This might be strange, but I'm gonna try increasing the X value on the resize. I mean, everything about this is strange. That doesn't look good. Oops. Come over here, press 9. This is gonna be tough. This angle is really hard. I have basically no idea how to get that angle. Like, what? What am I gonna do? How am I gonna do that? I don't know. Go the other way? Actually, that is more that angle. But obviously, it's the wrong... Oh, dear God. Don't change the Y. You see, it's all a bit of a mess. What if I put this at 0? You know, and maybe I could just let go of being at that angle because it was so good at the angle that I was before. But it's just not quite representative of what I'm actually going for. What if I make it 0? It's gonna disappear. Is what's gonna happen. It will not exist. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough working with this, like... strange thing. I mean, now it's like -10 or so. Maybe we could try -12. Okay, okay. I mean, it's obviously too far over. Let's bring this back to the center-ish. Now, if I adjust that width, isn't that gonna change the angle? Not too bad, yeah, it does. It really does. Like a lot. This is hard. I knew this would be hard, but dang. Like, obviously, all I want to do is just, like, stretch it out. Let me play with the values. It's gonna get weird, but... yeah, this is tough. I should really just use the inspector. I think trying to punch them in, I'm gonna lose my mind. I think that's mental danger. No, not the Z-axis. Yeah, this is the way, guys. This is what I need to be doing. Google views on my resize and rotate in the editor and then create snapshots of the transform for each. That would be cool. I mean, I kind of can. And I guess that's literally what I'm doing right now. Actually, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. The snapshot is gonna be me writing down all the numbers. I thought maybe I would be able to, like, you know, punch them in and, like, figure it out. Nah. Inspector is the way. It's still gonna be tough, but at least I can touch and feel, which is just much easier. It's got that tactility that I was lacking. You know, perfection, I don't need it, I guess. This is way better than the way that I was doing it. Oh my gosh. It's so awkward. Might as well push it forward a bit because I'm gonna have to stretch it. getting there, it's getting there. And it's okay if it doesn't match that top diagonal line perfectly. You know, we do get like a little extra over here, which is fine. You know, like the other arm is reaching over there. And I would say this is getting pretty close. I'll do a little more fudging here. We definitely don't want it to be smaller. That's really important, is that it's not a smaller area. All right, I think this is pretty decent. So let's capture these values. So on the rotation, we've got -11. We were pretty close. On the side, we're at 10.18. I hate that. Can we just do 10? Is that on the y-axis? Or that's not the side, it's position y. 10 is not awesome. It's going back a little further than I'd want, but I can always adjust that. 2.44, can we get a 2.5? That looks fine. I just want to make them as clean as possible to open up for the possibility that there is some beautiful formula. 11 kind of sucks. We can't do 10. I could do 10. I mean, unfortunately, it's getting a little too small right there, which is a problem. Oh, what are our widths? What are we at with that? 50. Let's make this 50 even. Not great. I mean, at some point, I just have to accept 180 that it's not gonna be perfect. It was nice while it lasted, though. The illusion. Dang, it's like 2.48. The other thing to adjust is the width. So I'm gonna make that a little smaller. Oh, I haven't updated all the values. All right, let me fix that. So 2.45 here, -10 there. Position Y is 10. The vector width is 50. But that's not necessarily true because we're not plugging that in. That's what's gonna, I'm gonna have to math that. Because our starting point is actually 20 and 46.655, and we're multiplying it to equal that, which is horrifying. So I guess I have to do some friggin' calculation. To figure out that scale factor. So I want to do 20 divided by 50, or 50 divided by 20.4. Oh, that's a pretty number. Let's say that's correct. 0.4. It seems like it's probably wrong. Just a guess. 180. So what if I do, oh god, 46.655 divided by 180 equals that, 2.62. What's that gonna be like? What was that? That is incorrect, is what that is. That is wrong. Wrong is what that is. Cool. Okay, so what if I did 46.655? What if I did 180 divided by 46.655? All right, let's try that one. I mean, clearly I don't know what I'm doing. And then what I can change it to is we can just set those values. I'll do it if I have to. It just, you know, now we don't have as easy a path to a beautiful formula, which is okay. 3.86. And then for the other one, 50 divided by 20. 50 divided by 20 equals 2.5. These are nice numbers. Well, this one is. Wait, did I mix? Wait a minute. We're on 0, 2? Where did I put it? In the wrong place, evidently. No wonder it looked wrong. So I actually don't even know anymore. Those other numbers could have been correct. What was it? 2.62 was the other one? That looks wrong. 3.86 and 2.5. What is that? Nice. Okay. So we're dividing it the other way around. Cool. What if I do it by 4? How bad is that? If I want it to be nice and pretty. Not that different. Not that different. What if I do 3.5? Very different. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, this is definitely the way. What if I set this back to 2.5? That's gonna be too far over to the... Whoa. It's actually pretty good. And then we just gotta move it forward a bit. Let's do it by 12. Can I get a 12? It's too far forward. Dang. 11, I don't know, 11 is kind of an ugly number. Ah, but it's almost perfect. Probably 10.5. I'll take a 10.5. Nice. You know, I'm okay with this. I would rather this be something nicer. But 10.5, we could work with 10.5. Alright. There it is. There's the values for this one. Then I'm gonna thank you. Honestly, Gary, I gotta give you some credit for helping me just like get through that stress. That was helpful. Oh, Gary doesn't have a credit yet? These credits entitle you to no compensation. However, they do entitle you to a credit in the game, and I just like my appreciation. So thank you. What happened to this? I guess the font color changed. Interact zone. Interact boundaries. Credit given. Okay. Now for the other side, the flip side as it were. I'm gonna grab all of these. And I might want to adjust the like thickness of that or something. We'll see. Giving chatters game credit is genius. I mean, it just seemed obvious to me. Like, especially if I ever end up making a little money from this, and there's just like copious evidence that you guys contributed to it. What if someone's like, you owe me money? You know? Or if someone's like, you owe me money. I got proof that I helped you do that whole thing. I want to have a record of what someone actually did. And I want to disclaim that that compensation is not something you're entitled to. I also, that's like the secondary reason, or it's become the primary reason. But the initial thought that I had is, it's not fair for me to just like claim I made the whole thing by myself when I had all this help. But then I realized that from like a legal perspective, it's good to like keep track of who contributed. So it kind of functions in both of those ways. But initially I just felt guilty, like just saying I made it all by myself. Like I didn't. I'm the main developer and artist and everything. But there was still so much help from so many other people. And then, I mean, obviously it has another function, which is a tertiary function, which is it's like engagement. Like on Twitch, you have channel points or something, right? And you can spend those points to redeem stuff. So it kind of functions in that way too. So yeah, it works out as being like a very sensible thing to do. That's why you subscribed? You subscribed because I have credits for chatters? I mean, you've done more than subscribe at this point. You have become a member. You have gifted memberships. I feel like you've done donos. Like, the fact that the game credits generated all of that support for the channel, wow. I guess it is genius. Wow. All right. Good job, Liz. Well done. Thank you for that affirmation. Yeah, it serves a lot of purposes. Serves a lot of purposes. And you know, it has other stuff too, because sometimes I just want to be like, who helped me with that? Oh yeah, so-and-so. And maybe I could ask them more questions, or, you know, point someone in that direction, like, who's good at this? Oh yeah, so-and-so is good. You should talk to them. You know, it's just like, there's so much. It does so much. I can't believe everyone doesn't do that. Why not? Why not? Yeah, literally. What's the argument against it? Nothing. All right, I'm gonna flip this to the other side. Did I put it on the clipboard? I think so. Looks like I did. I'm dope! You're dope! So nice! Man, I wish I could go back to like a childhood Lee's and be like, StewLab thinks you're dope, don't worry. It's okay, it's gonna be okay. Thanks, StewLab. Kai Guy said that Gary Big Toes is extra immortalized with Lisa's inspirational member song as a clip in live text in the Discord. Wait, it loops? You're really piquing my interest here. It loops though? I'm a little afraid to be embarrassed of this right now. Toes, they're coming. Gary and the big toes, they're coming for you, better watch out. Oh noes, Gary and the big toes, they're scary and coming for you. Gary's big toes are what you gonna run from. Gary and the scary big toes, they're gonna get you. Gary's scary big toes, Gary's scary big toes. Oh no, watch out for Gary's scary big toes. What are they doing over there, Gary? What you doing with your big toes? Please leave me alone. Don't you know I'm not interested in the big toes? Gary's scary big toes. They're coming at me. They're creeping forward. I'm not that interested, Gary. Please, Gary's big toes. Oh noes, they're coming for me today. Gary's big toes. They're scary and coming for me. Please, Gary, spare me. Please, Gary, spare me from your big toes. Gary and the big toes, they're coming for you, better watch out. Oh no, Gary and the big toes, they're scary and coming for you.
The editing,
Gary's big toes are what you gonna run from. Gary and the scary big toes, they're gonna get you.
The loop is
scary
perfect.
Big toes. Gary's scary big toes. Oh no, watch out for Gary's scary big toes. What are they doing over there,
Infinite
Gary?
loop.
What you doing with your big toes? Please leave me alone. Don't you know I'm not interested in
scary
the
big toes, 6 hours.
Gary's scary big toes. They're coming at me. They're creeping forward. I'm not that interested, Gary. Please, Gary's big toes. Oh noes, they're coming for me today. Gary's big toes. They're scary and coming for me. Please, Gary, spare me. Please, Gary, spare me from your big toes. Gary and the big toes, they're coming for you, better watch out.
Oh, man,
Gary
that's
and the big
wild.
toes, they're scary and coming for you.
Thank you.
Gary's big
Thank you,
toes.
Kai Guy. Thank you for, wow. That is shockingly effective. What am I gonna do with that? What am I gonna do with that? Where does this belong? Like, I don't even know. Wow. Thank you. Wow. A pin? Yeah, I guess we'll pin it. Alright, it's pinned. Praise be to the butterfly that flapped its wings just right. Yeah, for real. For real. Oh, wow. That is... Oh, man. You're just making me question myself. Like, am I in the right career? Do I need to do, like, improvisational songs? What in the world? Jeez, now I gotta go back to game dev. Oh, yeah, link is in the description box to the Discord. Breaking character like old school SNL skit. You guys are real kind. You compare me to an SNL skit? Dang. Wow. Alright, well, I'm gonna make an orb change size and rethink my entire life at the same time. See what that feels like. Wow. Flip the polarity on a couple of these and we should have the other side. Bam. It flips. But now I still gotta come back and do the 1-0 and the 0-1. That's also important. Oh man. Yeah, the butterfly wings flap just right. I think that's a great way to describe what happened. So I do have to fix 1-0 and 0-1 because of the radians thing, which is gonna just really I just have to completely redo it. A bit unfortunately. It's slightly unfortunate. I'll admit that. Because all of it was based on... I mean, I guess I can try to equal... No, well... Let's see if I can... Well, what if I just want to redo it? Is that so bad? I just want to do it over. Sometimes suffering is correct. 0.0075. Alright, paste that in there. Get rid of this. Make this 0.0075. Obviously, we lost a lot of good stuff there, but that has to be okay. All right, so now this is too big. Now, if I want it to be more the size it should be, we actually want to compare it to that. So let me get up my guide again. Line that up. Bring that in to about there. And then for the diagonal, it's not that bad. It kind of works the way it is, really. I think we leave that. Yeah, I think it's all pretty good, actually. I thought the background music was cool, but after Gary, it's just lame. It ain't the same. It ain't the same without that. Just like, so maybe I just turn this stream into an entire balancing act. Simultaneously game developing while improvising songs. I think that's the only way forward to still maintain the quality of content. Alright, see you, Dungeon. Thanks for being an awesome mod and for supporting the channel. I appreciate it. See you next time. Gary's been immortalized. Gary might be in the past. Or Gary's just typing late. But sometimes I like to let you know, if you are in the past, you might be in the past. Just in case. All right. Come over to 0, 1, and we'll do the inspector to adjust it until it looks decent. That's very much thicker, almost a bit too thick. Let's see if I can just start with the width values. First and Morphost. Shrink it down. Obviously, we need it to be a little bit shorter. I really actually need to get that before I keep going here. Let me adjust this. I like that emote. It's like very like, it's like kind of something kind of playful about it. Let me come back to 1, 1. Because I'm not getting a good sense of like how far out it should go. And that would be also a useful value. You were AFK. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. You're in the future. What? You're in the future? Dang. Ocean says the Big Toes clip tricked me. I had the video playing for like 5 minutes before you realized it loops. Epic. I mean, the amount of props I gotta give to Kai Guy for finding that loop. Kevin McLeod, big shout out to Kevin. I love you, Kev. I'm just kidding, I don't know him. For making that song so dang loopable. I used that song for a short once, and I did find it really easy to loop. So I think Kevin deserves a little credit here too. You must not leave out Kevin. I mean, I could even like do it like this. Maybe that's better. That way the circle is like partially constructed. Okay, now come to this. Okay, that's a lot easier. Alright, we gotta squish that a lot. More squish. I would say more squish. Squish it. Keep it squished. Keep it squishy. I don't like that word. I wish I hadn't said it so many times. I also think this width was a good width. This is not bad. I think we want it to be a little smaller. I think we want it to be like inside of this. So I think you need to do a little more squish. More. Whoops. Don't be afraid to squish. Because this is also supposed to be a smaller circle. It should be a little punishing. Let's try bringing this down to 100 and this down to 30. Oh, but the problem is now it's not reaching out on the right. That's an issue. So make sure that works. Not bad, not bad. It's getting there. Let's see what 35 is like. Pretty perfect. And put this one at 90. I like those clean numbers. What if that's at 1? Yeah, I might have to get a little experimental with this. 1.2, not quite. 1.1, it's pretty good. But it's a little too far. I think it needs to be pulled in just a bit. So maybe we do 34. You're back, but food is still cooking. Oh, you making a yummy meal. Sauteing some onions and some garlic. Doing the whole thing. 1.15. I could live with 1.15. 4 point. Can I get a 7.5? Oh, we could maybe get a 5 out of that. Nah. 4.5? Yeah, I could do 4.5. Okay, this isn't bad. You forgot the garlic. Be right back. You're welcome. You're welcome. I had been buying garlic in like 3 packs. You know, like a pack of like 3 bulbs. Because I was just like, it's a better value. It's a better value. Well, every time I buy a 3-pack, like I use 1 bulb and then the other 2 go bad before I even get a chance to use them. So I just buy 1 bulb now. I've learned. I'm not cooking for a family of 10. I don't need that much garlic. But I kind of thought garlic was like onions and it would take a super long time for it to go bad. Nope. It does not take very long. So yes, use that garlic. You must, before it's too late. All right, let's punch these values in. So for the position, for the Y, I've got 4.5. For the sides, we've got 1.15. I would even love a 1.25 if it can. Nah, we got very strict margins here. 1.10. I could maybe do that. 1.15 is just right though. Rotate -10, that's the same. And then for the X and the Y, we gotta do some math. So I need to divide. I forgot what was better. What was the right way? This number divided by the constant. So I want to do 9D divided by 46.655. 1.93. Come back to 0.1. I hate that number. I'm gonna be experimenting with that number. It's ugly, but it's also I feel like we're gonna be able to get away with 2. Been a while since I've been telling myself today I will not forget the garlic. Guess today is that day. Thanks. Oh my God, you're serious? That's awesome. Yeah, you're welcome. No, it's easy to forget. It's a small thing. But it do be adding that flavor. It's worth it. Oh my gosh, I can't believe you're serious. I love it. I love it. What you cooking? If you don't mind telling me. What you cooking? I'll tell you what I cooked. I'm almost done with it. It's like almost gone. And it doesn't look that good on camera. It looks pretty bad. But it's, this is black bean, spinach, chili with tomatillos and hatch peppers, and then just some quinoa. That's what I made today, and I did not forget the garlic. I sauteed the onions, the garlic, and the tomatillos together. Really brought out that sweetness in the tomatillos. Okay, so that looks good. And then we want to divide 34. What is it? Is it 40? It's 20, I think. I forgot. I gotta scroll back up and look. Yeah, it's 20. 34 divided by 20. Look at me dividing. 1.7. I really think we'll be able to get away with 2. Alright, let's see what this looks like. Nice. Let me get rid of the debug stuff. That looks great. But now, how does that combine with this? Okay. Alright. I would say it could be a little wider, for one thing. It feels like it gets a little shorter right up here, which doesn't make a lot of sense. But maybe if we increase this up to 2, it'll be longer. Just a little bit. Nice. I almost wish it came out a little further over here. It's also a little far back, actually, so let's push it forward a tiny bit. What if we just put this up to 5? What's that gonna be like? Nice. Oh, that looks a lot better. It gets a little smaller back here, which doesn't make sense. Not loving that. Which means I'm probably, if I want it to be super fair, because like, why would you lose this back here if your right arm stayed healthy? That doesn't make sense. Can I just make it thicker and call it enough? I say put it back up to 7.5. Yeah, because you're losing all of this. I don't think any thickness is gonna make up for that. I mean, let me compare. I mean, there you gain some. Here, we're getting more space over here, which is ridiculous, but at least it isn't punishing. Whereas here, we're actually punishing the player in a way that doesn't really make sense. So I think we need to make some adjustments. What if I make this, that's gonna be way too wide, but what if I do that? Make that 2.0 on the X. Yeah, that's too wide. All right, give me a 1.8 scale factor. I mean, it's definitely writing that line a lot more carefully. I think that's pretty fair. Neo 2 still actually feels really silly now that it gets so much bigger out here. But like perfection, I mean, come on. Zine says, cooking a pot of red peppers, onions, carrots, parsley, tomatoes, garlic with salt, pepper, and ginger. Nice. Then gonna add some Ebly instant wheat with fried eggs and sweet buttermilk. That sounds yummy. That sounds yummy. Wow. And nutritious as well. Nice. Sounds like a yummy dish. Wow, this looks nutritious. Yeah, this seems super, super yummy. Ebly wheat with veggies. Wow, enjoy. What is it like made? What is, I wonder, instant wheat? I guess it's wheat. It's pure Durham wheat. Wow. Wow. Look at that. Looks good. Good job. Becomes quite fluffy when fully cooked. I'm coveting your meal. Cheers. Cheers to good health and yummy food. Nutrition can be delicious. Cheers. Yeah, because you know, like wheat pasta type of things can often be like thought of as like, oh, it doesn't taste as good or the texture isn't good. But if you're saying it becomes fluffy, it's probably awesome. It really is. And I would even go so far as to say that bad nutrition is bad for the brain, which is basically what you say. But no, like, I used to have a sugar addiction. Like, I mean, most people do, but I mean, like, 4 pints of ice cream a week. Sugar addiction. In addition to candy and stuff. It was terrible. This was maybe 5 years ago. 4 or 5 years ago that it was peaked at its peak. And since then, I have completely cut out sugar. I mean, you know, I have like a bouillon seasoning that has, you know, like a gram of sugar, you know, per tablespoon or something like that. Maybe 4 tablespoons, something like that. Very small amount of sugar. That's as much. And then like fruits, whatever's in fruits and vegetables, obviously. But those are like different sugars. And I've noticed starkly how much better I think, how much better I feel, obviously. But I'm just able to accomplish more and do more and focus more. It helps, it treats my ADHD. Yeah, I completely agree with that. And in like the first few months without sugar after being that addicted were really hard. But then once I got through the withdrawal symptoms, I was like, wait, I feel better. And I've just never looked back. Well, that's not easy to do. Exactly. Exactly. It does help with pursuing and learning game dev. Yeah. Agreed. Now, I'm not saying people should completely cut out sugar from their diet, like refined sugar. I just happen to have a problem. Where if I have like one ice cream cone, I'm back in it. So I have to I gotta keep away from that stuff, personally. Obviously, in moderation, it can be okay. Although, I would even say, you know, make sure you plan around it, you know? Like, if I were to have a bunch of sugar before I start a work session, it actually would help since it's a stimulant. I would focus for a very short amount of time, but then I would have a crash, and I'd be really distracted and terrible, and it would suck. So like if I am gonna have a treat, I would want to time it so it's not when I plan on doing brain heavy activities. It's wild, but it makes such a big difference. I think this doesn't have to be exact. I think it's gonna be okay if it's not exact. A treat before sleep. Perhaps. I could see that messing with like metabolism or something, but I don't really know, so I'm not gonna speak on it. I guess I usually do it maybe like a few hours before bed if I'm gonna have a treat. We have this like grain cereal, this like millet cereal that I think is like 5 grams of sugar per whatever serving. Maybe like 5 grams of sugar per cup of the cereal. I'll eat that a few hours before bed as a treat. But in theory, you know, that crash could help you sleep if you think about it. Sugar crash yourself to sleep. There's something about this that bothers me. The 2.2 to O2. I don't know. Like the O2 comes back so far. I mean, first of all, I should thin out the edge of the ring a bit. That is better. Maybe we could go even a little thinner on that edge. I'm gonna let it go. I mean, you know, you almost get like more. This is too big. I'm gonna tell you right now, this is too big. I'm adjusting this. I'm not happy with this. Then you know what I could do is I could set up so that way if I change one, the other one automatically changes. That would be smart. Because actually, the only thing that we're inverting is, but the only difference between the two, between 2.0 and 0.0, okay. The only difference between 2.0 and 0.2 is this horizontal and the rotational values. Otherwise, they're exactly the same. It just, you know, it is a lot. Unless I come up with like an array or something, it is kind of like a lot of values to set variables for. So that could be kind of boring to type out. Anyway. Your style is similar to that of pirate software. Long hair, glasses. Yep, yeah, I've gotten that before. Femthor. The mighty Femthor. Yeah. I know, and then I'm like in the corner streaming with stuff up on the screen. Yeah. I know it. I know it. I mean, like, it's such a coincidence that the glasses and the hair. Yeah. What is that? What is that? Why would people like us tend to look the same? How does that work? Some people have said that's why they're attracted to this live stream, is they're like, oh, you look like pirate software. I like this stream. Like, okay, all right. Well, I'm not gonna complain. Like, thank you, Thor, for looking the way you look. Jackpot. Right, so I want to make this be less long. This is going to be maybe extreme, but I'm going to bring that 4 down to 3 on the y-axis. Whoa, yep, that was extreme. Much too extreme. Yeah, Edward, that's who I was thinking of you when I said that. Your first ever message on the stream was, hey, you kind of look like a mix between Pirate Software and Michael Jackson. I know. I thought you were a troll when you said that. I was like, get out of here, you troll. And you're still here. You're still here. No, it was almost exactly that. No, you know what you said? You said, I don't want to sound rude, but you kind of look like a mix between pirates. You said, I don't want to sound rude. And I was like, well, that is rude. I didn't really think it was rude. I guess I said that does sound rude, but you weren't being that at all. And I know that now. I know that now. I mean, if you think about it, it's high praise. Like, oh, I look like 2 famous people? Great. We got this in the bag. No harm done. Femthor. Okay, this is quite... Oh, well, it's still actually getting longer out here. I mean, I guess the other option is I make it bigger there. I think we have problems. I think we just have problems. Well, no, you need to push this back. Pull it back. Put this at like 9. This is hard. This is hard. Might be good to hop into the inspector again. No, don't do the sides. Bring this down to 2, perhaps. 2.2? It's not bad, but it's like always gonna get longer out there in the distance. I mean, this one is kind of perfect because it really just looks like it's shifting over a little bit. I mean, this one gets longer too. So at the end of the day, it's a general circle. It's not exact. And for that, it's pretty darn good. I certainly need to move it over now. But now it doesn't reach out as far. Oh, it's so hard. This is kind of one of those tasks that just are a little rote or a little mind-numbing. That's just the way it has to be. Let's push it forward. Well, if you push it forward, it's too much. 9.5. We are gonna be okay with general circle, because we can always make the collision shape a little bigger. It's pretty good. It's pretty fine. You know, it gets a lot shorter over here, which really bothers me. Like a lot. Too much, I can't take it. But now we're back to 2.5. This is better. Let's move a little bit more over. A little bit more. Is that the right side? No, that's the wrong one. 0, 2 is what you want. Too far over. Well, look at the width of the circle as well, Lise. It's changing considerably. Bring it back up to 4. Man, all this little min-maxing. Alright, I think it looks pretty good. So there's the difference between having a healthy arm on the right and having both healthy arm on the left and the right. Here's the difference between having a super healthy arm on the right and 2 super healthy arms. It feels fair enough. You know, there's some changes, but I think it's okay. Alright, now put that on the other side. Check it. Make sure it flips good. Oh yeah. We want to reverse the polarity on a couple of these, on the rotation and the horizontal position. There we go. Oh, and then let me do the same thing on 0, 1. Just gotta reverse the polarity. on the horizontal position and the rotation. And now those flip on either side. Yay! All right, one more set of these left to do. And that is 2-1 and 1-2. So let's do 2-1 or 1-2. So that's gonna need to be, let's use 1-1 as a basis, I guess. I kind of need a new screenshot now. So I'm gonna get that. Update my little reference here. Okay. Line them up, more or less. So I need to adjust this one to be out here, approximately. And then back here, I want this to be at the biggest. We're doing 1-2. So I'm gonna move the one on the right side to be further out. Like that. Wow, it's very different. I guess the diagonal I need to rotate. That menu is getting in my way. Gets thin in the distance there. Maybe kind of like that, more or less. Pull that in. You want to keep as much of that as possible. Maybe like that. And then the bottom one. Something like that. All right. So that's our circle. I kind of want to move this more over here. Never gonna be perfect. So it's very slight, actually. I mean, even if I draw this back out, you know, it's only this much. I mean, that's something. That's something. All right. And the worst part, and the reason why I really need like a formula, is because let's say I decide, you know what? Maybe the biggest circle should be a little bigger. Well, now I gotta change all the diagonal ones, which is horrifying. So, I mean, I might want to severely consider finding that formula that can somehow adjust all the values dynamically. And, you know, the reality is they don't all have to have a relationship with each other. They just need to be able to scale on their individual vectors. So I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, it's a lot of baked in magic numbery, basically. This is hardcore magic numbers. with that in mind, let's do 1, 2. So I'm gonna base it on 1, 1. And we'll work from there. Inspector is the way. Now it's going to be in a bit of a weird spot once I start adjusting it, because it jumps to whatever the inspector is currently set at. That rotation is at 0. I think we can do better than that. -10 seems to be kind of what we're going with, typically. Whoa. Close that. Oh, it is at -10. Wow. Oh, because I need to just tap it a little, probably. There we go. -10. There we go. So I kind of have to modify each value for it to look right. Alright. Stretch it. It's gonna get thin the more it gets stretched out. And I guess I don't want to change the rotation. Like, a part of me does, to just make it like, I mean, it is, I did like change the angle a bit, so I don't know, maybe I will change the rotation. There's something I kind of like about the idea of leaving it the same rotation for each one, but maybe it needs the change. I don't think it does. I like to think this is coming together pretty quickly, actually. Not really giving me a lot of trouble. Definitely don't want it to be smaller. So maybe give it a little width, because it's currently a bit smaller on that side. And then, you know, of course I need to compare it with the biggest size. Probably should have screenshotted that too. That's okay. It's hard to tell which one is which. And I guess if it's a little shorter over here, that's pretty okay. And even makes sense. But I bet you it's shorter out here, which is less good. But I think we're also going to be willing to allow a little bit of that. Because perfection is just too much sometimes. I'm almost worried this is gonna be longer. No, actually, this might be pretty good. Let's take these values down. You're almost at 3,000 and still no shine. I said you're almost at 3,000. And I'm just erasing everything, all the 162 encounters you have left to get to 3,000. That's a lot. That is a lot. I believe that it must happen. It must. What does shiny Piplup even look like? An hour or two until 3K. Nice. It's slightly more teal. Oh no. It's not that good, but it's okay. Oh yeah, that really is slightly. You weren't kidding. The big one, it looks pretty good though. It looks really different in the final evolution. Yeah. Yeah, down here it's like the same. I mean, you can miss that if your eyes are just like a little off. You could skip over the shiny. I mean, I feel like they'd let you know that it's a shiny in some other way, but they half ate it with this one. Yeah. Except the final evolution. Props to the final evolution. I bet you do get paranoid about that. Yeah, there's a particle effect. Still. Scary. And like, you still gotta catch it. It sounds like you might be playing in a version that has like save states. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, you're doing a starter. I see. Right. I remember you saying that now. Yeah, Piplup, of course. Catching Piplup. Duh. Piplup's final Evo looks like those deep fried pictures of the original one. And it's a main evolution too. It's a weird one. It's really a strange design. You reset every time. Good for you. That's dedication. Prettier than Chimchars and Turtwig shinies? I believe you. So bad it's not even worth it. It really sucks. I mean, come on, Game Freak. What? What's the point of shinies if you're not even gonna make them that shiny? Like, dang.
Particle effect, but the particle effect.
Oh yeah, I gotta transcribe all these numbers. More green, but a bad shade? But a special bad shade. This goes up to 1.27. This is at 8.51. We can probably adjust these a bit. Turtwig's is very much the same. I mean, I will say the evolutions have a lot more going on. Look at that shell. It's like completely different. But yeah, it's a less pretty green, I guess. It's tough. There is something I kind of like it. I think it's kind of nice. How dare you? How dare you bait me into this? This one's nice. This one's kind of nice though. You are making me
holding me at gunpoint. I like this one. I think you might have picked the one that actually has the least differences. If I'm being real with you. This one looks awesome. This one looks really good. I'm just saying. If Turtwig's your favorite, maybe you should just get Turtwig. Just start all over. Just do it all again. Oh, okay. I gotcha, I gotcha. Rotation, -10. I gotta do the math on the vectors. 20 and 46.655. Let's see if I can remember that. There's a chance. There's a good chance. $62.97 divided by 20. 3.14. It's pi. We're gonna say 3.15 though. $141. Wow, it's 0.655. That must be a Godot value it jumps to. Divided by. Oh, I don't remember. Is it 46.65. Oops. 0.655. 3.04. I'm sure we can just adjust those gently. Charmander doesn't have a shiny? See, that doesn't even make sense. Why would they do that? I'm not saying you're lying. But, like, how dare they? It does. I mean, it better. Nice, this is pretty good. I'm still gonna try to find cleaner numbers. Oh, that sounds like a good shiny. Oh, it's showing you fan art. Thanks, Google. I mean, it's tough because when I look between 1, 2, and 0, 2, it's a lot different. Yeah, I think we need to line up 1, 2 to be much more, because 0, 2, and 2, 2 blend pretty well with each other. But 1, 2, and 1, 2 is kind of doing its own thing. So first, I'm gonna at least make these numbers a little cleaner. So let's bring this down to 3. Bring that down to 3. We can bring them both down to 3. Probably. We need it to be a lot longer in the distance. Maybe. I mean, 0, 2 gets very long in the distance, more so than 2, 2 is. So like 0, 2 is kind of already breaking rules. But then again, same thing between 1, 1 and 0, 1. Oh, Coda. I couldn't give a crap less. You know? Like, the chat isn't just there to talk about what I'm doing. Y'all can be a community with each other. That's, like, acceptable for y'all to be a community with each other. You know what I'm saying? Like that is... Oh, this is not updated. I just realized. I was gonna put up the long chat. But that's gonna need a refresh. It's our stream, comrade. Come on now. It is our stream. You think the old Pokemon games are a bit of a bore? I mean, I actually do understand that. You know, because it really boils down the, Dude, this doesn't work without you. Like, this is literally ours. They really boil down the mechanics much more simply. And yeah, the later Pokemon games add so much more to do on top of what you can already do. That's a fair point. But yeah, you know, these streams are here for community building as well. Yeah, well, it definitely needs to go out further to the right. Well, it's tough because we're getting a lot down at the bottom. Try pushing it forward. That's gonna help. Let's put this at 9. That's not gonna be much forward, but a little bit. Oh, that's a lot. Wow. This is hard, man. This one is the toughest one. Wow. Do I want to go that direction? No, other direction. Let's do 1.5. Just jumping too far. All right, 1.3. Still a bit too far. How is it on the right? This is hard. This is difficult. I'm just gonna keep it real. This ain't that easy. It's just a lot of things to hold together. All right, let me put this back down and then increase the X width a bit. Cause see, when I'm going, when I'm clicking between these numbers, I want the 2s, the right side, to look pretty similar. And then when I'm clicking between this and the 1s, I want the left side to look pretty similar between these. This isn't bad. I mean, it's really different. It reaches out so much less far. But that's already true. No, this needs to be more.
You need to be... let's try stretching it out more, too. This is hard. This is very hard. Stretch it out even more. And, like, you know, again, perfection not totally necessary. Sure would be nice, though. And actually probably could extend 2.2 to be a little further, and it would still be consistent with its lesser variance. But this is definitely too far. Let's bring this in. That's better. And then with the ones, it needs to be in a bit. The numbers represent the hit points. Yeah, it's not the best written. But the number on the left, yeah. So the number on the left represents the left arm, hit points. The number on the right represents the right arm, hit points. So if both arms have 1 hit point, then this is the size. If both arms have 0 hit points, then this is the size. If both arms have 2 hit points, then it's that. So 2-2, 1-1, 0-0. Now, if we go from 0-0 and the right arm gets 1 hit point, then it stretches out this way. If the right arm gets another hit point, it stretches out a little more. And then that's sort of the progression of the right arm getting more hit points, basically. And then the progression on the other side for the left arm would be like this. So there's the left arm getting more hit points. And so now I'm doing the lopsidedness of it. So if we have both arms with 1 hit point, and then the right arm gets a little more, I'm working on making that one be a little longer going up to the right, without, as it is, getting longer on the left, and stuff like that. But it's tough because I'm balancing, this is different, you know, before I had some consistent, I don't know, I guess it's just, it feels different. It's frustrating going back and forth, but we're so close. Because once I get this one, I can just flip it for the other side. And ideally, I could find some formula to use to scale it, so that way, I mean, I don't know if that's really going to work. But, you know, it'd be nice to give, I mean, if I wanted to do a power-up, we could just say that you don't have limitations on your limbs. Or, no, that's kind of ridiculous. What, you have, that would defeat, that would be way too OP. That would defeat so much. Maybe as long as you don't have no arms. So maybe I could make like a, I don't know, anyway. It's a lot to think about. I'm not gonna think about it right now. It could be that it's just bigger. Anyway. Alright. So, just getting this one healthy, one hurt. Kind of figured out. So I want it on the right side to match the biggest circle. And on the left side, I want it to match the medium circle. So I certainly need to move it over a bit. So then these are just like the values that I'm adjusting. So try just moving it 1.35, which should move it to the right just a tiny bit. Let's go with 1.4. Hey, we got Gap Games. Oh yeah, I can sing to this. I don't know how much longer this song is. Oh yeah, we got some time. Oh wow, this is a long one. Oh, Gap Games came through and decided to gab with us. Good game, Gap Games. Good game, Gap Games. Gap Games decided to gab with us. Gap Games decided to gab with us. Thank you, Gap Games, for gabbing alongside me today. Gap Games came through and decided to gab along with us. Oh yeah. Gap Games decided to gab right here along with us. Good game, Gap Games. Good game, Gap Games. Good game, Gap Games. Thank you for gabbing right here alongside of us today. Gap Games, oh yeah. Good game, Gap Games, oh yeah. What's up? How you doing? Good game, Gap Games. Good game, Gap Games. Thank you for gabbing here today, 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 today. There you go, Gab. There's your member song. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it. Doing some very little nudging of values to get this circle to be just where I want it. Which on the left side, I want it to be matching this left side. When I grab my water, you knew it was gonna be a good one. You're welcome. Let me get ready. All right, here we go. You're most welcome. Thank you, Gab. Thank you. And then on the right side, it needs to match the biggest circle. I mean, it's not bad. It's really not bad. I think what is not good, I mean, it's really not that bad, actually. The fade, yeah, that was a good fade. Sometimes the fades go better than others. I'm actually feeling like the 0 is a little weak on this one. On the 0-2, because it's getting a lot wider back there. But actually the 1-2 and the 2-2 are pretty perfect on the back end. They're like really good there. But the 0-2, suddenly you have a lot more space on the back. Let me see what it looks like up here in the front. Yeah, we actually lose quite a bit, but that happens everywhere anyway. So like it's not a perfect representation. So if I wanted to push it forward more, yeah, that would actually make that worse. Well, what you should probably do is rein in 0-2. I think that's what I should do. By the way, what are the numbers like on 1-2? Are they absurd? They're okay. Alright, so 0-2, which obviously means I have to update 2-0 as well. Let's make it on the y-axis a little less long. That's not bad. That's pretty good. Wow, that's about all that needed. Exactly, Gab, exactly. I think 1-2, and I'm trying to make the lopsided variants, and I don't know how to do a mathematical formula, so I'm doing each one by hand. And then hopefully a formula of a such will emerge and I can scale it somehow. It's not necessary, but it'd be nice. I've been working on this for the past 4.5 hours. Hey, Kai Guy. Yeah. I'm getting close, though. I'm getting close. And then I get to try to figure out if they all formulate together. But yeah, basically I'm getting the mixed values. So when one is healthy and the other is hurt. And I'm pretty close, I think, to being happy enough. I'm gonna adjust the width a little bit. Let's bring this down to 0.004, perhaps. So the width looks a little more consistent between them. Maybe we can go a little lower. Let's try 3.5. Hmm, 3.75? Yeah, we're getting really particular there. Alright, cool. Alright, and then I need to update 02 or 20. What did I do for 02? We made it 3.4. So bring this down to 3.4 on the Y with the mesh resize vector. I'm about to be able to just figure out, kind of go on to like a next step. I feel like pretty close to that, actually. All right, so for 1.2, now I'm gonna grab this and put this on the other side. 2.1. Oh, that's not 2.1. There it is. Paste that. And then I just have to reverse the polarity of the horizontal and the rotation. And we should have that just flipping. And we should have them all. They all should be here. Now, oh God. I almost forgot. I still gotta do the collision shapes. Yeah, this was just, all this was the circle on the ground. But that has no bearing on the actual collision, the 3D collision that determines what you interact with. So, wow, I actually still have a lot of work left. Maybe too late to mention or suggest, is the center or anchor point of the circle adjustable? The point it scales up and down from. Yeah, it is. It is. But, when I tried to mess with that, it would, for an unfortunate reason, apparently, it would go off of the size of the mesh. So like basically what would end up happening is it would cut off. Anyway, yes it is, but I guess I'm asking you to trust me because I don't want to have to like go through and find out like why this is true. But that was my first inclination, was to adjust it that way. But it turned out to not work good. Can I just say that? Yeah. But the answer is yes, it's possible, but it was going off of the mesh. It was like cutting it off in a way. So I had to end up actually just adjusting the entire size of the mesh and rescaling the mesh, and then adjusting the stretch of the circle. Unfortunately. So as for the collision shape, that's its own whole thing. That is its whole entire own thing. Let me at least do a GitHub commit here, since this is a step in the less incomplete direction. Interact zone shader, well, resizable, not really. Interact zone shader has sizes for each limb setup. Yeah, let's say that. I feel like that's enough information. Now, the collision shape, what seemed to be the easiest to work with, unfortunately, is a box. Now, right now, that box is in a weird spot, which I'm guessing is because we're in the editor. And if I go in to play the game itself, so you can see it is right up here. But I believe in the game itself, it's in a good spot. So a way that I'm going to be able to have to debug this is turn on visible collision shapes and restart it. Otherwise, say put the anchor point of the circle align with the alien's feet, but not saying that to stress you or not trust you. Oh, that's interesting. I hadn't thought about that, but oh, so yeah, there might be a way to do that, Kai Guy. That's a really good suggestion. It is a bit late for that suggestion at this point. I'm still not sure how that might not work because I think that might not work because again, this mesh has a very certain size. I'm not sure. Yeah, that's a good suggestion. At this point, I don't know if I can handle it. I don't think I can do it, Kai Guy. I can't. Please. Please. You know, I'm also like working with the shader that I have. I could have adjusted it, but I didn't. Okay, so let's move out here. So it's kind of hard to see because it's all the same color. But here's this box. This is in just the right spot. Yeah, the consequences are great. But no, it's a good thought, Kai Guy. For sure. So you can kind of see this box. And one problem with it, of course, is that it's going outside. And the reason why I'm not doing a circle shape or an oblong, because remember, it's oblong. It's not a sphere. The camera distorts it to look more like a sphere. But it's actually oblong. And there is no built-in collision shape that can become oblong or elliptical. They all have to be spherical. Now, if I created my own custom collision shape, that would be different. But I need it to not be a custom collision shape, so that way it can be adjustable via code in a way that is, flexible. So, I feel pretty stuck with a cube, and a cube, but like a box, a rectangular prism, because that will actually let me adjust it. But as you can see, there are these little corners here, which means that if I go to grab something, so if I'm out here, pull up my mouse. If I'm up here, I can't reach that one because it's out of there. If it's in the circle, I can grab it. But if it's in that area that's just within that corner, I'm going to be able to grab it. Which is not going to look great because the player is going to think they can't, right? So, then the other alternative would be to shrink it smaller than the circle, which then would mean there's going to be wings on the side that cuts it off. The other alternative there would be to have two rectangular prisms that intersect each other, and then there'd only be like some little corners that don't work, and it would barely be noticeable. Is that what I'm gonna do? Dear God, please don't do that. Maybe I'm gonna do that, though. It would just be such better coverage. But I just have to resize all of these, and, well, it's just not that fun. So I've done these for the dilemmas. I've done these for the even ones. So there's 1, 1, and these actually scale pretty well. And there's 2, 2. So the circle or the rectangle grows to match the size of the circle, and it gets a lot higher as well. Now for the other ones, I have not set them, other than just like, some default ones. So, obviously I need to rotate the collision shape. I think I want to try to do the double collision boxes. Like, I'm sorry. I'm like very sorry to the entire world, but like I think I want to try to do that. Like I apologize. I apologize. I don't like that idea. But if you haven't liked this stream though,
Remember to hit that like button. Thumb it up if you haven't yet, by the way, y'all. Forgot to mention recently, it really helps the stream get some more visibility and the channel grow a little bit, so thank you. If you want to do that, maybe you meant to and you forgot to, hyper smash the thumbs up button. Thanks, guys. Can collisions be a custom 2D decal shape that can still be controlled via code or only 3D? I have no idea. I've never tried to do 2D? 2D? It needs to be 3D. I don't know what you're on about, Kai Guy. 2D vector? No. I don't know, but that sounds like you're I mean, I love your brainstorming, but like, what? Huh? Huh? I don't know, Kai Guy. I don't know, I appreciate your help, but like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think the only things, I mean, there is, so, where is it? Here. I don't want to try to do a 2D, like how is it? A 2D sounds very bad. Because remember, we don't just want the ground, we need it also to be in 3D space. So like 2D is not, I mean, yeah. Hey, what's up, Zombie Bowtie? 2D is just not enough. I need more D. I need more D. Height map shape. What does that mean? Maybe I should start expanding into some of these other shapes. Maybe that would be wise. I mean, unfortunately, I've already set up code for this one, so I kind of need a different one. Yeah, thank you for tossing them my way. I appreciate it. Oh yeah, there is planes. There's definitely planes. Alright, let me just try experimenting a little bit with a different collision shape. Just for the sake of curiosity. Without expecting much. What is a collision polygon? What does that mean? I know that provides a thickened polygon shape, a prism, to a collision object 3D parent. I don't need a prism. I'm a little confused by that, but that's interesting. Alright, but what about these other ones? Capsule was no good, if I remember correctly. I mean, yes, it needs to be oblong. Wait, do I want to do a capsule? Is that what I've... Wait, maybe I need to be doing a capsule. I would be so fine with reimagining how this works. Because if you think about it, that is kind of what an ellipsoid is. And it even has some advantages over the ellipsoid. Yeah, but I don't know how that's gonna scale neatly. I mean, it doesn't have to be too neat. Maybe a capsule is what I need. Oh, but you know why not? Because I need it to be high. I need it. That's why the box is the best. Because I need this to be super tall. And the only vectors that this gives me is radius and height. So that's not gonna work. Because if I want it to be super, super tall, it's not gonna reach up far enough. The cube is still superior. A polyhedron shape. And then I can add my own points. Yeah, maybe I need to do that. You don't know Godot terminology or limits. Was just wondering if there was another way to get oval collision shape. Yeah. What am I trying to collide with? Stuff. Things in the sky. Things on the ground. Things everywhere. All kinds of stuff. Obstacles. Things that you can pick up. Let me make a shape that actually... Oh, I turned off the collision shape. So yeah, things you can destroy, things you can fight, things in the air, things on the ground, just things all over the place.
I mean, look, if y'all know about different kinds of shapes that you definitely know exist, I'm here for it. But other than that, you know, I'm not really expecting anyone to be able to offer advice. But, you know, bring it on if you got some. So I tried the cylinder before, and it doesn't offer enough. Again, it's like the capsule. I can't stretch it in all of the directions that I need it to stretch in, unfortunately. Too few vertices per face. I don't know how the heck to use this thing. How do you use this? I need like a tutorial or something. Can it just like, it'd be nice if it could just like give me a... Alright, well, I'll look it up. Godot convex polygon shape. Load an object in the points array field. Technically an OBJ is an array of vertices. I have no idea. No idea. I do not know. Well, that's not a lot of information, is it? Jeez. Oh, that's polygon. Maybe polygon's gonna be easier to work with, actually. Let me see that one. Hook me up with that. Oh, we do have convex polygon. That is what we're doing. I'm not exactly sure how it works or what to do with it. Whoa. What is that? Wait, where'd it go? Come back. Where'd it go? Oh, wait, there. Why does it look that way? Whoa. I'm not getting any gizmos. Whoa. Which would be nice. Whoa. Okay, this is promising, actually. Gizmos would be nice, though. If I could just drag it around. I mean, I do want the numbers to be pretty particular. Okay, this, I think, actually has the best chance. This convex polygon. I just gotta figure out how to make it look good. I'm just noticing that it's... Okay. It's not centered at all. But it would be nice if it was. Z. So this is on 1. Why can't I get... How did they get gizmos? I mean, this is quite different. This isn't the same. Maybe this is like old. It's from a year ago. Polygon collision 3D. Oh, yeah, this is this is a totally different thing. Okay, I see. Well, let me try that. Let me add one of those. So this is a convex polygon that is built into the collision shape. No gizmos there. But then there's the collision polygon 3D node. Which seems like it might be a little nicer to work with, potentially. Because it might have gizmos, which would just be easier for me to wrap my little head around. Oh, it's doing one of these. Whoa. Okay. There's that. Wow, yeah, then it draws it out for me. I like that. I like that a lot. Now it's obviously way off center though. I like that a lot less. I think I just need to make my own collision shape and then adjust the values manually. I think that's the way. This is the way. Oh yeah, gizmos. Give me the gizmos, baby! Heck yeah. Yeah, this is sweet. A depth 1 meter at top. Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, there is. Heck yeah. That's even better. Yeah, we gonna be alright. Whoa, what is this? Got a little pencil? Can like add more in there or something? This is the way. It would be nice if the mesh could just be a little more defaulty. So that's at -10. That's when it's angled over. I mean, that's okay. But what if I reset that to 0? I wouldn't recommend doing that. What do we usually do for the Y? I mean, it's different. It depends on a lot of things. This changes in a lot of different circumstances. By the way. So I know that just kind of messes all that up, but I mean, I'm gonna have to adjust all of these values anyway. It's still kind of hard. But I kind of wanted it like, let me go back to the script and let me just plug in what makes sense for, like, I don't know, maybe 1 hit point all around. So that way that's where we're starting from. So 1 hit point all around is gonna have the mesh at a Y of 6.6. We're pretty close. The rotation at 0. And the size of it, a factor of 2.5, which means I need to multiply 20 by 2.5. By 2.5. Oh yeah, that would be 50. That makes sense. Change this to 50. And then 2.5 times 46.655. That's our default factor. And that equals 116.68. Wait, 64. 116.64. 116.64. Just so it's like kind of generally. I mean, you could be more specific. You could say 6375. 375. All right. So now it'll be at the exact spot that it will be when it's the size 1-1, or the arm hit point configuration 1-1. Yeah, the above view, the orthogonal above view is unfortunately not that useful, so we're not going to use it because the fog gets in the way. And it appears I need to adjust my debug mesh at the bottom. There we go. Let's come back to the collision shape. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Okay, now pull it into the right places. So maybe we could do it. I'm just trying to think of like what's the best configuration to save the most space and stuff, or to use the least necessary. Does the pencil create one? It does. I don't like this creation. Stop it. Oh dear God. I don't like the creation. I don't get it. It's confusing. We're just gonna add one on here ourselves. Did that show up like at the origin? It sure did. Oh wait, why doesn't that one get a point to grab? Oh, I see. It does. This is... Oh, okay. Okay. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. There we go. It's a little confusing, but that's okay. Okay, so if I add another one... There we go. Yeah, and then maybe we can just add a couple more. And this should be pretty good. Should be pretty useful. Let's add one more on here. Move it where I can see it. And that way there's not as much space. I mean, there's some that's gonna get cut off, so I could add extra ones. I mean, I want to use as few as possible for the sake of complexity and sanity and all of that. Primarily those reasons. Kind of looking at that line on the ground that's like going down this way. And then of course I can adjust them to be more precise with each other. This is hard. This is some serious 3D stuff. It's like tripping me out. Like I can't tell. I cannot tell where it actually is. Because here it looks like it's outside of the circle, but here it looks like it's inside of the circle. It's a little confusing. The ancient philosophical question. How many sides does a circle have? Yeah. Yes, it is. That's correct. That's absolutely correct. This is hard. I'm just like not sure what I'm looking at. Alright, I guess I need to do the orthogonal view. And that means I just have to remove the environment so I can actually see through this fog. Unless I can. Maybe unshaded. Yeah, I don't know if any of these will actually remove all the lighting in one fell swoop. I don't think so. Unshaded isn't bad. Actually, unshaded is pretty good. I can work with this. And then let me hide all the orbs, because they're really getting on my nerves. So hide the score dunk and the power-up orbs. Okay, this is a lot better. Now try to adjust the points, and I can actually see where they're supposed to be. Now I'll make it a little bit larger than the ring. I think that will be reasonable. It's actually going, I mean, we kind of have this space within the ring to work with. I mean, unless I want to put another point here, there's always going to be some spot that's a little in or a little out. I think to some extent that's unavoidable. Nice. And then I can try to line these up, modifying the numbers on the right. I think we could do with 2 more points. Just like right in there to just push that out a bit. Bookmark this song for member songs? I don't know if I could sing to this one. Yeah, I could. I could sing to this one. Unfortunately, there's no good way for me to bookmark it. I need a better music system. I'm not using a good one. This song, by the way, if you want to help me in some point and request, I would love to have like member song requests. That'd be pretty cool. It's called Dangerous Toys. Guy is a guy. I sigh. Yeah, it's cool because it's got like this like darkness to it, so it like, yeah, I like it. Dangerous Toys. One to keep in mind. I have to bookmark it up here. That's the only bookmark I have. We're just thinking about adding another point in here. Oh no, but you can move that point. Just move it. Just move it. Yeah, it would be cool to have a request system. Maybe someday. I'll tell you what. I'll start a list. Okay. I'll start a list. There's been others people have mentioned, and I haven't put on such a list. Maybe I'll even do it like an Excel spreadsheet. Let's do it as an Excel or a Google Sheet. It'd be easier to make potentially public too. Member song requests or something like that. Dangerous Toys by Seth Chaw. Requested by Kai Guy. Song, artist, member. done. Note taken. It's a new era. Why didn't I remember this? Member song requests. There we go. Good job. Yeah. Okay, so how do I know which one is which? Okay, that was this. Wait, which one was that? This one in the top right is number 1. All right, and which one is this in the top left? Is number 2. So it looks like it's 1 and -2. I like the top left one better. So let's make this 1.2. Irritating that it doesn't update the gizmo as quickly as I would like, but whatever. 1.2, 1.2, 14. Look, that's almost exact. Can I make that 14? Can I trouble you for a 14? Oh, it looks worse. All right, 14.1. I mean, we could even do 14.2. That might be better. We can maybe go 14.3. I think we could push it out. Good. This one is number 0. Okay. It's very confusing. Maybe this is 0, 1, 2, 3. Is this one 3? It is. Okay, so this is the origin. Kind of hate that. This one is 0. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess I could... I could try to rearrange them. It sounds really boring. So 3, let's put this one at 3.1. So it goes out a little further. This one at -3.1. Nice. Good, good. Yes. And then, so 4 is almost at the same. We want that to be exactly the same. -3.1. Oh, nope. We do want that. Doesn't make sense. It sticks out further. -3.4 it is. So then we need its equivalent over here at 3.4. On the Y, that one's at 6.9. Can we get a 7? 7 looks good. Put this at 7. Nice. Good, good. Not bad. And then we're kind of mirroring it the other way for the rest of them. So number 5 should kind of mirror 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, 6. Number 6 should be similar to 4 somehow. How? How? Oh, not 6. Just kidding. 5 should be similar to 2. No, 5 should be similar to 3. Ah, that's it. So is this -3.1? I don't think so. Is it? -3.1. Yes. I mean, it goes out very far, doesn't it? I mean, I guess the circle isn't perfect. Okay. This is gonna be hard, isn't it? This isn't gonna just like neatly resize. I probably have to... I don't want to design each one. I want them to be able to be dynamically changed. We'll see. We shall see. And then I would think that 6 would match something about 2? Wouldn't it be the Y? 14.3? No. No, it wouldn't. It really wouldn't. I mean, maybe in some theoretical way. This should be negative 1.2. That looks pretty good. Seven. Similar to 1. I guess it should be 1.2 as well. Yeah, that makes sense. They're both 8.85. That's good. Number 8, which is that one, should be similar to 5 in some way. 3.1. So many dots. I know, it's so many dots. See a magnet snap icon up there? Yeah. No, so this is snapping to the grid. Not even a grid. It's more like a grid factor. If it would help me out here, I need them to be at the same position first before that really helps me. I mean, it does help a little bit. Something, I don't know. It's different. It is and it isn't. I don't want to use it. Is that okay? I'm already on the snap. Basically, turning it off would make it snap less. I don't want to do it. But thank you. Hey, what's up, Pepe? Oh, Pepe. Pepe is a member. Pepe is a member. This is a fun song. Hey yo, Pepe, hey yo, Pepe, hey to you, Pepe, hey yo, Pepe, hey, how you doing today, Pepe? Thank you, Pepe, for paying us a visit. Hey, Pepe, hey, Pepe, hey yo to you, Pepe, oh, Pepe, thank you for paying us a visit. Hey, Pepe, Pepe today. Hey, Pepe, Pepe today. Oh, Pepe, hey yo to you. Thank you for paying us a visit. It's true. Hey, Pepe today. Oh yeah. Hey, Pepe today. Oh, Pepe. Oh, Pepe. Oh, Pepe. Hey, to you. Hey, Pepe. Hey, Pepe. Hey, Pepe, don't you know it's true? I appreciate you. Whoa. Welcome, Pepe. Good to see you. Thank you for supporting the channel in all the ways that you do and you have for so long. Welcome. How you doing? How you been? Sorry, thank you. No, it's nice of you to offer. It's just like, we're fine, I think. So, really, you know, my concern, anyway, it's just different. All right. Where was I? So, these don't look right to me. This is 9, 7. This should be the same as this one, which is 4. Oh, it is. They're exactly the same. Oh, okay, good, great. This one has got to be off. That one's 0, and this one is 3. Yeah, by 0.2. Which one is more correct? I would say, I guess 3 is, so bring this down to just 10. 3.1. Alright, that looks good. Just trying to make sure these numbers line up. 1, what's 1's analog? 1's analog is... whatever that is down there. I don't know which one that is. 1's analog is 7. 1.2, 14.3. Yeah, that's a tough one. I don't really know how to line those up. in a way that makes sense. Yeah, it wouldn't help me with that one problem, Kai Guy, unfortunately. But you know what will? Good old-fashioned straight edge. It looks fine. It looks fine. Alright, I think this is good enough. I mean, it's something that bothers me about these. I feel like they could come in a little bit. That was 5. Let's pull it like maybe there. Negative 2.9. Its analog is this one. 2.9. Okay. So we'll say that's our collision shape. Oh my god. Pepe is, well, started demoing my game in Minecraft. I asked a friend to help with the story, somehow convinced me to add a dead fish. Rest in peace, Mr. Bubbles. Live all of 2 seconds. Oh, I'm so sorry that your friend made a story that killed your fish. I don't play a lot of Minecraft, so I don't know if I can fully appreciate your loss, but I hope the story was worth it, friend. Really hope it was. Psycho. I'm just kidding. I kind of want these to be... No, just leave it. It's good. I mean, I could pull these in a bit. Kind of like that, actually. What's this one? This is 9, 3.4 and 6.4. This one is 4. Let's make this 6.4. Okay. So now I gotta figure out how I'm gonna scale this depending on stuff. That sounds fun and hard. Fish in the grave. I kind of want to pull these two back a little bit. Oh yeah, make it 1. That's so much cleaner than that. Oh, that's incorrect. Which one is this again? It's just so hard to tell. Well, which one is that one? Oh, it's that one. Okay. So this becomes -1. There we go. Okay, really, I'm really happy with it. He's still in his tank, just not alive. That's actually morbid. It's negligent. It's for the story, though. Alright, let me get rid of this monstrosity here. So how am I gonna scale this for different sizes? I mean, obviously I need to capture all these values. Oh my god, I have to capture all these values. So I have to represent this in code. I don't even know how to do that. Let's open up the interaction. Oh my god. This is a whole entire situation right here. By the way, before I do all that, let me just tell you guys about what I'm doing. I'm gonna just do a little recap of what I'm up to. I'm not even doing the lopsidery anymore. I did do the lopsidery, and the lopsidery has been done, at least in part. Pretty much what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get the interact zone. That is to say, not only the indication, which is what I've been doing, but the collisions. And so this is a little circle that appears around the bottom of the player, and it indicates what
stuff you can grab and what stuff you can't. So the example I've been giving, this is if you have no arms, it's the smallest size that it would be. I've got it set up in debug tools for now while I get it put together, but it will be embedded into the game soon. So as you can see, there's some people that are outside of this circle, and if I try to click on them, I am able to grab them. That is not correct. I know why that's happening. I do know why that's happening. That is because I have to turn off the collision that we're working on. Okay. All right, now, right? Yes. Okay, let's just circle back around here. Yeah, let's just circle back around here for a second real quick. Just circle. And then why don't we also set this here? Okay, so back to the real test. So here, this person I cannot click on because they're outside of that circle. However, this person I can click on and do stuff with because they're inside of the circle. Now, if I increase that circle size, let's make it 1-1. That is to say, each arm, if you have 1 hit point on each arm, you can see this one is now available to grab if I move outside of it. It still is because there's a bit of a corner on there, because as right now, the collision shape is a cube. So that means these little corners, if they are touching, it will pick up the object. But I don't want that to be the case. So I'm changing it from a cube or a rectangular prism shape to a more detailed shape, I suppose, which looks a bit like this right now, because even though this looks oblong here in the editor, when we look through the camera, it looks equilateral or whatever. So I need to now figure out how to make this change its size and shape whenever we change the size and shape of the thing on the ground. And that's kind of what I'm working on now, and I'm going to keep working on it. But before I do that, I do have to take a short break. 2 minutes tops. 2.5 minutes. 2 to 2.5 minutes. I'll be right back. If you are co-working along with me, stretch your legs, get a snack if you haven't in a minute. Like I said, I will be super right back. Oh, we got a main menu. I set this up the other day. We can actually just go back to the main menu. I love that. This is a task. It's not my favorite task, but it's one that's gonna really pay off. So it's worth it. Like I said, I will be right back. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. We'll be quick. Lickety quick. Yeah. Lickety split. Lickety split. Lickety stop. Lickety. Just hold on. Don't lick each other. Just wait. Right, let's see if I can work with these collision shapes. So I gotta get all of these like values in this array to be in code, so I can adjust their size and shape. There's still the depth. I guess I didn't like plan that out that much. Well, I can use the existing one. Whoops, where'd it go? Here, as a reference. Oh, I can't because it's not actually set up. Good, great, cool. Well, I mean, you should be able to reach. Well, let me put that in there too. You should be able to reach the power-up orb, which does descend a little lower. This is just hard. I would say you should be able to reach up pretty high. It's going to be a lot easier to figure out once we look at the collision shape in the game, if I'm being honest. This is loud. Where did the UI interact go? Can we just like search it? UI. Oh, but it's alright, whatever. Is there a shortcut for search? I don't know, maybe. Make sure this is off. Turn this on. So it is active. Seems like we should be a lot higher than that. Let's give it some more depth. And where's the power-up orb, actually? Not that one, sorry, the score dunk. That's well within that range. Because this actually, the score dunk comes down a bit from there. So that's plenty high. Okay. Alright, so I need to get all these values in code. What are you gonna do about that? I mean, I assume that this has some kind of array. Oh dear. Indices 0, indices 1. So I guess we could just say, oh, so maybe I could print, okay, let's try printing an array. Print. Well, first you need to set up the new collision shape, right? Because we have this collision as the one, but we need quite a different one. The values that I was adjusting before were the overall size, so I was multiplying the entire vector, which at that point was a vector 3. This is going to be an entire array of indices. Yeah, you could just multiply them by a single factor. I mean, you know, obviously if we're making the shapes that are not oblong, but like, you know, it's gonna get weird. It's gonna get hard. This is not gonna be easy. Oh man, I'm so afraid of this. I mean, at that point, I almost feel like I should just design each one individually. I mean, I could. If I could identify the pairs, we could do like a mirror. And I could say that like have that factor. That actually kind of makes sense to me. Okay. So I'm gonna bear with myself here. I'm gonna type up something on the screen as I've been doing with some other stuff. This is gonna be not the most fun thing. That's a little large for my taste here. So we need 0 through 9. I guess I don't really need to do that. I want to pair them up. That's okay, we'll do it. So if I move, so we know this is 0. Nope, that was 9. This one is 0. 0's mirror
I'm gonna split this, I'm gonna attempt to split this up into like 2 arrays. And then multiply it. I might wonder if I could even like force into like a vector 2 or something wacky like that. It's gonna be wacky town. It's just really hard for me to even explain. But I'm doing it. Alright, so that's that one. Zero's mirror is 3. So I'm gonna plunk 3 out of here, and we're gonna pair it with 0. And I'm even gonna do it like that. 3 and 0. Okay, so this one is 1, meaning its mirror is gonna be 2. Right? Yeah. So 1 on the right and 2 on the left. Kaka was gonna say, very bottom of that inspector, was there a thing to help? Forgot the name of it. Alignment? I don't know. At the bottom of the inspector? You mean the margin? I don't know what that even does, actually. The collision margin for the generated shape. Oh, so that's probably just like around the edge. So it's that way it's not like a... Oh, auto-translate. Wait, what? Where's that? Oh, down here? Auto-translate. Defines if any text should be automatically changed to its translated version. That's, that apparently is for literal language translation. Which is on a collision shape. I guess because it inherits from a node. There you go. Yeah. I like that you're like looking around and trying to find things. I bet you'd have a kind guy. I think you'd have a lot of fun poking around in Godot. Just like the way that you're looking at this and like picking out things. I think you'd really enjoy it. I enjoy it. I love it. Just trying stuff. Seeing what happens. So many switches and buttons and doohickeys and whatnots and who's its. I love it. I love it, Kai Kai. Please do. Okay, that one is 4. And its mirror is 9. 4 on the left, 9 on the right. The reason I'm doing this is so I can multiply a scalar factor by, let's say I wanted to grow twice the size, right? So I would multiply, I want to have like 2 separate arrays or whatever. And I want to multiply everything on the left and on the right by 2, so it doubles. But let's say I only want some of it to grow. You know what? Maybe I should even do it into quadrants. So that way I can... I don't know. I don't know if this is actually going to make as much sense as I think. I don't know if this is going to... Because then I can have like half of it grow bigger. Because if you do half and half, then it's going to grow bigger out this way, and we don't want the collision to grow bigger out that way. So I'd almost want to omit some of these. I kind of want to omit these, so those stay the same. This is kind of hard. But that was my idea, is to have 2 separate, like, sets of values that I can either multiply or scale equally, or scale differently. But now I'm thinking we should have quadrants. I don't know. This is hard. This is hard for my little brain. Alternatively, I just drag and set each one. Maybe I just do that. I mean, that's 9 different positions that I have to set. And then it can't be dynamic. It already isn't dynamic though, Leaf. And it's a lot of values to try to study, that's for sure. If I wanted to discover a pattern. This is what made using the rectangular prism so nice. Is I only had to worry about a few values and I could adjust them very easily, dynamically. And even if I had two rectangular prisms overlapping each other, yes, there would be an area that doesn't get included. But at least I could apply things more easily to it. No, because Lee's... You should be able to rotate it. No, I think this still works. I think this still works. Because if you rotate it... I'm going to keep going down this path. I'm going to follow this instinct, and we'll see what happens. I just think you'd enjoy it, Kai Guy. I just think you'll enjoy it. All right, so 5. This is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right here. Oop. Five's analog is 8. And then 6 and 7. Okay. So now I'm going to do some wacky stuff. I'm going to say... We already going to have the collision shape. I think you should keep the new collision as well. I don't think you should, or the old collision, I don't think you should remove it in case this is just a bust. So I'm going to say... At onReady variable... I don't know what I'm going to call it. Interact, I'm going to say collision poly. It's messy. Oops, VST, it's a music plugin. Apparently. Collision polygon 3D. Specifically that. Okay, so then I want a variable for collision poly left. I actually want this to be an array, right? And I want that to be interact collision poly indices. I don't know if this is gonna work like I think it could. Expected identifier after dot for attribute access. What do you mean? What does that mean? Oh, I see. I have to put this in each one. I see. And how does that... I don't know what that it needs to look like exactly. Let me search it up. Indices. In a polygon. Collision polygon. It's not one of the options. Polygon 3D. This is hard. So wait, how does that... Yeah, it's in a polygon packed, so maybe I need to go to the packed array too. Vector 2 array. Size. And there's nothing about indices in here? There is. This is hard. This is confusing. Returns the vector 2 at index. Negative indices when using x elements starting from an n. I don't know what I'm doing, dude. You had this song stuck in your head? That's amazing. Dude, I am way out of my element. I feel... I feel like I should really just be adjusting them manually. I really don't want to, but this is head hurty, as Coda says. I have to agree. This is really head hurty. I just don't even know. I mean, I guess I could try. All right, let me try something. I'm really out there with this. I know. I know it, guys. I know it. What if we just print interact collision or interact collision polygon? Yes, autocomplete. Yes, give me autocomplete. So I'm not sure where we get indices, because if I drag this, you see we get indices, which often means that that's how it is written in code. But I'm thinking not. Polygon append, bsearch, clear count, duplicate, fill, find, has, insert is empty, pushback, remove at, resize, reverse, rfind, set, slice, sort, 2-byte array. I mean, it's all of these. So has a Boolean to check. I mean, these would actually be floats anyway. Unless it was an array of other things. A slice. 2-byte array. Returns a packed byte array with each vector encoded as bytes. Don't make me do bytes. You don't mean that. I don't really know how to do this. GDScript polygon indices. Somebody's ever done this. How can I get the polygon index position of a mesh? Yes. Exactly. Nobody's responded? Horrifying. That's not what you want to see. Where's Progy's geometric mass equation when you need them? I don't know. Yeah, Progygon might be able to figure it out. Something like that. You had no idea there's a pierogi emote. Yeah, there is. Wow, no one got an answer. That's wild. I'm the only one who's ever tried to do this. Ever. Change the position of points in a polygon 2D. It's not too bad. It's different, but I could work with it. Pack 2 vector array. Well, Godot will try to convert an array to pack 2 vector array. Hey, what's up, Thought T? Exactly, it's a range check for limbs. Welcome, Thought T. It will not convert an array to vector 2D. So instead of this, you need to do this. Polygon vector 2, vector 2. So the indices are just like part of the array. Okay, so so if I just print that, that's right, and then I'm trying to represent that range. It is a range check. Yeah, it's a range check. And there's, right, we could also do, like, there's other ways to do that. There's other ways to do that. That's true. That is maybe what you're even getting at with your question. And I want to be able to represent that range on the ground. And it actually match what the reality is. All right, let's just have it print this. I'm curious to know what that comes out as. I'm guessing it's going to be just like this person said here, where it's going to be like an array, a vector 2 array here. That's what I expect to see. Indeed. Nice. Okay, so that's how the array has to look. It's a lot of numbers. It's a lot of numbers. Thanks, Thoughtsy. Thank you. Yeah, we're getting there. A little bit at a time. A little bit at a time. I'm not sure what you last saw. We do have a main menu where we can choose an alien. At some point, I want some different colored ones. You can pick the one that you want to use. And it abducts it, brings it down onto Earth. And then this circle around the bottom here is the range. So I'm able to grab things that are within that range in theory. Currently that range is actually quite a bit larger than that circle indicates. But then whenever you eat stuff, it would grow a little bigger as your arms get bigger. Up into a maximum of this. And then I've also got some lopsided ones that I set up. So that would be this one. So then your range would adjust to only be able to reach things in that. And so I'm setting up the collision, and I could just design the collision for all 9 of these possibilities. But I'd really rather have it be able to somehow more dynamically change. That would be great. So yeah, so these are all the different possible combinations. Some of them make more sense than others. No, this is correct. That makes sense. It's pretty okay. It's pretty okay. And so I've got them on the ground, but I need it also to fit the 3 dimensions. But thanks, Thoughtsy. I appreciate that. A little bit at a time. So this array is printing out just like that. So that's where it is. It's in Polygon. Hey, Salmon, welcome back. Yeah, things are going really well. Thanks for asking. Things are going good. I'm kind of doing a bit of a tricky task at the moment that I'm only somewhat sure how the heck to do. But we're getting there. Trying to add some 3D collision based on a 2D representation kind of a thing for the range that the arms can grab depending on their health. But yeah, the progression, it's happening, little by little. It's coming together. How have you been? So I'm trying to put these different points. So from 3 dimensions, a look like this. So these are all the different polys here. That's what the range on the ground looks like. And I'm trying to split it up into 2 halves so I can multiply it by a scale factor, so 1 half will grow and the other half won't. Unless I want them both to grow, then they will.
It's getting there. It's there's still a lot. There's still a lot. Not a lot, but enough. Thanks. Yeah. Oh yeah. There's like, you know, some better attacking from the enemies and things. Yeah. A lot of the things that weren't there, are there now, which is nice. What's the reason of different green elliptic shapes? A simple distance check between the alien and the objects is not good enough. Less lot than last time. Heck yeah, heck yeah. Well, so the thing on the ground is just for the player, right? So the player knows what their range is. And I mean, I guess I want the player to have a relationship with the health of its arms and the ability that those arms have. So that's why there's the different shapes. So the player has a sense of what that range is. And like, you know, I'm not mathematically skilled enough, and I don't plan to become that, to figure out, you know, so I think I could figure out how to calculate certainly the distances between two objects and then put like a cap on that depending on arm health. I could do that, but I have no idea or much interest in figuring out how to plot that into a visual representation on the ground in 2 dimensions that can communicate to the player, you know, in a nice way. I mean, I'm sure with absolute certainty that there's a way to mathematically plot out points on the ground via a shader based on what possible distances. But that's gonna be really hard. Like what's it at by default, and does it like stretch and move when you grab things? So it's really just me being completely unable to conceive how to represent that to the player, because to me it's equally important that it functions and that it looks in a way that can communicate to the player visually clearly while you're playing. And so that's why that is set up that way. That's a good question. So, if I'm going to follow through with this for now, which for now I am going to attempt. You got me. All right. We want to say, really just plug in 2 arrays. And this is like, well, this would just be at 1. So this setup is when we're at 1, 1, not at 0, 0. So that means I'll have to scale it down and scale it up, which will be interesting. I'm not thrilled about that. So the default at the moment, number 3 and 0. Dear God. So I have to type them as vector 2s? I do. Okay. Oh God. We gotta do enter. I can't stand looking at that. Vector 2, -3.1. Well, but you don't want to pair them together, right? You would want to do 2 next. So -3.1, 10. Then for the next one, so I'm just looking at my numbers over here and matching it to the numbers over here. It's chaos, but it'll make sense. Let me move this. I don't know if it'll work perfectly, but we'll do our best. So yeah, so I'm trying to match these numbers with these numbers and sort them out into 2 separate arrays, a left side and a right side. 3 is on the left side. It's got -3.1 and 10, so there's that. 2 and 1. -1.2, comma, 14.3. All right, next one is 4. Go ahead and put that on the clipboard. Vector 2, so 4 is negative 3.4, 6.4. Next one is 5. Negative 2.9, 2.35. Next one, 6, negative 1.2, negative 1. I'm just gonna make them all floats. Okay. So there's all the different arrays, or the different indices in that array. Let's make another array, and this is for the right side. So that's going to be 0 first, which is 3.1 and 10. 1 is 1.2 and 14.3, so they're all very similar. 9 is 3.4 and 6.4. Love to see it. That makes sense. 8 is 2.9 and 2.5. I think we can fix that so that they're even. Oh yeah, they're different. I guess I like this one a little better. Let's do, I mean, look at that number. It's ugly. What if I compromise and we make it 2.4? Everybody loves a good compromise. Okay. So we're changing this to 2.4. That's 2.4. I don't know how I'm going to put these together. Like, how are you going to combine these into one list? I have no idea. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. This one as well. This is 7 and 6. That's it. I mean, obviously this all stays the same. The y in the vector 2 stays the same no matter what. The only difference is the polarity of one side versus the other. It's literally the only difference. So now, if I want to only... How am I gonna do this? Apply it to one side versus the other. Because this array that I printed from the actual one, I mean, they're all over the place. It seems like it's doing these first. Oh, it's all over the place. Dude, I have no idea how to make this work. I mean, I think you need to figure out which ones these are in here. Dude, I don't know what I'm doing. Let me make another change here. This is nuts. So 3... So actually 0 is 0. Well, no, but this is 0. No, it's exactly the same. These numbers correspond to position in the array. So this is 0. And that's 3.110. This is 1, 1.2, 14.3. This one is 3, or 2 rather, sorry, we need 2. This one is 2, negative 1.2, 14.3. Dude, I don't know what I'm doing, or like how to do this. I would need to move each of these. Dude, I don't know how to do this.
Alright, maybe we just draw it out. I don't have a good enough brain for it. Because I'd want to feed it back into here to adjust the internet collision polygon, dot polygon here, which is what this is. And I don't even know if this is going to deliver the result I want. So maybe you just need to not do them in this order, because you're doing it from top to bottom. This is crazy. And how would you even apply it to that? Anyway, I guess what you do is you would say internet collision poly dot polygon equals. So we just have to plug it back into an array. So we have to say collision poly right. Dear God. I would just have to remember which one's which. Okay, maybe I can do that. We have a 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 here. You know what I'm gonna do? This is wild. I know, guys. Like, this is beyond out there. I know. And I'm just sorry. But I'm gonna do it. What is this? Oh, yeah. This was... Oh, my God. Yeah, I need to just come over here. Okay. So we have 0 beyond insanity. Oh. Thanks. Thanks for the encouragement. I appreciate it. It makes me feel really confident. I know you're just kidding. I will say, if you're gonna talk crap, there's always a way to put up. You could always put up a better idea. Okay, duplicate this. Move it over. You've helped me with so much, Thoughty. I don't actually expect that. Actually, I have 2 different things here. We have the left and the right. It's hard! It's hard! So each one has 5 in it. Because, I mean, again, I can stretch each one out. I can. But I don't want to. I want this to be potentially formulaic. Oh, that's 5. Okay. Not lined up. Whatever. And you know what? I enjoy it. Like, I know, like, I ask you to bear with me because I know it's wacky, but, like, I'm having fun. We got stuff in the way. I need to move this. Please, God. Okay, and then this is left side, we will say. Duplicate that. This is right side. And then where I'm going with it is into one long array. And I need to figure out how they connect. It'll be kind of beautiful when it works, though. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. So 0 and 0. 0 on the right and 0 in the main one match up. That's a tiny little arrow, Excalibur. I guess because I zoomed it up so much. It's just the ittiest bitty little arrow. And then we've got 1.2, 14.3, which means 1 and 1. This is it. This is how I'm gonna figure this out. And then it gets weird. 3.4, 6.4 is the last one. If you don't want elliptic shape, in a circle radius will be easier to draw the range to the ground, I think, but the elliptic shape makes it harder. Yeah, it does. I mean, it's not about want, it's just because of the camera. Like, this is what it looks like here, but in the game, it's a circle. It's because of the angle of the camera that it doesn't look correct. And I'm not about to change the entire view of the game just for this, apparently. So there's some degree of want, but it feels like a necessity kind of thing. But then, even then, I still need it to go elliptical when it's lopsided. But yeah, right, that makes it a lot harder. Thank you for like putting your brain on it. Like, I appreciate that. All right. So the next one, 2.9, 2.4. Oh. I guess I changed it, right, from 2.5 and 2.35. So this one is going on the end, the next end, 8. So that goes there. 1.2, -1 is the next one. It makes an odd sense. An uncomfortable sense. Alright, so back on this one, -3.1 is 0, 1, 2, 3. A new brain fart for you. Could use bones to form that 2D polygon collision shape. But how would I move the bones? I'd still have to like animate each point. It just seems like another way to do the same thing. It seems like a lateral move, except it would be a ton to set up to get there. But like, what's the advantage that you're imagining? I feel like there's an advantage you're thinking of. Off the top of my head, I don't see it. -1.2. 14.3 is 0, 1, 2. Negative 3.4, 6.4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, 2 more. Negative 2.9, 2.4. That's this one. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then I would assume the last one is 6, but for the sake of due diligence, let's just make sure it checks out. Negative 1.2, negative 1. That does look like 6. Okay. So that's where they need to be put back in at. Okay. So I'm gonna do that down here. Interact, collision, polygon. This is gonna be wild. We wanna update this to, in the first position, the right 0. Collision, poly, right. Is it, do I do it like that? Okay. In the second position, a 1. In the third position, 1 from left. Hey, dungeon. Oh, man. You have returned on some chaos. We've got a chart. Yeah, we do. Oh, man. What is Lee's getting into? So, I found this collision shape, this collision polygon 3D. And it lets me get this nice shape with all of these points on them. And I want to attempt to divide it in half so I can move half of it, scale half of it separately from the other half. And so I have added half of these points here into an array, and then the other half into the other array. So there's one half, there's the other half. And now I'm trying to plug these back into the polygon shapes built-in array. And then I want to be able to multiply these separately. I guess I'll have to like iterate through it or something. Before they get plugged back in there for when it's smaller or bigger. Or it's one size is one, I don't know, something like that. This chart shows how you can connect speakers to the hi-fi. Yeah. It does look like, it totally looks like something like that. I absolutely see that. Like a synthesizer or something, or yeah. Yeah, that's the right reaction, dungeon. Exactly. Yeah, yep, yes, correct. Yep. Yep. But here I am, doing it. So the third place is 1 on the left. So paste this in, change that to left, make it 1. Next, the 4th place, 0 from the left. The next one, 5th place, 2 from the left. Sixth place is 3 from the left. Seventh one is 4 from the left. Eighth one is 4 from the right. I could have like set these out to be in better places, but I didn't realize what I was getting into when I first designed it. And I decided this would be easier than moving them all. I still think that's true. Kind of. We just did this one, so now we're on the 9th one. 3 from the right. And finally, 2 from the right. Okay. So that will plug them all back into the actual polygon. Now, let's say I want to adjust that factor. I assume this will plug it back in. We'll see. This will be interesting. So we're gonna do export variable, interact collision poly. Well, you want to do left and right. I'm not typing all that. We're gonna do collision poly resize right. Couldn't we do this? No, don't do that. Just do it like this. And I want this to be a float. I guess we'll want to multiply it? I don't know. And then the default collision poly resize right. The default factor. I'm gonna say 1 as well. Okay, then I need 1 for the left. Okay. Come down here. Interact collision. Nope, just collision. Chaotically enough. Collision poly left resize. Well, what you want is, yeah, you want, well, actually, please, you want collision. Now, I still don't really know how to multiply each one. I guess we want to say for every, oh dear God, for indices in collision poly right, or we'll start with left, collision poly resize left times this. That doesn't make sense. You would want to say, oh yeah, that does, because we want to say that it equals that. So we want to say index. Wait, that's not how that works. How do I do this? How do I multiply arrays by each other? How to add arrays to each other. I don't know how to do that. Oh yeah, GD script would be important. Merge arrays. Oh dear God. Is this not easy? Yeah. That's what I want. 2017. Okay. One, 2 plus 3, 4, 5. What? Really? It'll just do it? Okay, because that's fabulous. That would work good for me. I would like that. That would make me happy. I guess I don't need this constant. I feel like this is my constant. I think you don't need the constant. So we would say for each one, just do the indices times the resize. Thanks, Thoughty. That is very helpful, actually. We're gonna call that a Godot consultant. Indices times, I think I don't need the constant. I think that's unnecessary. And that would be it. I think that's it. And then for indices, I probably have to rename that. For indices left, for indices right, in collision, poly right, indices right times collision, poly resize right. Yeah, maybe. And then it's gonna take all of those new values, but that's not equaling it, is it? It's just, don't I need to assign it? Oh, I don't need a for loop. I see. I see. No for loop needed. We would just say collision poly left equals collision poly left. Oh, duh. Times equals, right? Invalid operands, array, and float for assignment operator. What? Oh, because this is a float. Oh, yeah. Right, because I need this to be an array as well. So I suppose I do need a for loop for that. I see. You know, unless I were to pump out an entire array. Does this still exist? Is that still real? No. What I say, I don't even know. Cause this is just gonna, what do I even do with this? I mean, that'll assign it. A for loop assigns it, right? So by doing this, collision poly left is going to equal that, right? You can check the operators of array class in the documentation with some examples. Yeah. Oh yeah, the array documentation is good. Oh wow, and it even shows you the operators. There's plus, but also, I mean, first of all, there is no multiply. I don't need to multiply. I can add. I'd rather not, but I can. I can multiply. Oh god, this is really confusing. For existing, append array is more efficient. Dude, I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, because that'd be adding, that's adding it onto it instead of adding them together. Yeah, I don't know how much that helps me or how to help that help me. Here's what I'm gonna do. I am going to print something. I would like to print here pre after loop collision poly left. Before loop collision poly left. Let me just see what what happens if there's not a million errors in a bunch of different ways, which there might be. Okay, before loop, they're exactly the same. Okay, so that did not apply anything. That for loop did nothing. Okay, cool. Because what I want is, after it multiplies through each step of the array, I don't know how to do this. Array scalar. I have no idea. I feel like I'm trying to do. Hey, look, it's glitched. I feel like there's like, I don't even know, dude. But you see what I'm trying to do? Like, I want all of these values that are in here to each be, or like down here, all of these values, I want them to be multiplied. Wait, I didn't make it a different number. It's 1. First of all, the resize factor is currently 1. So even if it did work, I wouldn't know it. All right, hold on a second. Let's at least make sure I've done that. Collision poly resize left. I'm gonna set to double. Okay, now let's try. Intriguing dungeon. Okay, so that still didn't work, even with a reassigned size scalar. No difference is made. And I mean, just for the sake of curiosity. Let's just make sure we check what the scalar is. Just out of curiosity. Oops. Yeah, so it is seeing it updated as a factor of 2. But these values are not changing. Array loop position times equals value. What is loop pause? How would I type that? Collision poly left. And then put the, so you mean do each and every one. So do like 0 times equals, I see. So type each one out, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm willing to do that. Thank you, Thoughtsy. Thanks for stopping by, I appreciate it. Hope you've been well. You can just iterate through the length of the array. I can. Oh. Bye-bye, Thoughtsy. So maybe I'll put the for loop like right in there. I don't know if I understand. So until I do, I'm gonna do it this way. But I feel like I definitely don't need to. Poly resize left. Yeah, it seems like there should be some way to iterate through all of this. I mean, I'll type it out. I'll do it. I will. I may not want to, but I'll do it. So, like, that's it. I mean, that's all that it is. It's just those 4. It just feels like uggo. Feels extra. Done. I wanted it to be cleaner, but you've given me all I need at this point. Cleanliness is boring. All right, let's see if that updates better. I think it will, right? Probably. It's not a loop, but that's okay. The output doesn't have to make sense. There he goes. Most of them, except for one. I missed one. Oh, there's 5 in each. No problem. Fixable. Make this 4. Make that 4. All right, so now I got the factor, the scaling factor in here. It's all built in, and I just can adjust it however I need. And it will hopefully update that polygon size. And I can do the right side different than the left side. So this is what it is for 1.1 by default. Let's put it there. Is 1.0. Excuse me. That way will work, but it's not going to update if you make the array longer. The array won't be longer. No array length will change. Right? There's no way I could handle making the array longer. That is mind-boggling. If I do make the array longer, I could just for-I in array. I believe you. Dude, I'm not even gonna begin to honor the concept of changing the array size. That sounds horrifying. All right, so but let's do in the places that it makes the most sense. In 1 1, 2 2, and then 0 0. So in that way, I'm gonna actually want to be dividing it. How the heck am I gonna divide it? I didn't think about that, did I? No, I did not. Oh, 0.5. I know math sometimes. All right. But that's only the left. I need it on both because these are equivalents. That is to say, we're not doing them different on each side. So let me just do a right side for each one. Oh, right. We're just doing the even ones. Copy this, paste it. That goes on the right. Come down here. Copy this, and this goes on the right. There's a chance. Okay, so then I'm gonna want to make sure collision shapes are visible. We're gonna hit play. It might work. Now at first, the size is gonna be weird because I've set the default to 1 for no good reason. But with our debug tools, we might be okay. Okay, let's move over here. Whoa, oh, it's happening. That is incorrect. So as you can see, it is adjusting it constantly. It is shrinking it and growing it. I mean, it's pretty good. It is working, but that's not how it's supposed to work. We just want it to happen at a fixed amount. I think that's what the constant. That's what the constant was for. All right. So I actually need to say that it equals... Oh, this is going to be tough. Well, because you need a constant... Oh, I need a constant array. That's what I need. Not a constant factor, but a constant array. Okay. Horrifying. Collision, poly, left. Collision, poly, right. Okay. What do you mean it's not declared in the scope? Are you quite sure? Oh, I didn't duplicate it. I just overwrote it. I said you're done. Collision, poly, right. Colon. All right. And then down here, we want to say not equals well, wait a minute. We do want equals. We want to say that it equals... Let's see, I'm going to put all of these. This is a little wacky, but it's what I'm going to do. Copy all of these. Put them here. We multiply each of those. And then rename this to the constant.
do all the lefts first. Why is there one left down here? That's an error, by the way. Whoops. Missed that one. Okay. Cool. So now it's gonna always multiply it by the constant. That way it's not incrementing every single time. Phew. This is wild. So it's not gonna start out at the right size. But, I mean, once I've moved it from the debug buttons to the game, it's gonna read what's on the arms itself, so it won't matter. Alright, bring this down. Nice. It's pretty good. I do have some concerns. I have some very serious concerns here. I think we need to move the position of it. Because this looks fine. Wait, does it? Okay, yeah, this looks fine. This looks really good on 1-1. When I bring it down to 0, 0, you can see it's shifted forward a bit. So I need to be able to adjust the forward position. This is not surprising. 2-2 looks a little big, so I don't think we want to double it. We want to do a smaller scale factor there. So we have to do a few adjustments to get it just right. But it's working. And it's not increasingly or decreasing or anything like that. So it's getting bigger and smaller. And we can do each half independently. This is gonna work. This is gonna work, you guys. I'm actually super excited to see it work. What? Okay, all right. All right. Chill. All right. So, I need to set up the rotation and the forward or backward. It's really exciting to see it work because man, I've just been like confusedly grinding out this obnoxious code, and I don't know. I don't know. It just feels good to see it like do what I expect. So far. All right. I don't think I need these. Get out of here. So I'm gonna need a few more things. Certainly I don't need this, and I don't need that. However, I am going to need collision poly rotate, and we want them both, we want the whole thing to happen at once. We're not separating this in the left and right. No. So this is actually gonna look, actually it's gonna be exactly the same as we did this one. So I'm actually just gonna copy that. This one, the scalar multiplies. This one, the scalar adds. We're gonna say it's collision poly re-rotate. Collision poly rotate. Yeah, seen it come together. Yeah. Oh, that Godot emoji is just so like, it's so snarky. It's just like, come on, you got this. I'm like, I don't know, do I got it? I would love a blue thumbs up. So it's like it's doing this and doing that at the same time. All right, anyway.
So 0 meaning I don't want that rotation to be changed. Oh, it's right here behind me. Let's close this. Because right now, and I believe we're going to want to do that on the Z-axis. Yeah. Just like that. That's what we're going to want to be rotating on the Z-axis. And then the forward and backward will be here. So it starts out at 0. And then for the forward, which I admit I'm chaotically enough naming re-forward. So we say poly. This gives us our constant, so that way it's not going to be increasing every time. In this case, we do want it to be at 0 to start with. Okay. So now we're going to come down here and declare it all up. I'm going to not include these prints. I am definitely going to collapse all of that. Let's give it a code region. This is collision poly indices resizing. Whatever. Don't need any of this. I'm just gonna collapse that. Just tighten that a little bit. Okay. Then we want to say interact collision poly rotation Z equals interact or collision poly poly rotate, there it is. Collision poly rotate times, are we adding this? I think we're adding this. Plus, oh, I see. I forgot to caps it. It's so confusing having things that are the same name, but they're just capitalized. I don't know, it messes with my brain. Poly rotate. Re-rotate. Okay. And then similarly, I want one for position Y. This is forward plus re-forward. Right? That's what we called it? Oh, no, oh, that capitals. I don't know, it just trips me up. Okay. Cool. Now, back up in here, I need to set all of the scalar factors. So 1, 1 is where it's perfect, but we still want to add it in here. Collision poly re-forward equals 0, because we're not moving it at all. Because this one adds, these ones multiply. And then collision poly re-rotate. Okay. Then we grab this, go to 0, 0. And in this case, I don't know what it's gonna be. I'm gonna have to plug these in differently and figure that out. Same with 2, 2. All right, so I'm gonna pull it up and we're gonna experiment. I could use the inspector to experiment. But this isn't going to be that challenging. Hopefully not like before when I was doing the oblong ones or the angled ones. Now I can adjust the camera to be looking from above, but we're going to have the fog in the way. So I'm probably going to want to turn off the environment if I end up doing that. I think you should. So there's 1-1. It fits really nice. I think that's worth it. Because if I switch to like this camera view, you can see that I can't see the green circle. So to get that green circle, I gotta come to my world environment and turn it off so the fog goes away wherever my environment lives. There it is. Unfortunately, that doesn't help. I have to just reset the settings and then put them back. Okay. So there it is. You can see it neatly fits around there. Oh, of course, when I go back to the code, it puts the camera back. How dare you? How dare you? Okay, so that's a little messy, unfortunately. Oh well. Okay, so let's do 2-2 then, since that's already up. Move to 2-2. Switch back here. Change the camera. Adjust it a bit. All right, so now you can more clearly see how it's off. I feel a little concerned. That shape looks very strange. Oh, there's probably something not... I probably messed up one of the values. That don't look even right there. Then I gotta find this. I dare you. It really do. It looks like a really complicated football play. Oh my gosh, it does, with all the little like squares. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. First we're gonna go here, then we're gonna go there, and we're gonna do the first down, and then the second down, and then at the third down it's gonna go 50 yards, and then so-and-so is gonna make sure it gets past the goalpost, but don't fall. Don't drop the ball again. Okay? Johnson, don't drop it at the 30-yard line for the second down again. I don't know what any of that means. Okay, so oh, I see. Close this. Let me get the... That's exactly it. I mean, the green... Oh my gosh. It's like perfect. Alright, so there, if I hide it and unhide it, now it's clear what that is. But you can see in the bottom right, which I think is 9, the 9th one, or the 10th one, as it were, is not set up correctly. Which, with all of these, it kind of makes sense that I might mess one up. So let's see which one I messed up. Left, left, left. Right, right, right. Oh, look at that. Right there. Boop, boop, boop. That needs to be equals. Alright, adjust that. Should be able to just change it. There it goes. So it looks like I need to move it this way. Or that way. So that, I think, is going to be like a lower... We want to subtract, right? Yeah, we want to subtract it a bit. So we're on 2-2. Re-forward, negative 0.1. I don't know. It seems like we need to do more than that. Let's just try negative 1. Could go for a loop. Hey, what's up, gamer? Welcome. You could go for a loop for the collision poly where you set I
to less than 5. Oh. And set L and R to I instead of defining them manually. Whoa. I mean, because I've already set it up, I don't know that I'm gonna go back and change it. And I don't know if you're in the past or you just haven't mentioned it since then. But I wonder, go for a loop for the collision poly where you set the iteration to less than 5. So everything less than 5. I wouldn't know how to type that. I don't even know how to type that. Like, I'd be willing to replace it if I could read your comment and be like, oh yeah, right, totally. Type. But I'm not exactly sure how to type that, so I'm gonna leave it. But I mean, if you, like, especially in the Discord on live text, like, paste a 1-to-1 replacement that I can drop in, I will drop it in. I will literally paste it in if you put that in the Discord live text channel. Oh, for integer I equals 0. What? Is that real? Did you type something real? Oh man. Dungeon doesn't think it'll work though. I mean, it looks like nothing I've ever seen. Thank you for, like, trying to, like, share thoughts about it. I really appreciate it. Welcome. Kai Guy says, okay, now Kelsey, focus on the game now. Movie and music career comes later. I don't know who that is, but I can see how how celebrities would want a celebrity. I think Godot uses GDScript, but has same syntax as Python. It actually is very similar to Python. Yeah, it is, with some differences. 4i in range 0.5. Yeah, I think I see kind of what you're saying, is to define the certain aspects. So you're even talking about, you're talking about back when I was patching them together. Wherever I did that. I mean, because it's working, like, really don't want to change it. Right here. So this. Have the range and then, like, stack them on top of each other. It's a pretty good idea. But, I mean, at this point, when I get something working like this, I really don't have interest in improving it. Unless there's a reason besides aesthetic. But I really I'm so glad that, like, because it is, like, a problem that's kind of interesting, and I'm excited that you, like, were inspired to try to, like, figure it out. So, like, I definitely gotta give you a credit for that, like, just, like, sharing those thoughts. Let's say coding consultant. That feels fair. So it's a little more general about coding. That maybe using a range could have been a way to bundle those together and still communicate with the array. That's clever. That's very clever. Sengeki? I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Credit given. These credits entitle you to no compensation, but they do entitle you to a credit in the game. So thank you. Appreciate it. It's nice of you to share those thoughts. Sengeki. Alright. Gamer Sengeki. Alright, so I'm adjusting the 2-2 factor. You're welcome. I'm adjusting the 2-2 factor. The reef forward factor by -1. I'm impressed, Sengeki. It looks wrong, because we also need to adjust
the resize factor. Right now we're doubling it, but if I can get it like generally centered, that'll help. You can see it's not quite centered. So let's push it a little more. Let's see, 1.5. That looks too far. I'm just guessing. Let's do 1.3. And then go back to the 3D view. It's not bad. Actually, maybe that wasn't too far. Let's try 1.4. Maybe 1.5 was perfect. I like that. It's a cleaner number. 1.5. Gives me hope for the future. And that's saved? That's the updated position? Yeah. Alright, actually we need to go further. It's a little painstaking. It's gonna be like that. It really is. And I mean, I'm eyeballing it. Let's start shrinking it down, and then maybe I won't have to eyeball it as much. So let's say 1.5 instead of 2. That's off, which is okay. Oh wow, the whole re-forward position changed. Wow. Oh, okay. Well, let's put this back to 0 then, actually. Maybe I won't need to adjust the forward position. Maybe? If I get the resized right. Maybe. Maybe that's wishful thinking. That's better. Let's try 1.7. Oops. See where we're at. Oh, it's pretty snug. That's very snug. Wait, let me switch between... Could I elaborate on why I'm changing the orientation of the camera? I'm doing it, yeah, no problem. I'm doing that so I can more easily see the shapes. So there's a collision shape that is supposed to be tracing a circle that's on the ground. So if I hide that collision shape and show it again, you can see I'm sort of flashing it there. That's the one that I'm tracking right now. And I need that collision shape to match that green circle around the edges. Now, if I look at it from the normal camera position, I find it really difficult to like see if that, so I'm gonna flash it again. So there's the collision shape, right? It looks like it's too big. It's a little hard to like see how it actually orthogonally matches to that circle shape. And so I'm using the other view to just help me see it more clearly as I'm adjusting these values bit by bit. Yeah. Very good question. Now if I swap between 0 and 2, or sorry, 1 and 2, you can see they're scaling pretty well versus each other, compared to each other. But 2.2 is still a little big. We have on 1.1, the top and the bottom a little bit closer on the inside. So I'm gonna make it just a little bit smaller. Let's try 6.5. See where that gets us. And that's with no re-forwarding. So I don't know that I even need to move it forward yet, which is awesome. Oh, that's looking a little less centered now. So I think we do need to push it just a tiny bit. Let's do 0.5. Not much. See where that gets us. Actually, I think it's still a little larger than it needs to be. Was maybe 0.6 was better than I thought. And then we just move it forward some more. It's a bit painstaking, to be sure. I will concede that. That's pretty good. You know, tiny little changes, potentially. You know, maybe I could say 2.5 onto here, you know, like really subtle differences. If I wanted to do that, which I guess I do. Then I have to pull this back in a weird way. I prefer the cleaner numbers if I can get them. Alright, I think this is pretty good. Close enough. Alright, now I'm gonna come to 0, 0. So this is when it's shrinking it down. This is just doing it by half without any forward adjustment. Let's go to 0, 0. Why don't you set the variable as a Godot parameter so you can change the values in real time? I can. And I do have it as a parameter. I could do that. And I don't know, I don't know. Why not? No. I guess I like punching in the values. But yeah, I could do that. It is already. There's a couple, I mean, yeah, so I can come up here. I don't know, like I don't really have a good answer for you because it is already set up that way. There's a couple reasons, but not enough to justify it, really. I mean, here's what I will say. What I will say is that it's a little more complicated than that, because if I change the slider, I have to be, I think, on the default one. It's because this is easier. I feel like that worked well when I was adjusting the values in the inspector based on something that wasn't an export, but the export is a little trickier. Maybe if I do this and I update it, I think I'd have to do that. Let me try it. And I hit save. I still have to hit, yeah, it's not that much different because I have to press save. Yeah, I don't feel like figuring it out. This works, you know? It's the path of least resistance. I feel like it's more complicated for the way that I've set this up. So this is what we're gonna do. Okay, anyway. So this was what? We want to go to 0. Bring that scale factor down. We want to go to 0, 0. Instead of 0.5, it looks to me like it needs to be more aggressive. Those 300 aliens are determined to win that football gameplay. Overwhelmed by numbers. Yeah, it doesn't seem like a fair lineup. I don't know math good, so I genuinely don't know if I need to make it smaller or bigger. Okay, it looks like smaller is the way. Got it. That's too small. Let's try 0.4. 0.4. Yes. Yes. Yes, I do. Infinite number of aliens. An endless flow of them. I'd show you the gameplay, but I'm gonna mess up, my experiment here. But I'll show you in a minute. The intro. This seems pretty good. I'm gonna adjust it down. Let's just try -1 for now. Ooh, that looks pretty snug. Oh, that's pretty darn good. Let me hide the score dunk. It's in my way. Oh, that's, what is that? Oh. Is that the orb that's above the player? Is that this one? Yes. Okay, so that needs to be just ever so slightly smaller. Let's say 375, 375. Yeah, because the game is about an alien planet on which a human capsule, space capsule, crashes. And out of it crawls an animal that's sent into space to see what would happen, as humans have done. And then the alien species on that planet eats the animal, and they grow the limbs of that animal. And the aliens decide that they need to invade Earth en masse in order to get lots of limb growing. They grow the limbs of the thing that they eat, and so they want to go get more stuff from Earth that will help them grow limbs. And so they're all invading to abduct things and become rich in limbs. Let me try putting this back at 0. Okay, that's definitely not good. -0.5. What's that like? -0.6. That's not bad. What's the name? I have no idea. No idea. I can add it as a special planet to my game if you want. Wow! I don't know. It never even crossed my mind, cuz all of the lore, I've only come up with it in so much as it applies to mechanics in the game or story in the game. And I haven't thought of any reason yet why the name of the planet would ever be said or put out there for any reason whatsoever. I'll have to think about that. I don't know. What do you think it should be called? I don't know. Never even crossed my mind. Because also, who would name a planet, right? These aliens... Well, the game name is Harvest Earth. But I think Dungeon Martian is getting to, the name of the planet that the aliens live on. We had a whole stream couple streams figuring out the name of the game. Harvest Earth is what we settled on. But I don't know. I don't know. It never really occurred to me to give it a name. It's an interesting thought. Because who names the planet, right? The aliens, do they have certain communications with each other where they would need a name, amongst themselves? And what even is their language? I don't know. I don't know what their language is or how they talk to each other, how they communicate. I might figure that out at some point. Also, this looks pretty good to me. I might figure that out at some point. So maybe that will lead me to thinking about how they would refer to their planet. And then I guess humans would have another name for the planet that they would call it. If I were to guess, you know, if I were to like try to come up with a name for the planet, Onmos versus Onmos or AstroTurf. Or on Astro. Yeah. I feel like I would look up like the full list of NASA named planets, and I would sort of try to gauge like, well, how far from the Earth do I think this should be? Like I would just start to like figure out, you know, did the capsule go through a black hole? Did it like, how did it get to this? How did it make it there in the first place? And then maybe I'd find a planet that plausibly could be that one, and then name it something like that. It's okay, Kai Guy. All right, so I've got the different sizes for 22, 11, and 00 figured out. Let me show you the game now that that's set up. Sengeki. Most planets are the name of the star plus a letter. Most stars are a string of alphanumeric characters. Right. I feel like humans would call it something really boring like that. Oh, I gotta put the world environment back in there. It doesn't like to not have a world environment. Orthos. Orthogonal comment. So wait, are you suggesting planet names? Orthos? What's up, Tommy? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know. But I'll tell you what, I'll write it down. I'll write every suggestion down. Welcome, good to see you. I might as well. Cause you know, I'm kind of a stickler for the lore making sense. I don't know, we'll just say alien world. Alien planet names. So I don't know, Kai Guy, were you just being silly or were you making suggestions? I'm not sure. Name ideas. Orthos. Suggested by Tommy Monroe. If I'm like, let me think of a name for the planet, I will come back to this list and I will check it. And I will give you a game concepts credit. These credits entitle you to no compensation. However, they entitle you to a credit in the game, which one day I'll do a whole stream about. I don't know when, but I will. And this goes in game concepts. Done. And our hearts. Yes, that's correct. That's correct. There's a moon of Venus given an English name based on a misreading of the year number it was discovered. Oh, I think I've seen that. I've seen a video about that. And, you know, it seems like you could be kind of like creative about it. Okay, I think this is the environment. I think it was Enviro 1. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw a video about that. Somebody had like a poster. Their kid had like a poster. And they were like, wait a minute. Is that a real planet? Something. I don't remember. I've watched so many YouTube videos. They all blur together. Oh yeah, I was showing, I forgot. I was showing Geki about the game. Well, here, I'll turn off the collision shapes for now. So this will be good, because now on the even numbered hit point amounts, we should have the right thing. So the game's gonna start, let me just go back to the beginning. So the game's gonna start with a cutscene that shows what I described to you. These aliens will not be there. But a space capsule is going to crash onto the planet. I've made the capsule.
It's right there. It's very tiny, but it's actually not that tiny. But it looks tiny here. Here's the capsule. The capsule, I'm going to animate a whole thing where it crashes on here, and then one alien finds it and eats the animal that comes out of it, and then grows limbs, and then they're going to be commanded en masse to invade the Earth. And then we've got this opening cutscene here, or opening menu, I should say, that has all of the aliens rushing to invade Earth. And then I want some of them, I want as you progress in the game, you don't even have to progress. Even if you lose, maybe like it's time spent, some kind of formula with time spent, points gotten, something like that. I'll set up a progression system where you can unlock new colors and stuff. And so some of them will be different colors in the intro. And because this is really just looping like a handful of aliens. And so we can have making sure a certain color loops around again and again. And then you can click on which one you want to play as. It's kind of arbitrary, but it's fun. So we click on this one. It takes you, the one that you're playing as, whichever one you click on, and it's going to drop you down onto the Earth, ready for harvesting. So you start out with this interact area, which is what I'm working on now. I have to adjust it via code at the moment, but we'll fix that. There are obstacles that are in your way that will hurt you if you bump into them. We have a small interact zone, but I can still grab something in that area and eat it. So if I eat that, this zone would grow by that much. Now it's a little bigger. And then these arms, thanks Tommy. And then these arms now are a little bigger, which means we have some more space. And if I eat another one, you can alternatively abduct them. So this is how you're gonna move on to the next level in the game, is by abducting people. I'm gonna have various people and stuff. A lot of it is still being put together. And you know, you're also able to destroy buildings and things. That's supposed to be within the interact zone. Currently it isn't, but it will be. So there's destructibility all over the place there. And then you can also hurt yourself on these obstacles. So if I bump into it, the arm breaks off, and then it's going to be a differently shaped area, which is why I was dividing those collision arrays into two different shapes. So that way I can have one side grow more than the other. So then your interact zone is going to be changed based on your limb health. Yeah. Make your own crop circles? Kinda. It's not really, like, intended to be that way, but in theory, I mean, the most that you can do is click on, because the reason why you can only click on it that way, but I tried it where each single stalk was destructible, but it was horrible on performance. So I have to bundle them up in like 15 sets of 15. So you can like break them if you want, but it doesn't really make good circles. But it is like a subtle reference a little bit to like that crop circle mythology. Just a little bit. Day and night cycle. Yeah, I might. It's possible. There's a chance. To me, that's stretch goal stuff. You know, I really want to get the basic mechanics in. But yeah, day-night cycle is definitely something I think about once in a while. We'll see. It'll be tough because there's a lot of fog and stuff I have to change the colors for. So we call that stretch goals. I don't know if it's been mentioned, but the auto walking is just really pleasant. Nice! Thanks! I spent a lot of time on these animations. So I'm really glad to hear that. I created the whole cheat menu.
Yeah, there is some menus that help out with stuff. It's so I can design this interact zone to help me without having to actually damage each limb every time, because that's too much work. You could have your high score displayed in a crop circle fashion. What? I don't even know what that means. It sounds cool. I like that. You could do a shader for that and set a time where the base color changes. Yeah. It's a lot of work. But yes, it's possible. Of course it's possible. And I know there's ways that I could do it. But guys, I have a very specific approach to this game, and that is a minimum viable product approach. I want to make sure that everything I do is serving a purpose, so the game is at its base level, the mechanics that are intended, the scope that it's supposed to be, and I don't want to get... It's fun to think about all those extra things, but it's really important to me to make sure that the fundamental basics of the game are there, and not get hung up on all the extra stuff. But I love that you guys are inspired and you have ideas. I take that as a high compliment, that you see the game and it inspires you to think of all the ways that it can, grow. That's really, really awesome. Because, my plan is to get the minimum version of it there, and then I want to put out a demo that people can play and then get feedback and see what people want out of it and what is missing. And then I have to make a decision, like, well, does that really need to be there or not? I want to get to that point at some point. But for now, I got to get the basic playability down, is my general plan. The way the terrain flows and everything, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, because sometimes, I get so used to seeing it, I'm just like, I don't know if it actually looks that good. But I have spent a lot of time every step of the way trying to get it to look, as good as I can, given what I have access to and my goal to keep it minimally viable. All right. So, I actually did have cows, and they're still there a little bit. But I'm actually in the process of removing the cows. So there are cows. There are cows. But they're gonna be removed from the game, unfortunately. Because the lore of the game is that if you eat a creature, you grow its limbs. And I did try making a cow variant of the alien. There it is. I did try making it, but once I got it into the game, I just kind of realized that it was going to complicate everything. I mean, think about these interact zones, right? Like, you're not gonna have arms to grab things. Yeah, it is majestic, I know. And it just dawned on me that this multiplies the scope by thousands. Yeah, it's like a centaur, right? It multiplies the scope by an order of magnitude, to set up all these interact zones, to set up the logic. It's way more than I have the capacity or time to do. So it's gotta go. However, I am gonna reuse this as a power-up, thanks to a suggestion from the chat. And what will happen is, so something else, let me just artificially add the points back in. So if we level up, at the end of each level, you're gonna get a power-up to choose. And one of these power-ups will be a stampede. So the flavor text will be something like, some of the aliens have discovered a herd of bulls or something. And so what you'll be able to do is just summon a bunch of these cows. We can put some horns on them, and they'll just run across the screen and destroy everything in their path or something. So I'm not gonna let this go to waste, but it's way too complicated for it to be there, and it just doesn't make sense. I don't want there to be cows that exist in the game, but you can't actually turn into them. So I do have to remove them. But it is a really cool thing. And originally I wanted cows. But I have to let go of things if I want to ever be done with this game soon. Inspiring seeing it coming together. People can't help come up with ideas. I love it. I love it. I do. And you know, the more I stream this progress, the more I get used to being like, no. I'm sorry. I wish I could have everything, but I just can't. All right, so I think these interact zones on the even numbers, they look awesome. They work better than ever. They scale. What I'd like to try now is getting this collision area to also... So let's see. I'm going to try to just go right outside of it. Nice. So I can't pick up that one right there. If I click on it, it's a no-go. Even that one can't get it. That will probably be in there. Oh, it's not. It's a little bit more precise than it used to be. There it goes. Now we got it. Sweet. It's way better than it was before. Okay, so now I'm going to try. Scoping is hard. It really is. I'm going to try to get the lopsidery. I have a feeling this is going to be a friggin' mess. But that's okay. Have you considered adding a fully realized crafting system and a cellular automata and procedural animations? And yes. Well, and so this whole idea came from a larger idea. So there is a game. All right, I'll tell you guys about this. Let me tell you a story about a game called Survive Escape. And there is a website that exists that chronicles this. And this was a game that I came up with based on a survival situation that I was in. And it sucked, but I'm fine now. And it left me with this burning desire to create a game about surviving, like a real survival game. Like, it has certain mechanics. I have a certain bunch of ideas for it. And I started making it, and I realized that the scope was absolutely ridiculous. It's this kind of thing. Just completely nuts. Like a sim, like I want it to be like a sim game, like almost like The Sims, except you're out in the wilderness, and it's like Green Hell meets The Sims. which is nuts. Like, that is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And even more, like, to me, Green Hell wasn't realistic enough, right? I want it to be even more realistic than that. It sounds adorable. Welcome, Cody. Down to like you have to like get like harvest what you call it, tinder, and you have like a lighter that has lighter fluid in it, and you have to set the tinder on fire, and you have a companion. There's companions. There's other people. There's gonna be heart rate and respiratory rate, and I had blood pressure and oxygen levels. Like just the most ridiculous thing. All right, just everything. You have a backpack you have to manage. You have to build fires, right? Just like the most complicated things. You have to flag down a helicopter to rescue you, and the helicopter is at different places, and you got to try to calculate to figure out where, like crazy mechanics, and you can set the forest on fire to try and like get its attention, like just nuts mechanics. I did that very thing of overscoping the absolute living crap out of a game. And I realized that I needed to stop character creation, just everything. I wanted it to have everything. And I realized that it was going to be too much. Absolutely too much to do. And so this game is a breakdown of that. So I took one mechanic that I really want in this game, and I'm exploring it via this alien game, and that is limb damage. So I want you to be able to have limbs that can be hurt and that affects your gameplay. So that's it. And you have to heal them and manage them. So that's all I wanted to explore in this game that I'm making now. So I learned a lesson a very hard way. So now I will not make these same mistakes. And I will say This game is still a pretty big scope, this Alien game. It is not a small scope, but it ain't Survive Escape. So at least there's that. Like another idea planet name, Con 500M Consume. Whoa, where'd you get the 500M? I like it. That's awesome. Let's put that in there. I dig that. Is that a 0? C0N. Oh, Zoom. Like Con Zoom. Oh, that's cool. Oh, I like that. That's fun. Suggested by Kai Guy. Nice. Let's go. The list grows of possibilities. Did you ever hear of the Sims Castaways for Wii? It's only sort of this concept. I think I still have some list somewhere for keeping track of inspiration for Survive Escape, just in case. Just in case I ever get back around to being able to make that. I never played that game, no. I did play The Sims, but I didn't play that expansion in particular. But now I'm intrigued. Let me see what Survive Escape things I have. Let's just go into the general Survive Escape section here. We'll say Survive Escape game research. I'll be taking some notes. I will take the notes. I will do this. This is a long way off. Sims Castaways. I love it. Or the Wii. I guess it's not an expansion. I don't even know what it is, but it sounds cool. Suggested by Dungeon Martian. Am I a Metal Gear Solid 3 enjoyer? I've never played a Metal Gear Solid game. I've watched people play them, but I've never played them myself. Maybe I should write that one down. Why not? Why not? You didn't realize how involved Survive Escape got to? Yeah. It was obnoxious. A lot of these, were like barely finished mechanics, and I put these together to try to show them off. Like, for this, the character creator, you couldn't add all the hairs, you didn't have all the clothes, there was just some things you could add on here. So everything was just like a little bit finished, enough that I could show off these images. But if you actually tried to play it, you wouldn't be able to experience them all connected in a cohesive way. So it was, yeah, it wasn't as fun as this makes it look. But yeah, it was, I got real deep. And I used to stream it too, but you can't get there now, unfortunately. The Sims game makes me want to mod a forest fire into the Sons of the Forest. Oh, nice. Using the flames on the demons to apply it rampantly in the trees. Nice. I'm glad to have inspired you. Let me know how that goes. All right. Let me get some lopsidery going here. We'll see. This could be a lot of chaos. So I want the collision shapes for these let's see. For these circles on the ground, I want to set it up for the circles that go off to the side a little bit. This is gonna be pretty friggin' out there. It's gonna be bizarre. It's gonna be a little painful. I certainly need to do the rotation. That's gonna be very useful here. So let me get back to the script. Not that script. Not that one. This one. So let's start with, I guess 0, 1. 0, 1 is small on the left and a little longer on the right. Oh, God.
I'm a little afraid, if I'm being honest. So we're gonna grab all the collision poly scalars and add these in. So what we do for the left side on the small one is 0.385. What if it just works? That would be nuts. There's no way. I mean, I at least have to rotate it. But this is, I guess, the first step, is doing that. Also, you're gonna need to actually add the world environment back in and then remove it again during gameplay. It's kind of a wacky order to do everything, truth be told. It's a bit out there. Okay, so load up the game, drop in here. Take your time, game. I really might want to get that retry set up one of these days. Okay. Nope, not the pause menu. Stop this. Oh, I forgot to do visible collision shapes. I gotta restart it. That's a do-over. It's just, I gotta get in everything just the right setup, so it helps me the best I can get it to. Okay, collision shapes are there. Game is about booted. I'm gonna get out of the way of this menu alien graveyard. Let's pause it. And the one that I'm working on now is 01. Whoa! Oh, it doesn't look that bad. Oh my god. It's okay, let's just see what happens. That doesn't look that bad so far. What? Okay, we want to remove the world environment. Oh. That looks very strange. Okay. I've realized something concerning. Yeah. So I see now that it doesn't make sense to multiply every single point. That doesn't make sense. I only need to multiply some of the points. Or rather, some of, like there's a vertices for each one. Right? There's an X and a Y. Oh my. Okay, so let's put this back to a sensible place right here. And then why don't I look at it over here? Coming back to wherever that lives in here. Right there. So see how there's points? Each of these points is represented by an X and a Y. I am currently... I don't know that I fully understand what's going on here. I'm, in theory, multiplying each one of these by a factor of whatever. Point something. Well, actually, right now, we are doing point... Okay, couple things. Number one, the left we want to keep the same. Also, don't do 01. Wait, maybe I just did the wrong one. Oh, that is 01. Wait, but that doesn't make sense. Okay, hold on. I gotta think about this. You have a question? The debug outline means the aliens that were at the cutscene is still not running, but not rendering? Yeah, so... I mean, there's a lot to explain to make that make sense. Where do I start? So, the way the game works is there are strips, there are chunks. And these chunks
look a bit like this. So here's like one of the menu chunks, right? And so there's a bunch of these, and they're all stacked next to each other, and they move towards the player. Now, when level 1 loads in the distance, right? So like way back here, level 1 chunks start appearing, and then it moves forward. So when we go from the menu to the game, so that way it happens immediately, and we don't have to wait for those aliens on the menu to go past. The ground that they're on changes to become grass, and all of those aliens become invisible. And it's just set up to match the level 1 chunks. So it's a bit of an illusion. And that's why you still see their collisions there. Could you just not set their values to a specific number? Just have 3 sets of arrays so you don't have to do math. I don't understand. So I'm trying to have a scalar. So that way, if there's like a power-up or something, in theory, we could just like multiply it to make it get bigger or something like that. So I don't want to be plugging in every single vert. But, alright, let me get my head wrapped around this, because I'm still not sure what's happening. I may or I may not understand. So, let me move out of the way a little bit there. Because, yeah, alright. Why don't I delete them when the level starts? It's consuming memory and could make the level laggy on some computers. Because I need them to be there for when you go back to the menu. Yeah, they need to still be there for the main menu. Because I could have them like reinstantiate when you go back to the main menu, potentially, but, and the other problem is I don't really think it's that bad on the memory. I don't think so. I think one thing to know about Godot is, like, you know, if they aren't visible, first of all, there's not complicated code on them. There's nothing happening. All the code isn't running once they're not visible. There's nothing, I think that it's negligible, gamer. And the thing is, I have a slow computer already. I'm making this on a slow computer, so if I see problems, I'll deal with them. But also, I don't believe in over-optimizing. Yeah, I understand. Look, I don't want to talk about this. Thank you for your ideas. I appreciate it. Because I can tell you're having fun problem solving, but this is not the task. The task is interact zone collisions, all right? I don't have much time. I need to focus on this. Thank you. That's very thoughtful. That's very thoughtful, but my brain is not interested in following down that distraction, all right? That is a part of the game that works, is there, does not seem to be causing any issues. My specs are in the description box. I built this computer. Scroll down in the description box and you'll find my PC specs there. Yeah, I'm not worried about lag, truth be told. Your project is running on a computer from almost 10 years ago, and I can get 4,000 rigid bodies loaded before it starts thinking about lagging. Nice, nice. Yeah, thank you. No, gamer, I feel your enthusiasm, and it's cool, but for these streams, I'm trying to focus on a certain task and not go off somewhere because, you know, and the thing is, you know, this project has very specific needs, and the way I'm approaching it is very specific. And so, you know, there's a point where, like, the suggestion, you can't really make suggestions like that and expect, it's a little ridiculous to expect that I would just, like, make those changes. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm doing something completely different. This project has a whole other situation that you're just now getting involved with. So, you know, there's really nothing I can do about that. Yeah. But I love that it inspires you to think about problem solving and stuff. And the reality is, you can find all the live streams, right? I've made every minute of this, every second of this game on stream. So, you know, you can find, if you have the gumption,
to see exactly why I made the decisions I made and why it is the way that it is. All right. That's fair. That's fair. But it's like, you know, what's challenging is for me to like switch my brain track, right? I'm on interact zone collision track. And so to like read your message and then think about, what are you saying? What is the game? How do I make those work together? And then be able to tell you why that won't or will work. And then I'm like, wait, I don't want to think about why that will or won't work. I just want to keep working on this. Do you know what I mean? So I'm not saying that I don't even think you want me to do it. It's more like having to like think about it right now is not fun. And it's a distraction. And since you're new, I just want to make sure you know, why I'm not interested in your suggestion. But I love that you want to think about the game. I think that's cool. All right. So, if I change the size of this to all the different equal ones, we can see the collision and the circle both change. Now, I've been trying to figure out how to do 0, 1, which means it should be, you can see the shape of the circle goes off to the side there. Now, I'm adjusting, in theory, the points on this circle, only these right here. In theory, only these should be changing if I do the right side. I'm not exactly sure that's what's happening here. I don't know what's happening here, if I'm being honest. When I look at it in 3D, it actually looks pretty good. Like, this doesn't look that bad, except for that one point up here in the front. Let me see. I'm gonna pop into this one and get like a different view on it. It actually looks really good here. Except for that one point here I feel like I must have just like, you know what? I think like 2 of them are wrong. Something is a little wrong. Because it's actually almost perfect. It just needs like a little rotation adjustment. It's almost not too bad. But like this point, what is it doing? And then this point is also doing something weird. And why is there a line across there? So I think a little something strange is going on. And I have a feeling I've just plugged in the values in a way that is quite all right when we're multiplying it by an even amount. But as soon as we try to affect them separately, it becomes a little more obvious that there's some kind of something going on. So I need to figure out what that something is. All right, now this point right here is 3, I want to say. That would be this one. You can see it moving there when I adjust it. Oh, so I think the line is maybe it creating like a quad or something. So I'm not as worried about the line. The line doesn't concern me as much anymore. If I look at the collision polygon array here on the right, that's number 2. Okay, that's the second index in the array, or third. And for some reason, that's pointing. It's actually not moving. Well, that makes sense because I'm not telling it to move. The only ones that should be adjusting... Wait, that's a little confusing. Okay, noted. And then, which one is this one? That is that one. And this one is 4. 4 and 2. Let me look back at that Excala draw that I had open. Wherever I open that. Tabs galore. Tabs everywhere. There it is.
So this one is supposed to be left 1. I don't know. I'm very confused what could be going wrong here. Maybe it's just like a simple error. Typing error. Okay, so there's that, the matching of the left and right array into the big one. Let's see if I notice anything here. Anything off. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. All L's, all R's. All L's, all R's. All L's, all R's. Let's check back up here. I mean, I'm not even sure what I'd be looking for up here. All these values should be the same. I'm a bit confused. Why that one? And that's on the left. It's like the left one, nothing is happening to it. Which I guess makes sense. I guess that would be what happens. That the left one wouldn't have any change applied to it, right? Because it's only this kind of makes sense, actually. It's only the right ones that are set to be a different scale factor. I guess the real mystery is why 4 is moving. This is very confusing. I almost want to target that specific point. I guess I kind of want to scale that, like put that in there. This is weird. Oops. Oops. Oh dear. So, then why does this one move? That one is 3. And if we're only scaling the right, why would 3 move? Because 3 is on the left. Left 0. Where are we patching that into? Left 0 is going into 0, 1, 2, 3. That's where it belongs. And I'm only scaling the right side. It's almost like it's moving it by force or something. Oh wait, I am shrinking the left side. Oh, right, that makes sense. Okay, silly me. God, it gets confusing. Okay. Oh, the left. Okay, so all the right ones are staying put. Oh, I get it now. Dude, that was tripping me out. Okay, I see what's happening. The right side is the one that's staying put. Right? The right side is staying put, and this point is on the right. And so since everything else collapses in, this point stays there, and that is the tip. I was getting tripped out. I thought this right here was that one. But in fact, this is that one. That makes a lot more sense. This one is moved down here, as it should. It still doesn't really make me understand what's going on with this, but that makes a lot more sense. So that means I would need to be able to implement some flexibility, unfortunately. And be able to adjust these, because these are going to change. Since our origin point is right here, we don't have to worry about adjusting these. But these two are gonna need more flexibility. So I think they need their own like scaling factor, basically, that acts like on top of the existing one. That's what I think. I wasn't really paying attention to all your coding, but are you multiplying the points X and Y to scale them, then adding or subtracting just the X to shear the shape over? There's no shearing at all happening, actually. Literally all I did was scale it, was multiply them to scale them. So yeah, so I think I need to give a special scale factor to these at the top, which are 1 and 2. So 1 and 2 need their special scale factors, scalars, and then something strange is happening with this one. And I would guess that one is this. What did we say it was? 4? 4 is being funky. I wonder if the value is just set wrong. Negative 3.4, 6.4. Its analog is 3.4, 6.4. Let me make sure I set that up right. So that's 4 in the big one, and then in the main one, that's 4 on the left, which goes to array 6, or index 6 on the polygon. But I don't think I care about that. Let me see 4 on the left. What does that say? On the left, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, I'm confused. Oh, just kidding. Sorry, that'd be 2. 2. My mistake. That's this one. Negative 3.4, 6.4. Negative 3.4, 6.4. 3.4, 6.4. I'm not really sure I understand why that one is collapsing more so than the other. Or like why it looks a little uneven in there. It confuses me a little bit. Why would I need its own factor? I just don't know. I guess it'd be interesting to see what the values print out as. Let me try that. And see if the math makes sense. And if not, why not? So for 0, 1... Well, I guess I'd actually want to just print it down here. So I'm going to say once this updates and applies all that, print interact collision poly dot polygon. Yeah, just tell me what it's at when I do that. So it's gonna spit out all kinds of stuff here. Okay. So the one that I'm looking for is 6. right? No, 4, which is 2 on the left. Sorry, 2 on the left. Or not 2 on the left. No, it's 4. Just looking for 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. My bad. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So those are the values. Negative 1.309. And what we've done is we've multiplied what it normally is, which is negative 3.4. Negative 3.4 times 0.385 equals negative 3.09. Negative 0.1, sorry, negative 1.309. That's, yeah, that's what that is. And then 6.4 times 0.385. It's the same number, 2.464. So I wonder why it looks so off. It just looks like it's getting sucked in a little further. Right here. Very odd. Maybe, you know what? I don't know what. But I wonder if I got this one into a better place, if it would make more sense why it looks like that. I'm still really confused. So maybe I just need to add in a special scale factor for that too, because I don't know math good. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna need to multiply 1 and 2 by something special. So I gotta create yet another scalar. I think this one can be a multiplying scalar. This is collision poly resize 1. Oh wait, don't use these. We want to use this one because we need it to have a constant. This one's gonna multiply. Collision poly resize resize. It's wild. It's absolutely wild. 1. There's a lot of chaos here, and I know that. I'm embracing it. I embraced it a long time ago. So the default, well, this has to actually, you actually want this to plug, oh God. Well, what you, I mean, this is gonna go on top. I would say don't do a multiply. I think this actually makes sense to do an add. And we just say that by default, it's 0. Is the shape also getting re-rotated? It's not. It's not. The only thing that's being done to it is that the vectors are being multiplied. It's the only thing that's being done to it. Collision poly, how do I want to actually word this? I guess I want to say move. I'm going to call it move. Move 1. But then you're gonna say remove, which is terrible. Absolutely terrible. Devastating. I'm calling it move more. Forgive me. Forgive me for what terrible things I'm doing. We're calling this move more 2, and I'm calling this move 2. Forgive me. Do it now. Alright. So we have these 2 scalar adds for 1 and 2, and I might need 1 for that other, horrifyingly. This is rough. This is rough. I know it is, guys. I know it. I've known it for a long time. So this needs to act on top of what movements are already taking place. So I'm gonna say interact, or I think we even just say, yeah, interact collision poly dot polygon specifically 1 equals interact. Well, no, because you need to pull the value that it currently is as the constant. So you have to be, oh god, you have to be redoing it. You gotta do collision poly re-rotate. I guess we want to take, we need to do this. Oh, this is nuts. Not re-rotate, excuse me. Pop this open, not that. Pop this open. This is nuts. This is nuts. So 1 in the overall array is right 1. That makes sense. So we need to say that it's the collision poly right constant times the collision poly resize, which we're already defining up here, but we're doing this on top of that. So then you should just be able to say, all you gotta say is collision poly right. We said it's 1. Collision poly right 1 plus, so what that already is what we're setting this to. This might do it every time. I'm a little concerned. I feel like you need to, I don't know if this is gonna do what you think it's gonna do. Yeah, this is rough, dude. This is chaos. Plus collision. I think you have to recalculate it. Otherwise, it's going to do too much. I'm doing it anyway. Collision poly. It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. How do we do the addition ones again? Remind me. We do the constant plus the new one, because the constant holds what it's supposed to be. The new one is what we're changing it to when we're updating it. No, this will be fine. This will work. I think collision poly. I don't think you need to. I think you would just do.
collision poly move more 1. And then up here, we would say collision poly move 1 plus, we would need to say collision poly move more 1 equals collision poly move 1, but that's not gonna work. You need a third thing. So that's what you put in here. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna type it out. Move 1. This. Wait, what's the error? What's it called? It's not a thing? Oh, I put it partially lowercased. Oh my god. The lowercase to uppercase thing. This is rough, guys. It'll be cool though when it's good. Collision move more 1. Collision poly move underscore 1 not declared? Are you quite sure? Because I thought I just declared it. Oh, I see. I did the capitals thing again. Poly move 1. What? Oh, move more. Dear God. All right. So now this I'm going to take. And I want to say this particular one is getting set to the resized one plus this. But I have a feeling this is still gonna grow too much every time. That would be my guess. Re-rotate, re-forward, move more. Great names, thank you. Yep. Because I had to do move more, because otherwise it would be remove. Which is too ridiculous. With like 4 extra O's on the 2. So we just do a few extra O's on the 2. This is not gonna work, but I'm gonna try it just to see what happens. So I want this on 0, 1. And I want to set this. Sure. Well, I guess we want to actually be subtracting. I mean, that's way too much. But how's it gonna do that? It's a vector 2. Lise, what you need to be adjusting is the scale factor, not the point. Because that's a vector 2, so that's not gonna make sense. It has to be how much that we're resizing this by. So this actually has to happen before. That's what this needs to be. Okay. All right. So it's not that we're changing. What we're changing is this. Not even that. We're saying that collision poly resize 1 is on the, let me get my little thing over here. 1 is on the right. Poly resize right. Why is that looking like a function? Equals, I know why. Equals collision poly move 1 plus this. Okay.
then its resize is going to be different. And it will resize by a different amount. I think this makes sense. Okay. So let's see what happens. Let's see if Godot agrees that it makes sense. Whoa. Okay. Too strong of a scale factor. But I think that worked. Let's go back to 0, 1. Instead of -1, let's say -0.2. Something smaller. Yikes. Okay, a few problems here. The whole thing is all messed up. So my guess is something is horribly wrong. So this should be doing very little. Oh, because this, well, yeah, because this is redefining that, and it's keeping it redefined. So, wait, does this make sense? Oh, this is getting really confusing. Like if I, okay, so if I just comment that line out, right? It's not gonna fix itself, is it? It does. It totally fixes itself. Okay. That's very interesting. So there's something else going wrong with the way I'm applying this. Unfortunately. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Did not. Because right now, the collision poly resize is being defined by the scaler on 0, 1. So curious, if I leave this in here, and I save it, and I adjust it without going to 0, 1, does it look okay? No. Also, this is on the right. You don't want to be messing with the one on the right. Number 1. I'm not even supposed to be touching that. So really, I would want this to be adding nothing. But what it is it's setting this to that. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's like becoming that. Let me see what collision poly list has. I might be able to help. Collision poly list. Which list? Can you be more specific? There's a couple different collision poly lists. Both right and left. You mean collision poly resize? Oh. Well, so this is, well, the resize isn't a list, so you don't mean that. You mean this. Collision poly right. I see. Collision poly left. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay, sure. Yeah. So that is these are the same. One is a constant, one isn't. But these are just the values that get plugged in to the longer array, which makes up the polygon shape in general. So that's that. This is left. That's right. I think the problem, I think it's just like an order of operations thing, it's something kind of stupid, I believe is So if I'm taking the resize factor is being defined on all of these, or all of the even ones, left and right separately, and they're normally 1.0. And so this applies to every single one of these. I think the mistake I'm making is I'm applying it here, and it's not applying to a single one. That's the problem. Yeah. The problem is I'm not targeting a specific point in the array, and that's what I need to be doing. So it's not the resize that I need to be changing. It's the collision poly right one that I need to be updating. So it's not going to change at all normally. That looks better. Okay, good. It looks fine and normal. Now that's on the right side. I don't actually need to change. Oh no, I do need to change the one on the right one. No, that is the one I need to change. Okay, so let me see. If we come to 0, 1, maybe I took it out. Okay, come back here to 0, 1. Move more minus 0.2. It just might also not be enough to make a difference. So go back, make it minus 1, and then see. Oh, that didn't do anything. Surprisingly. Because, well, Lee's, because you're overwriting it. So this has to actually be below it. It has to go on top of it. I think position 0 is setting at the same position as 1, so it gives that odd shape. You think position 0 is setting at the same position as 1. I don't understand. I don't understand how what you're saying makes sense with what is happening. So what I'm trying to do right now is target this point. I know which point it is, and I'm just trying to target it so I can nudge it in code to move somewhere else. That's all I'm trying to do right now. Also, I think it needs to be a vector too, because this is a vertices, so that's already a problem. I need to make this vector 2. Get that same bunch here. And so this would be extra adjustment on top of the resize scalar. So now this needs to be a vector 2. I guess the Y, it's gonna do something kind of ridiculous. Still don't think we're gonna see any difference. Oh, it moved. You see? It jumped way down here. What if I click it again? Yes, it doesn't move a bunch. Okay, this is perfect. All right, so now we're gonna say negative 0.5, something more reasonable. Yes. Let's look at it in 3D. It's a little too far down. So I just need to get a better position. Negative 0.04. I don't know, something very subtle. Wow. Wait, so what if I just set 0, 0? I mean, it's going to the origin. So we're actually resetting its position manually, is what's happening. Could it be a thing where the first item in the array is considered 0? That is a thing. But no, I promise you, that's not even it. I've got the right point. I know exactly which point to move. I'm just figuring out how do I get it to move. So right now I'm setting its vertices to a specific point that is this plus this, but I actually don't want it to be that plus that. I want it to fetch the multiplied value. So I kind of need to create, you can't create a constant somewhere, right? That's not a thing, is it? You can? Oh, frick yeah, dude. Okay, cool. Doesn't really matter, but it's nice. Okay, cool. So then I would want to say resized collision poly right 1 equals collision poly right 1. We gotta create it. Constant. Assigned value isn't a constant expression. Fine. It's just a regular variable. I guess that makes sense. So I want to say that it equals resized. I don't know if this is gonna work. Resize collision. Okay, well, yeah, type it as a vector 2. What has happened? All right, hold on. Let me undo this. I stopped in the middle of typing and things got weird. I see. This was supposed to be... Wait, what is this supposed to be? Oh, I know what was happening. I see. Okay. This is vector 2. Collision poly right 1 equals... resized... I typed it. Maybe just because I didn't save it. I did type it. I want what that got resized to plus all this. Can that work? Parser, expected end of statement found identifier. You what? Oh, I think it's fine. Okay. Pull back up here. It's still jumping to the origin. Oh, wait. Ooh, I think I need to restart it. I don't know, the buttons aren't doing anything at all. Why would that be the case? Oh, it's gonna crash because I need to put a world environment back in there. Unfortunately. It's tough. It's definitely something that I can figure out with enough persistence, but it's just like, it's so chaotic. You know, I need more time. I need more time. There's just not enough hours. I've been working on this for almost 9 hours. I'm slow. I'm someone who is very slow. And that's just the way that it is. But this task, in and of itself, is time consuming. And add on my slowness, it's just like, it's a lot of slow. All right. Okay, this looks better. Let's get rid of the world environment. Get up on top. Okay. All right. Now, come to the code. I don't know. Is it moving every time? It's not. That's good. Come to 0, 1. And change the move more factor. Well, I haven't, it has no factor, so we wouldn't notice if it was moving too much. Okay, there it moved. Nice, and it's not continuously moving. Yes, okay. -1. Yes, you see it moving? This one right here. Let's put it at -2. Watch this line. Okay, watch it. Boop. It's moving. Okay, -3. We just need to pull it in a bit. Yes. Wow, and then it's like adjusting the whole thing. Wow. This is nuts. Why am I doing all this? So I can write some nuts formula to be able to scale this up. So I would want to make another scaler that lets me just... Anyway. It's nuts, but I'm actually having a blast. I can't speak for everyone else here, but I know I'm having fun. So interestingly, it's not even reaching all the way to the end. So I kind of need it to be pushed out a little more. That's not my favorite fact. I don't love that. Because I really don't want to move that other point. I think you just, might want to... Here, put that back to 4. I might want to get in here and adjust the scaler. 0.385. Let's try 0.39. But that's only going to apply on one side. Oh. We do have a bit of a problem. Where it's even on the other ones. It's applying that adjusted. Because on each one, I need to update the move more. Because it's not going back to default, would be my guess. So let's just confirm that. So on ones like 0, 0, we wouldn't want this to be moving it at all. Let's come to 1, 1, put that on there, doesn't move it, and then 2, 2 as well. Technically, I need it on all of them, but... Alright, that fixes that. So now, each one goes back to normal, and then this one shrinks down a little more. There's still a lot of adjustments to make in here. There's just no way I can do it all tonight. There's so much, and it's like... trying to figure out every needed component to make it do that. Wow, it's been a mind bender. But the reason why I want to have all of this be adjustable via code is so that way if there's some kind of power-up, which there will be, that gives you wider range, I want to be able to adjust the size dynamically, programmatically. And so I'm trying to get all the values in code in a way that can be scaled up in some epic massive formula that allows it to like change depending on the angle. But I feel really good about this progress, even though it took a lot longer than I thought it would. I'm kind of having a frick ton of fun setting this up, and I'm not thrilled to say that I'm not going to be able to work on this again for a while. I have to take a little bit of a break. So every 4th week, I do not work on this game on Wednesday and Thursday. Every 4th week. So I do 3 weeks in a row on Wednesdays and Thursdays, where I do this 8 to 10 hour stream where I work on the game, and then I take the 4th week off so I don't get burned out, basically. And it's been working well, so I'm gonna stick with it, but man, am I tempted to come back next Wednesday and do this, because, I mean, that's gonna put like 2 weeks in between all of this chaos, and I have to like relearn it all and figure out what it all was and somehow get it back. But I think at this point I have enough of the components in there that I can, you know, go through that code again, relearn it, and say, okay, this is what I have to add, this is what I have to change, and we can get it here and there. Gamer thinks the best approach is to do an if condition so it doesn't apply to all, like only do the changes on 0, 0, and 1, 0, 1. Yeah, I hear you. I could do that. Yeah. No, I appreciate that. That might be, honestly, I might need to do that at some point. There is the chance. Basically, whenever I go find that epic formula, the idea is that hopefully I can use a blanket value and because really I actually don't know if that makes sense, because I want all of them to have that to be able to change. We'll see. You might be right. But I'm gonna find that out the hard way. Thank you for your thoughts, Sengeki. Yes, I've appreciated your company. Stulab, you monster! You generous, lovely monster, you! What in the world? $10? Thank you so much. What? You've been so generous. I'm like, wow. Thank you. Let me sing you. I don't usually get to do an outro song. Let's do an outro song. Wow. The generosity is strong in this one. Thank you, StuLab. Thank you so much. Thank me! Thank you! Alright, let's see if we can jam to the outro music. Oh, StuLab, you are fabulous. Thank me, thank you, oh, StuLab, you are so fabulous, oh, StuLab, thank me, thank you, StuLab, oh, StuLab, lab, you are so fab, StuLab, I appreciate you, StuLab, don't you know it is so true. Thank me, thank you, StuLab, oh yeah. Thank you, StuLab! Thank you, I really appreciate it. It means the world. Oh my gosh. What? Would be nice to separate scaling the shape from shearing it left and right. Yeah. I mean, technically, we are. That is kind of what's happening. I would say that is really. It's. So the way that it's set up, Kai Guy, StuLab, man. I tell you what, the way that it's set up is I've got each half of the collision shape. I'm gonna start needing to keeping a tally of the biggest donors. Like literally, I might have to start doing that because it's getting to the point where, I mean, the generosity needs to be recognized. So if we look at this like halfway through, all of these
I have in a separate array from all of these. And so what I'm doing is I'm scaling all of these down and it's shrinking it, and that ends up giving it this rotational effect, right? So there's two separate halves there. It's like it's shearing it and scaling it simultaneously, and then the scaling is happening otherwise. So that's kind of my shear. My shear is basically separating this and scaling one half of it, and then the resize is already happening separately, right? So I can already resize them, you know, separate from each other, right? So you can see it gets bigger and smaller, and then the shear is exactly what I'm adding in right now, actually. All right, yeah, whoa is right, whoa is right. All right, y'all, so if you haven't hit that thumbs up button yet, please consider doing it. You may have meant to, but you forgot, so I'm reminding you, just so you know. If you're watching it after the live stream, make sure you subscribed, and if you're watching it now and you want to subscribe, do that. I stream a lot. I'm still gonna be streaming tomorrow. There's a game jam. We do a 1-hour game jam every Friday. It's nuts. It's wild. Really, really fun. I do my game in 1 hour in Godot, and everyone else, if they want to join in, does as well, and you can too, as long as the game can be exported to an HTML file, then, or can be embedded. Anyway, just go check it out. Go on the channel page. You can find the rules in the description and everything to learn how to participate. So that's gonna be a blast. What hour? It's 6 p.m. Eastern time. Thank you. Good question. 6 p.m. Eastern time every Friday is when we do it. So it's tough because we got people from all over the world. So sometimes people are like, it's 5 a.m. for me. It's 3 a.m. for me. And it's like, I'm sorry. But you know, I tried to pick a time that works for as many people as possible. So yeah, let me put the world environment in here so we can look at more than this football layout here. It's 2 a.m. Oh no! Oh, I'm so sorry. I wish it could work for everybody, but you know, a lot of folks, they do be staying up. It kind of amazes me. They're like, all right, I gotta go to bed. And I'm like, thank you for like being willing to come here despite all of that. So yes, I'll be doing that on Friday. The member stream still happen next week, and the game jam still happens next week, so I'm not going to be totally gone. But I am not going to be working on this game code-wise until the Wednesdays after that. Oh, I left the collision shapes in there. Of course I did. So yeah, thank you guys again for hanging out. It's been a great, great pleasure. I hope all your projects are going well. There's a Discord if you want to keep the community love going. There's a Discord link in the description box. All the wonderful folks you meet here are probably there too. So come say hi. If you're watching this after the live stream, oh my gosh, thank you for still being here. What in the world? You should be able to tap or click in the bottom left to see the last live devlog that I did. If you're also that person watching it after the live stream, you should be able to tap or click in the bottom right to see the last live devlog or the next one that we're gonna do, and I hope I see you there. All right, good night, everybody. Thank you, StuLab, for all your awesome contributions today, and Ocean as well. Thank you, Ocean and StuLab. You guys are awesome. Good night, good night, good night.